Hello and welcome to the EERC 24 hours of the Nurburgring Nordschleife. Sorry about that, I was talking, unfortunately Mr. Tompkins in the background hadn't actually got the Discord audio to work on stream, so I was just talking to absolutely no one because even Chris doesn't listen to me. But, but anyway, my name, as you might have guessed, is Edwin Hunter. Qualifying is just underway, 42 minutes remaining, so you haven't really missed anything as we're looking at some of the GT4s. That's the Toyota Supra, of course, of Hallam Voice. For Boyd Transport, we're just looking at the moment, entering what looks like Sector 2. Of course, it's a very long last two sectors here, especially. So this is going to be very much guesswork for me for certain parts of this circuit. We've got 3 classes taking part today. Of course, GT3, you may recognise from the main championship. GT4, which is of course a new class with the Alpine and the Toyota. You see all the Alpines just ahead of Hallam Voice here as well. And we've also got some British touring cars that are also taking part today, although I don't believe we've got that many of them since there are only 3 on the air, and I believe there's that many on the actual time. Only 26 cars. I say only 26 cars in total. That is a pretty decent turnout, all things considered. Anyway, there is Maxime Beaulieu. I'm trying to get pronounce Maxime Beaulieu's name correctly. Looks like he's in one of the optimal entries, if I'm not mistaken. This is Maxime. So it looks like the optimal livery, but I believe in GPPWC, Maxime drives for a different team now. I can't remember which one. If you look at Chris Davis. Usually Irish driver seems to have an independent entry because it's just a jet black 888 BMW British touring car here. He's about to be overtaken by the Rookie Monsters car as well, interestingly. You see people, despite it being such a long circuit, everyone seems to be fighting for position at the moment. He's still in the pit lane, so they will be let out second in the session, I guess. So a lot of these guys are pretty much only going to get one flying lap here at the Nurburgring. So look at Daniel Erstling in the 87. He's just behind this train of GT4s at the moment. Is that Beaulieu being taken now? Need to wait for then, I guess, as they all finish their outlaps. We've definitely got out on track at the moment. We've got Daniel Erstling for the number 87 Toyota, Joseph Frederick Suter in the 711, Hallam Voice in the Boyd Transport Toyota, number 30, Bradley Sellers for Team Rookie Monsters 93, Matthias Moru for GT4 number 5. That's one of the generic cars. Fabrizio Delfino in the 8-star esports number 64 Alpine. Chris Davis in the British Touring Car 888 BMW. Felix Van Leeuwen in the Finnebond White number 4. Balaz Kiss for the GT4 Alpine number 43. Maxime Beaulieu I talked about earlier. Oliver Taras in the Toyota Supra number 17, and James Haskell in the 888 speed, no, 008 GD4 France entry. It's a little bit hard to tell because I haven't got the entry list up in front of me. So I might have to go and read that and figure out who all these entries are supposed to be, which number's supposed to correspond to what. But I believe, okay. So Helen Voice obviously is Boy Transport 306, which the auto director seems to be absolutely obsessed with, which is fine, because Helen Voice is a pretty fun driver to watch. So we should have 8-star Esports 64, number 14 Bad Wolves Racing Esport. I don't think are here today. I think Daniel Erstling, the 87 are Bros Racing. We should also see Apex GP, Simcoe, Optimal Esports is the 71, so I was correct on that one. That is the car that has Maxime Bouvier at the wheel. The 888, let's see what team that is. It might just be a generic number that Chris Davis is using. Trying to figure it out here. Anyway, it looks like they've all started to reach the back straight, Tiergarten, and the Antonis Bucci. So they should go full speed really into the start-finish line, and then into the Yokohama S, the Dunlopke, the Michael Schumacher S, the Vorsteiner Curve, Hasenbach's Boden, and then into the Hockenheimring, and then Quidbacher Hull and Flugplatz and the rest of the Nordschleife. There goes Joseph Frederick Sute onto the start-finish line. Looks like he would be first to start a lap then. Let's follow him and see how he does. Into the first corner comes the Rookie Monsters driver. Liberal use of the curb there. Got a neat and tidy chicane, and actually no, there's somebody else ahead of him who is actually going to be the first to finish a lap. Is Daniel Erstling, and in fact there's somebody else ahead of him as well. There's Alan Voice. Now it looks like Davis ahead of him. There's Delfino about to start his lap. Bouvier just going into the Schumacher S with the touring car chasing him. It's Ballas Kiss in the Alpine. In fact, it should be easier if we go on auto director rather than me trying to figure out who's actually on track as I go. Oh, lots of curb there taken for Bradley Sellers and the Rookie Monsters as he enters the Nordschleife. And he should just be coming out of Fredden-Cruz and Arenberg now. There's Ballas Kiss. I think he's going through a Flugplatz here. Doesn't really lift any wheels in the Alpine. We should be coming up towards Kellenhard before too long. There's Maxime Bouvier a bit earlier in the lap. Davis looks like he's being a little bit sandwiched in the middle of the GD4s here, because he's got what looks like a Hallam Voice ahead of him. It is. They go downhill. The Bilstein border. Billboard, sorry. And his mate is Maru. He definitely gets some air there. Has to restabilize himself on the brakes. Now he's coming just up towards the bridge, I believe. That's after this right-hand hairpin. Not really a hairpin, it's a very wide corner. There we go, under the Yokohama Bridge. But looking pretty neat and tidy so far. Getting the first splits before too long for these drivers. And it looks like all of the GD3s are getting ready at the end of the pit lane as well. So they're not wasting any time there. Let's look at the fin of Ond of Vis van der Leeuwen. Just negotiating middle sector. Or the first sector, I should say, because none of them have reached the first split yet. So, there we go. We have got the first split. So it looks like Balaskiz reached it first. 4 minutes 33. Bradley Sellers 4 minutes 39 though. So a little bit of ground to make up. Hallam Voice 4 minutes 37. Daniel Erstling 4 minutes 35. Chris Davis 4 minutes 47. So Balaskiz, the quickest out there in the Alpine GD4, which is surprising. And we see that Chris Davis and Van Leeuwen have reached the split as well. 4 minutes 43 for Van Leeuwen, Chris Davis 4 minutes 47. Same time as Mathis Moreau actually. Maxime Boudier 4 minutes 59. So not a great first split for Boudier. He's got plenty of time to make up. He must have made a big mistake there. As we look at Chris Davis now, battling on through sector 2 now. Coming up to the carousel before too long. The Caracciola carousel at least. It's Balaskiz who do I perceive here is that the Rookie Monsters car has gotten ahead of Balaskiz here, which is interesting.
Okay, so you've got 5 minutes left of this session.
Up a little bit. Right, so we've been told 5 minutes left to go until the session ends. And then the GD3 cars, I assume, will be released from the pit lane. Along with, it looks like Danielle Scarpelli, who seems to have... annoyingly, he's got the same number as Oliver Taras, which is not confusing at all. Oh dear. Getting very, very crossed up there as they try to battle with one another. And that is always a problem when you've got a time-limited session and such a long lap. Everyone wants to sort of be at the front of the train as Mathis Moreau completely loses it then. And where is that? He's going to cause a yellow there as well, which is going to hold up Maxime Boudier. And that is not a good rejoin there for the number 5. Meanwhile, Bradley Sellers continues on unimpeded. I believe that was that Bergwerk that Moreau dropped it at. Not a great start to qualifying for Team Chocolito. Santiago Gutierrez will be disappointed with that. Let's look at Delfino. Oh, really hustling at the moment in that Alpine. Certainly requires a little bit more it's hard to say, a little bit more oversteer to get the Alpine to turn into some of these corners. We see Joseph Frederick Sudo just brush the grass there That's not ideal for the Toyota. It looks like they made it to Tiergarten once more. A long back straight. So we'll have to see. Middle splits have come in. So Erstling 3 minutes 13. Suto 3 minutes 14. Voice 3 minutes 14. Bradley says 3 minutes 15. Ballast Kiss 3 minutes 11. Then we got Chris Davis and Van Leeuwen. Van Leeuwen 3 minutes 19. Chris Davis 3 minutes 22. Oliver Tarras 3:14. And there we go. Ballast Kiss sets the first lap time on the board. 8 minutes 40. Bradley Sullers 8 minutes 51. 11 seconds in arrears. So they have got time for one more lap before the session ends, or to complete the lap. They're just starting now as we see more times on the board. So an Erstling goes second, 8 minutes 42. Just 9 tenths ahead of Joseph Frederick Suter. Then it's Hallam Voice, Bradley Sullers, and Suter goes back into the pits then, so he will not get another lap completed. Behind Bradley Sullers, we've got the British Touring Cars. Oh no, Sullers is in one of the British Touring Cars, I should say. 7 seconds ahead of Van Leeuwen and Davis. Slightly confusing because the Team Rookie Monster says it's the 93 Porsche, which it is the number 93, but it's not a Porsche GT3. It's a British touring car. I'm pretty sure Porsche aren't in the British touring cars and haven't been for some while. As we look at Oliver Tarras then, trying to get another lap on the board. Still, all the touring cars, the GT3s rather, still stationary in the pits. Bulio had an awful lap. He's so Maxime has decided to call it a day, unfortunately, and that was 47 seconds down on the pole time in GT4 at the moment. And Moreau, despite that spin, has actually gone 2 seconds quicker than Maxime Bulio. Oh, no, well, I say 2 seconds. It's more like a second and 7 tenths, 1.7. But yeah, we got 2 of the GT4 slower than all of the British touring cars, which is very unexpected. If you look at Chris Davis trying to improve, I have to see if any of our GT4s or British touring cars can get a better time on the board here. Oh, our voice just touches the curb, gets a wide out to the grass, and then over the curb again. This is a wild ride then as he gets out into what looks like...
And that's checkered flag.
So checkered flag is out now to signal the end of the GT4 British touring car session. So Hallam Voice, Van Leeuwen and co will get to finish these laps that they're on at the moment. And the touring cars really macking the curbs there, which is sort of what they were designed to do, I guess, in a way. And lots of support in the chat. 53 people. Of course, one of them is me. As we look at Daniel Erstling trying to get the Toyota number 87. That is, of course, that's of course Bros Racing, of course, the team he shares with Jesse Monrose, Elias Ratzenbach.
If you're not going to complete a lap in the next 2 minutes, please escape out.
Yeah, so Chris Tompkins just trying to speed up the end of the session and getting people who are going to take more than 2 minutes to finish their lap to go back to the pits. So Daniel Erstling decides second on the grid is good enough for him, or second in class, GT4 class I should say. Van Leeuwen though, he still thinks he can finish in the next 2 minutes as he mounts over the curb and now actually comes almost to a halt there. So I think he might have given up on that lap. And looks like it's that James Haskell out there. Haskell's going to try and start a lap the rear of the GD4 class. But no, you seem to be heading for the Ferris wheel now. So James Haskell probably left it a little bit too late, but he did get a lap on the board there. That puts him 7th. 8 minutes 50.2. So he's 2 seconds off of Fabrizio Delfino's time. But ahead of the British touring cars, crucially. So that is going to be the end of your first qualifying session. So let's have a look then. Because I don't think there's too many people who've decided to carry on, unless I'm very much mistaken.
James, can you escape back to the pits, please?
See James Haskell out on track at the moment, so let's have a look at the... seems to be messing around. I'm trying to go up all the escape roads, so let's have a quick look then. And note, qualifying course hasn't finished, so we will not get any session results. And now James
Either
Haskell
escape in the next 15 seconds or I'm disqualifying you.
Seems to be doing some donuts then, so at least James is having a good time and wasting all of ours. And now it seems he's blowing the engine because it seems to be just rolling backwards downhill. And there's a field full of very, very angry GD3 drivers that I'm sure are not going to be particularly enamoured with James Haskell after that. Anyway, GD3 is finally being sent to the end of the pit lane then. There we go, Thomas Jaeger.
Okay, so GT3 qualifying will start in 30 seconds.
And Auto Director seems to be showing the side eye to James Haskell there, but it looks like it's Boo-Sync for Rookie Monsters in the Porsche 911 that have made it to the end of the pit lane. In terms of getting there first, of course.
Okay, so GT3 green flag.
So green flags then for the GD3s. Of course, this is the most populated class. 2 teams from Team Iris, 2 from Rookie Monsters, 1 from Online Sim Races, OSR, 1 from Project 91 Racing Team, Denzibank IW Motorsport in the 46. Actually, there's 3 Team Iris teams, I forgot to mention. The 77, the 7, and the 177. Finnevond, we've got a team here, the 444 of course. Team Chocolito, we've got the 81 here, Kahu Beer Racing. We've got the 33, FRA Sim Racing at the 59. We've got Boy Transport in the 206, Cyberlinks in the 41, Cyber Roach in the 404, HHR, Race Club Germany, and Race Club Germany Team Porsche. Turn off Auto Director because it's not been particularly helpful. There's the Boy Transport 206 of Alex Wolf at the wheel. There's start to enter the Nordschleife loop. There's the Triple 4, the Finnevon, with Neil Evers at the wheel. As he was on many endurance races last season with the team. Stuck behind the BMW, of course, so this is where, once again, they'll all be fighting over space to get that early lap in. It's a much bigger GD3 field than GD4s and touring cars. Of course, a lot of these GT3 teams, they will have a bit of experience if they've been here last year as well. There's a little bit of grass cutting there for Joshua Bruce, but he just about was able to keep it on track. Lovely purple livery there for the Race Club Germany team. There is Jurka Slovenak, Team Iris in the BMW, which tends to be the Iris car of choice. We're on board then with the M4 GT3. Looks like the Rookie Monsters car just ahead of Slovenak as he goes uphill into the chicane here. Is it Versifen and Muller? They're just going through. Sorry, I'm terrible at these German pronunciations. Ex-Muller, of course. So there's a road in the way on the track map, so I can't read the name of that corner. They should be making their way towards Bergruck before too long as well. And then we should get our first splits on the board. Joshua Bruce then continuing to negotiate the outlap, and all these drivers will of course be learning as they negotiate the outlap and get their tyres into the operating window. 0% chance of rain, by the way. Track temperature 20.2 degrees Celsius, ambient temperature 9 degrees Celsius, of course. Oh, there's Santiago Gutierrez has a little off-track excursion for the Team Chocolito as he tries to let, that looks like an HHR McLaren. It's just like through there. It's not the Finna Bond, it's the other orange team, isn't it? Maybe in ballet. Thomas Jaeger, so it's not actually the HHR. Joshua Bruce again does some grass cutting there. We are Eco Busink and Slovenak just about to go into the carousel together there. Hooked right in, and let's ride on board with Slovenak as he exits then. And now let's have a look at the times here. No, but it doesn't look like Singh has got the Rookie Monsters car to the split yet, so he will be the first unless Slovenak gets by. Slovenak is getting very, very close here, which could compromise his lap ever so slightly. Guitar, who's in his spare time, was a Hunter Birch simulation touring car driver and winner. Oh, and getting very over the curve there. They've just about to enter sector 2 here. With 13 minutes to go on qualifying in the session at least. They may cool time a bit earlier than that. There's Enzo Locatelli for OSR. Online sim races car goes as wide as he can. That might be the car behind him actually doing that. Oh, Locatelli definitely putting the BMW through its paces. Oh, and Bulsink is spun around by Slovenak. And that looked kind of inevitable there, and that's really going to compromise both of them. They're not too far away from the first split, I believe. Bolsing's actually gone back to the pits to try again there, so yeah, very, very disappointing. So they are just getting to the end of the lap and about to start there as they try and slipstream one another. Santiago Gutierrez deciding to let a few cars ahead through so that he has some space to do his lap, but the Ricky Monsters car being tailed there. And I wonder if Slovanak could get in trouble there for punting someone on the outlap. Louis Racing said show P91. 91, I assume. Okay, the lap's beginning, getting underway. Let's look at Oliver Hargitay about to start his run onto the main straight. Is Slovanak now at the head of the queue. And so Locatelli starting his lap. Oli Carginlati for the Carhu Racing. Interesting livery there. Looks like they spilled beer on the side of it. And there is Mielev, so that car actually is the Fina Bond. Because it's really hard to tell from the front whether it's Finnevond or there's another team that was in GT3 last year that had a very, very similar livery, and I kept getting the two mixed up, so we had to spot them at short notice. But Mielev goes through uphill through the Schumacher S. He's followed by Locatelli into the Vorsteiner curve. Fabian Ballet also, it's also the Grand Prix circuit that they seem to have the least trouble with most of the time, as Slovanak straight lines the chicane as much as he can. And now Jurica goes into the Nordschleife loop. Through Hansen back, Hockraken and Quiddelbacher-Ho. And then, of course, Flugplatz. So we look at Altuntus in the 46, the Densibank IW, which annoyingly has a very similar... Oh no, it's not that similar, it's just got a cheater at the side. I thought it from a glance looked like the Carhu racing car. Here's Santiago Gutierrez. He's entering the loop now as well. Is he on his outlap, actually? I think he might be. Oh, not necessarily, no. It's a little hard to tell who's reset at this point. As we get Joshua Bruce. Headlights on. Sparks flying at the bottom of the Porsche. Anyway, people want to know how the 91 was getting on. Here it is. Fabian putting it through its paces. Looking fairly neat and tidy so far from the former TX3 driver. The German, of course, Fabian Ballet. He's certainly been involved in some good scraps over the years in endurance racing, and especially good at NASCARs, actually, funnily enough, and stock cars, as we look at Hargitay. Let's keep our eyes peeled for those first sector split times. So we look at Tamas Jaeger in the HHR McLaren. And this will be interesting because a lot of these teams will be taking part, of course, in the full GT3 season. So another great opportunity to get some experience under their belt. It's Carl Magnus Boré, formerly of Team Iris and now of FRA Sim Racing. It's a number 59 uphill then. Who's going to reach that split first? You know, Busink is still on his out lap. I think everyone else is on the hot lap. Because of the yellow in the first sector. And another one was the Ollie Karjan-Lati. Continues on his way. Here we go, first splits then. So Slovenak 4 minutes 15, Enzo Locatelli 4 minutes 18, Oliver Hargitay 4 minutes 21. Oh, Santiago Gutierrez also 4 minutes 21. So Hargitay and Gutierrez both squabbling away for what's currently fourth position because Karjan-Lati, we've just been on board with, was at 4 minutes 17. Carl Magnus Boré 4 minutes 15, exactly the same time as Slovenak then. So it's Boré and Slovenak that you've got to watch out for at the moment. Locatelli sliding along. There is Carl Magnus, that BMW. Black, white and yellow. And very ominous as Slovenak gets into the carousel section here. And the sparks are really flying at the back of that diffuser as the tray hits the ground. A few more times to come in the first split then. Tamas Jaeger 4 minutes 22. Emir Altuntas 4 minutes 19. We're pretty good there. Thomas Jack 4 minutes 60. Interesting. So very, very close between Slovenak, Boré, Jack, Karjan-Lati, Locatelli, and Alex Wolf, really. We've got Altuntas and Proust not too far behind either. There is Emir Altuntas in the 46. Denzibank IW cheetah car, or is it a leopard? I'll have to ask them at some point. Looks it in, and BMW really handles the carousel quite well there, as he's just trailing Fabien Ballet. What was Ballet's time in the first sector? 4:22, so pretty equal with Tamas Jaeger actually. So lots of work for Fabien to do here for Project 91. Oh, look at that. Just absolutely hustling is Fabien Ballet because he knows he needs to gain the time somewhere. And there's Thomas Jack. So what can Jack do here for Rookie Monsters? Porsche looks pretty well set up for the tight and twisty stuff as well. But Jack knows he is only about a second off of potential pole position here and really sliding the rear out as he goes out of the carousel and towards Hoact. And Vipperman. Slovenak 2 minutes 57 in sector 2. Locatelli 2 minutes 58. There's Hargitay just getting on the curve a little bit there as he goes towards Tiergarten, and he sets a time of 3 minutes in sector 2. Gutierrez 3 minutes 02. So Hargitay has pulled 2 seconds on Gutierrez. Karjan-Lati 2 minutes 59, so 2 seconds slower than Slovenak. Carl Magnus Boré sets an identical time to Slovenak. So actually it's going to be very, very close between those two then. Let's see if we can watch both of them get to the line here. There's Locatelli. So towards the line they come. Slovenak sets 8 minutes 03. Locatelli 8 minutes 08. But what about Carl Magnus Boré? Well, Hargitay goes third fastest. There is Carl Magnus. What can he do then? Powering towards the line. Will it be pole position or will he fall just short? It is going to be pole position for FRA Sim Racing. There we go. Just 2/10 ahead of Jurica Slovenak then. Brilliant qualifying session between those two. And it's the battle of the BMWs, and it was Carl Magnus Bore that seems to come out on top. But we have still got Jack out there as well. What can Thomas Jack do then? What was Jack's time in second sector? 3 minutes flat. So a little bit slower, actually. Yannick Peace at 2 minutes 56. Locatelli still third, though. This is Fabian Ballet. 11 seconds off the pace. Good enough for only 7th, unfortunately. And in fact, Thomas Jaeger now beats that. 8 minutes 14. And there we go. Thomas Jack goes third fastest then. 8 minutes 7 seconds. So just half a second ahead of Enzo Locatelli for online sim races. So rookie monsters onto the second row. And is there anyone else still out there? Yannick Peace for Iris number 7. Did Eelco Busink get to finish his lap as well? After being punted out the way by... and Place! Joshua Place, where did that come from? That's an 8 minutes flat. 0.7. So nearly 3 seconds faster than Carl Magnus Bore. Wow. So Iris pulling it out the bag in those last 2 sectors there, because Place looked pretty solid in sector 1, but it was 2 and 3 where the damage was done there. So we've got a minute left of this session now. Is anybody still out there? Let's have a look if Eelco got going again. He did. So he is just trying to get to sector 1 here. He might just run out of time for this lap. Ballet's going for another one as well. Rookie monsters then will be keen to get revenge on Jurka Slovenak then. At least Eelco Busink will. Fabian Ballet. That wasn't a great first lap for Project 91. The problem with the Nordschleife is you've really got to nail it on the first attempt. Otherwise, you find yourself in a lot of trouble. 14 seconds to go then till checkered flag comes out. But we're not going to see this lot for, I would say, another 5 minutes or so. They might let the GD3s just finish their lap, especially Busink, who sort of was forced to restart because he got punted out the way, essentially. Looks also like Neil Evers did not get a lap in at all, actually, which is bad news for Finovon. Clearly, the traffic was just too much for them to negotiate. Because they were sort of in the middle of the pack. But that is a big shame for Neil Evers. They would have been hoping for much better. And I've got to hope that the 24 hours, once it gets going, goes their way, as we see Pruce. Yeah, I always get Pruce and Pleiss mixed up with one another. Yannick Pleiss and Joshua Pruce. Not unusual to see big gaps here at the Nordschleife, of course. Busink has reached the end of the first sector, 4 minutes 16, unfortunately, which is quite a slow time indeed. Busink still going? Yeah, he is. Oh, getting well farther the inside there, and that's going to compromise his exit out of the carousel. More sparks as he goes back uphill here. This looks like he's about to go for Clamps Garden. And again, getting the rear turned. And that's going to help his exit actually ever so slightly. But that is always risky, letting the rear hang out like that. That tends to be how the Porsche 911 GT3 is driven, of course. But especially at a circuit like this. Ballet and Prusse. Prusse 4 minutes 20. Ballet 4 minutes 22. Both of them slower than Busing.
Moving the session in 1 minute.
Yeah, I think Busing is going to be the big loser here then. Because they've only got a minute to finish their laps apparently. Prusse doesn't bother trying to hook it into the banking at all there. There we go, Prusse abandons his lap then. Busing though, he might actually get to the end of this one. 2 minutes 58 in sector 2. So this could be close here. He should have enough time though. We turn off the auto director. Watch Busing go towards the line. Ballet still going, but I think Ballet is probably going to run out of time to set his second lap. Here we go, Busing. Chicane to go, and then a run to the line, really. And this could be a decent time then for Rookie Monsters. Out he comes onto the start-finish straight. And what's it going to be for 37? It's going to be 4th on the grid. There we go for Busing. And just behind, 2 seconds behind Jurka Slovenak. Just under 2 seconds, I should say. So, very, very good recovery there from Rookie Monsters. They'll be happy with that. But Fabien Ballet, though, a little bit too far behind. And that's session over then. And let's stop giving B-ball sieges. There we go. So, a reminder then, this is how the grid will line up, I guess. Yannick Place on pole for Team Iris number 7 from Carl Magnus Bore in the FRA Sim Racing number 59. Jurka Slovenak third for Team Iris ahead of Ilko Busing for Team Rookie Monsters. Thomas Jack for Rookie Monsters 73. Enzo Locatelli for Online Sim Races will start in 6th position on the grid ahead of Alex Wolf for Boyd Transport. Ollie Carjanlati will start 8th for Kahubir Racing, 33. Oliver Hargitay is going to start 9th for Iris in the 177. And there's Thomas Jaeger that will round up the top 10 for HHR in the McLaren. Fabien Ballet will start 11th for Project 91. Then it is Joshua Prusse for Race Club Germany in 12th and Santiago Gutierrez in 13th, and I believe Finavond and Emile Evers, and Bhutan Durand in the 46 will also get to start in 14th and 15th. Then leading the GD4 grid, it is Ballast Kiss for number 43, Daniel Erstling in the number 87, Bros Racing, Joseph Frederick Suto in the 711 Toyota, Oliver Taras in the number 17. Callum Voice in the 306 will start 6th in class. Fabrizio Delfino will start 7th in class in the 64. James Haskell will start 8th in class in the 008. Speed car, of course. Unless they get sent to the back of the grid for their antics at the end of qualifying. Then, of course, you've got Bradley Suthers, Fies van Leeuwen, and Chris Davis in the British Touring cars. And let's not forget Mathis Moreau and Maxime Bouvier, who will bring up the rear in GD4. Well, there we go. Qualifying complete then, and the race still to go. I think I'm going to very, very quickly go to the grid, but I will leave you watching the drivers doing warm-up. back in just under 7 minutes' time.
Right, we'll be moving to the race session momentarily.
Attention grid, all non-essential personnel leave the grid now.
Hello and welcome back to the Nurburgring Nordschleife 4, the pre-season 24 hours of Nurburgring. My name, of course, is Edward Hunter. We just had qualifying for our 3 different classes. We had British Touring Cars and GT4s qualifying together, and then GT3s qualifying just after that with a very, very exciting qualifying battle, won of course by Team Iris in GD3 with a very, very late lap for their driver Yannick Place to beat Carl Magnus Bore, who's former Iris driver, who seemed to have it all sewn up. So we are expecting plenty of fireworks then at the beginning of this race to come. Alongside me in the commentary box, interestingly enough, is Mr. Ryan Ferris, I believe. He should be along with us shortly.
Hello.
Ryan, hey! Happy New Year, right?
Yeah, Happy New Year, Ed. It's been a long winter.
Okay, so leave the grid on the pit limiter.
Oh dear, and I'll tell you what, it's not been long enough because it looks like Gutierrez is already getting himself a penalty for jumping the start. But given it's a rolling start, they might be able to contest that because he's not really going to gain any advantage whatsoever.
No, and I'm assuming they'll be doing a loop of the
And can
Grand
the 2
Prix,
GT3s at the back of the grid
Grand Prix
overtake the GT4s and
and then
VTCC's car?
rolling off the start there, I'm assuming.
There was a bit of controversy in the GT3 field, Ryan, in qualifying, because at the front of the field was Jurka Slovenak in number 77 and Iklo Busink for the Rookie Monsters 37. And Slovenak was closing on Busink, and then he essentially, we weren't quite sure what happened leading up to it, but the camera cut to them, and Slovenak was essentially bumping Busink from behind, barging him out of the way. Busink had to restart from the pit lane at the Nordschleife, which does take a while when you're in the middle of like Sector 2 essentially. And so we had to wait an extra 2 or 3 minutes for Busink to sort of finish his lap after the checkered flag came out, and he just killed.
Okay, so the Chocolito GT4 that got DNF'd should be able to rejoin the race.
And fairly dominant from the BMWs by the looks of things. Top 3 cars, BMWs. And obviously followed by a handful of Porsches. So
yeah, Thomas Jack, the best of them, and he actually had a very, very good first sector. Thomas Jack, he looked like he might have threatened the leaders actually, but the Porsche didn't quite have the. I think it was pretty good in the twisty stuff, but when it came to the straight line speed down Tiergarten, the BMW's probably the car to have.
Indeed, and we've seen, well, in the real life season of GT racing, that the BMW has had very good straight line speed, but it's one of those cars that when it comes to a circuit it suits, that they can be unstoppable, but sometimes they come across the odd circuit here and there where they're floundering around in the midfield. It's not an all-round package, but when it does work, it can be pretty dominant.
Yeah, and especially for a one-off
Okay,
race
so
when you
can
get
the
to pick your car.
GT3s please line up double file?
Looks like the GT3 is about to line up double file for the start of their race. So we'll need to keep an eye on that with Weiss and Carl Magnus Bore on the front row together.
And can the GT4s and touring cars also line up double file?
And the GT4s and touring cars you see just behind, being told to get into their formation as well. Only 3 touring cars, I believe, taking part in this race, but we've got pretty healthy GT3 and GT4 grids, Ryan. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes, especially trying to go double file through some of these corners here at the Nordschleife. It's very difficult to get some side-by-side action at the best of times.
Indeed, and coming through the cones and onto the start-finish straight to...
Yeah, this is not normal racing procedure, but it is standard code 80 and
GT3 prepare for green.
Start procedure. Oh, and looks like the GT3s are...
GT3 green flag.
GT3 green flag. So there we go. Looks like Carl Magnus Bore
GT4 and BTCC prepare for green.
has gotten the hurry up then, and the timing screen has gone completely out of whack. So it's a bit difficult to tell how this is
GT4
shaped
green
out.
flag. BTCC green flag.
Oh, it's all getting very congested. And then when it's that Thomas Jack, or is that Ilko Busing that's gone away in the lead in round?
Yeah.
Fourth on the grid then. So Busing, after being knocked out of the way, he was the one who was really on the ball there.
Yeah, it seemed like Bore was caught napping a bit there and just got just got swarmed by both the BMW next to him and Busing. Busing just quickest off the line now in the Porsche, and he's starting to pulled out a few car lengths already.
Yep. And here's the leader in the GT4 class. It was new to EERC, so we've not seen them in action before. It's a Ballast Kiss that got very mixed up at that first chicane there. But unfortunately, Erstling, who started in second, has dropped down to sixth. But Oliver Taras has gotten the Apex GP entry up into second there as he goes through the hairpin at Dunlop curve and towards Schumacher S. Then the Apex GP, by the way, is Oliver Taras' new team in Grand Prix Virtual. In fact, he's competing against Hunter Birch Simulation in Formula Sprint 2 there. So that's going to be interesting to see how they all get on, because lots of sort of familiar EERC names starting to make a name for themselves there as well, not just team owners but drivers as well. So great to see Oliver Taras in action and closing just a little bit on Daniel Kiss then. And let's have a look, because it's a bit mixed up with the touring cars. Bradley Sullers is in the middle of the GT4 pack. There he is. With the other two touring cars of Van Leeuwen for Finnevon and Chris Davis in the AAA. A few cars further back. Yeah, there is Van Leeuwen with Davis just behind him.
Indeed, and obviously the touring cars of similar caliber as the GT4s, so able to get in amongst the action. But obviously, we got to try not to, as we just see there, they got to try not to get tripped up in amongst the GT4 battles, because they're not really battling against them as they come through the fruit plats for the first time.
This is Slovenak trying to get past Carl Magnus Bore, and it looks like Pleiss has actually got through into second and is now closing and boosting for the lead. Look at this battling going on at the top of GT3. It is absolutely hectic on this first lap, as everyone is desperately trying to take advantage while the pack is all bunched up, aren't they? You see the Finnevon GT3 of Neil Levis making a move on. It's that Buran in the back for 11th position. And there we go, actually Buran getting back past me.
Indeed, and that's a very fast section coming through there, so not masses of opportunity for overtaking, but they go from what is essentially a flat-out section of the circuit, and then they get into the tight and twisty stuff here as they approach this very tight and naturey chicane.
It is, yeah, at the top of the hill. I believe that is that sort of this Callan-Hard Versailles.
Yeah, as they come into Adam.
Yeah, always tricky to get your braking point for some of these. I always find myself just going straight on there, because the sort of wider corners with a little bit of runoff are used to sort of F1 style circuit design. There's plenty of runoff. You can brake late and all that. The Nordschleife is sort of the antithesis of that.
Indeed, it's effectively that you could almost. It is a public class as a public road in Germany, so you could class it as a street circuit, and the barriers are close enough that it feels like a street circuit. But yeah, the Nordschleife really does take no prisoners at all.
Here we go then into this. Looks like the Cholesterol and the Caracciola Carousel. As Carl Magnus Bore is closed back up to Pleiss and Busing, because we see another yellow in the first sector. It's so congested up front with the three leaders all bunched together, and then we've got another pack with Slovenak also getting involved as well. So it's actually sort of turning into a four-way fight for the lead here between Rookie Monsters number 37, Team Iris number 7, FRA 59, and Team Iris 77 at the start of this race. But at some point these guys are going to start to spread out from one another, so this is why Slovenak is absolutely pushing to try and get through now. As we see safety car board being shown, but I think that's just a yellow flag from further back here for sector 1.
Indeed, and through these fast sections you can actually see where the strengths of that BMW is. They've managed to close a car length or 2 on Busink through this sector, but now they start to get into the twisty stuff. You might start to see that Porsche stretch the advantage again as they come up to the carousel for the first time.
It's a very good point. So Thomas Jack, we've got to keep our eyes peeled for him just behind Slovenak as they go through the main carousel, and we can see the sparks just absolutely flicking out from the back of Carl Magnus Borre's BMW there as the FRA driver tries to keep Slovenak at bay whilst trying to keep Pleiss in sight as well. So, and look how close Slovenak gets under braking. So Jericho's really putting the pressure on then. And a little bit wide for Carl Magnus. This could be the opportunity. Side by side they go then. Slovenak is going to have the inside then for this downhill part as they bang doors. It's classic touring car racing. Around goes Jericho Slovenak, and Thomas Jack is going to have to avoid him there. And he's just about able to do so. Oh my goodness, that's not a good position to be stuck in, is it, bro?
No, definitely not. And everyone's having to bail out off onto the grass, and how on earth he hasn't been collected, I do not know. But, well, great driving from everyone else. I don't think anyone else...
Locatelli there, who really had to get evasive manoeuvres on just behind Thomas Jack was there, but he somehow survived and got fifth there, so this is great. Jack, and now Pleiss is going to try and fight Busink for the lead.
Indeed, and managed to really close that gap through that sector, and is all over the back of Busink. So at this section, there isn't really many opportunities to overtake because it's basically flat out through each corner. So it's probably... He's maybe got 1 or 2 opportunities to pass. If not, it's going to have to be a slipstream down the back straight.
Yeah, here we go. He's just got the little Schwab in front, and then a Tiergarten, and then the little chicane just before the start-finish straight to negotiate then. But Yannick Pleiss could well just tuck into the slipstream and just wait for the moment before turn 1. But Busink looks very, very formidable indeed at this moment. And look at Pleiss just swarming all over the back. He's got a beautiful exit there.
Yeah, he's getting some good exits, but you can also see that the BMW's being affected in the turbulent air, but it's definitely got the power down this back straight as he starts to pull level with Busink. So he's going to potentially be ahead, but they've got a left-hand kink approaching, so they could be side by side into the next chicane section.
There we go. Pleiss briefly takes the lead, but looks like Busink is determined to take it back then. So Pleiss is going to have to do something very, very special then into the last chicane here. Here they go. Oh! They're going right into each other, and Pleiss is thrown off track and across the path of Ilko Busink. And in fact, somehow comes out in the lead, but surely he will have to give that up and go into the pits for repairs, because that was a big hit with the wall there on.
Indeed, and I wonder if there will be some form of investigation from the stewards there, because obviously that was no fault of his own. That was Busink getting it on the grass and straight into the Iris car. So not a particularly good start for Iris so far. They're 2 cars off the track and 1 in the pits. So yeah, not the best start to the 24-hour for them.
Argotite going in 7th behind the beer car, as it's called, I believe. I don't know, is it? Yeah, it's the Ollie Cargianlati in the Kahu beer racing car. That's what it's called. I just called it the beer car. I forgot why it's called beer racing. I think there's beer in the livery on the side of the car. But one of the things I noticed there down the Tiergarten straight is that Carl Magnus Borre in the BMW just gained so much time on the leaders there, despite being attacked by the Iris and having made a little bit of contact with them there. So this is a great freeway fight, and Thomas Jack is slowly reeling both of them in as well. This could run and run. Locatelli holding on to 4th at the moment, but if any more drama happens up front, he could find himself on the podium here. So this isn't going too badly at all for the number 19 and the online sim racers, with Fabien Ballet another 2 seconds better back for Project 91, sorry.
Yeah, and actually Ballet is all over the back of Locatelli in the background by the looks of things. So Locatelli not got it all, easy, so he's got some defending to do whilst trying to close that gap up to the lead group.
Yeah, both of them in the Porsche, of course. Oh no, actually, Locatelli's in the BMW, isn't he? It's Ballet that's in the Porsche. But there we go. I think somebody in the chat was asking to see the Great 91 earlier during qualifying. A couple of interesting comments in chat. Dan Hadjic says, should have waited for GT track at the very least. Josh Hamilton says, that's an end of race type of manoeuvre. I think he was talking about the move on Busink from the Slovenak's Iris. So where is Jurika Slovenak? Where has he come out? Right behind Neil Evers then, in 11th position.
Indeed, that's a fairly compact bunch there. And, well, we were saying earlier at the start of the race, the BMW looking to be the dominant car. Well, actually, in the top 5, there are now more Porsches than there are BMWs in the top 5 now, as a result of the instances on the first lap.
Yes, exactly. It's so easy to drop it around the Nurburgring, as we've seen, and especially when they're all so bunched up together on the first lap. Looks like Slovenak is really getting held up by Neil Evers now, having hit for repairs. And Evers for Finavond, they were 3rd last season in GD3. Don't forget, they've been in the top 3 in the GD3 Championship for 2 seasons in a row, I believe. So they're very, very keen to keep that streak going and perhaps go 1 or 2 places better as Slovenak tries to go around the outside and is immediately cut off by Neil Evers there. So Neil Evers not going to be intimidated by the driver that out-qualified him.
Indeed, and it's a very tough circuit to pass out. Obviously, very narrow compared to the Tilkodromes that we're used to. But also the other thing is you've got to be 100% committed to the move, but also the person who you're overtaking has to be aware that you're there and not just turn in. So it is kind of, there is a degree of cooperation required to be passing cleanly on the north side.
And there's the 46, Batuhan Buren, that's holding both of them as well, which is not ideal. Evers goes to the inside of the cheetah liveried car, leaves plenty of space then as they go toward, this looks like coming towards Kessler-Chen, that sort of area.
Yeah, they just come through the very, very tight hairpin that always seems to catch me out, at least whenever I'm trying to take part.
Slovenak up the inside then, so Bruhan wasn't going to hold them up for too long, and is that Joshua Pruce actually that's also closing in on this battle as well, so it seems to be concluded for now. But Ballet certainly hasn't given up on trying to get into 4th position here, as Bore still holding off the attentions of Thomas Jack as Busink starts to build just a small lead, 1.4 seconds then, and look how close the 91 is getting now.
Indeed, and you know, the problem is when you get to certain sections and you're up close, as you've seen here, you've had to back off because if you carry the momentum that the BMW can't necessarily carry, you've got to find yourself in a bit of a plane crash. So again, it's all very tactical, trying to find the right place to pass.
And the other thing is failing Ballet's vision. He's stuck right at the back of that BMW. It's got a surprisingly tall car, so you can't see a whole lot through some of the blind corners.
No, and it's not quite the huge car that we saw a few years ago when BMW had the M4 that we saw all the memes and jokes of at Le Mans, but it still is quite a hefty car.
Still continuing to fight away with Neil Evers. Meanwhile, leading GD4 now is Oliver Tarras, who got by Kiss on the previous lap, I believe, at the very end of it. So this is very, very good news for Apex GP then, and Kiss is going to have to really push to get the 43 back on top here. But Slovenak, there we go, right behind, showing absolutely no fear of against Mia Levers and the Dutch Finnevon team, and just wiggling all over the place to try and make his intentions very much felt here.
He's obviously driving a bit angry from earlier. You can see that in the body language of the car, the fact that
23 hours 40 minutes to go during it.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to hustle that car past everyone and intimidate people to try and step out of his way, because I think every corner it looks like he's about to take out whoever's in front of it.
It does, yeah. He seems to have backed up ever so slightly now, but maybe that's, like you say, the natural ebb and flow where he's backed up a bit just so he can close up a bit and not get blocked when there's an overtaking opportunity. Sneak out from unseen in the peripheral vision. But there you go, your three leaders, boosting Taras and Bradley Sullers, leading by 17 seconds now in the touring car class, but Slovenak now very, very close indeed then as they approach, they're getting close to Tiergarten here, so this could be bad memories from the previous lap for Slovenak.
Indeed, and it seems the BMW quite possibly has the legs over the McLaren, as always. That's
Suto going off track there.
Yeah, in the Toyota, obviously the section of the circuit that's usually referred to as the YouTube corner.
Yeah, here we go. Slovenak pulls out then. See. He's actually going to let go of the throttle this time. Oh, is the Finnevon ever so slightly, it looks like. Or is the BMW just that much quicker? Look at flashing his lights as Mia Levers.
Yeah, and to be honest, for Evers, that was probably a smart decision. There's still over 23 hours left of this race to go.
Oh, big crash for Hargitay at the final chicane then. That's another Iris taking damage in this race. So the purple cars, you got a feel for them because they've been in the wars, and it's not even been 15 minutes in this race.
No, so not a very good day at the office for Iris so far. And also, I don't know if he's going to get any form of initial penalty, because he only had half his car within the pit entry line, so I don't know if anything's going to flash up for that.
Usually pit exit they're a bit more strict on, but yeah, I think also Hargitay driving in with clearly damaged steering and no rear wing, they might be lenient on that one.
Yeah, but it's now third place for Thomas Jack as we look back to this battle that, well, pretty much hasn't changed over the course of the lap. It's Fabian Barle and Locatelli, the BMW versus the Porsche, and Barley's really looking to practically pushing the BMW around this Grand Prix section of the circuit.
Yeah, and we're seeing how strong the Porsches are at this early phase. If he can clear Locatelli before too long, he might be able to get involved in that top three battle, as we see Oliver Taras set the fastest lap in clear air in GD4. Barle tries to go at the outside at the NGK chicane, but is once again thwarted by Locatelli, and Locatelli's going to have to get very, very defensive here. Luckily, he's going into the Nordschleife loop, where the circuit narrows considerably in certain sections, so he's very, very smart. He might be able to keep the OSR car in fourth here, but Project 91 and OSR having a fabulous battle.
Indeed, off the track there from
far.
He's trying to use all extremities of the circuit and more, trying to get past Locatelli here.
Locatelli would be starting to feel a little bit nervous there, because the Porsche could just fly from out of nowhere any moment, and very much on his rumors. There's the top three starting to streak away. What's the gap? It's like 7 seconds now, isn't it, between Locatelli and Thomas Jack?
Well, that's the thing. It definitely looks like Barle here has got the speed. It's just that he's got the speed. He's got the speed in all the wrong places, because it seems like that Porsche is very good at carrying corner speed, but then he's got a big BMW stuck in front of him, so he can't use the advantages of that Porsche.
His best chance might be to force Locatelli into a mistake here. If he can just keep the pressure up, and Locatelli goes slightly wide, but rescues it a bit on exit there as they go under the bridge.
It's coming through. This is probably my favourite section of the circuit, just downhill, flat out, taking turns and then heavy braking up into what is, again, as I've already said, quite a difficult section. It kind of disrupts the flow of the circuit almost, and easy to trip up over each other, but still, no changes between these two.
Yeah, that's the great thing about it. There's a lot of it is about these fast corners where you've got to keep your speed up, and then suddenly it'll turn into this technical section where you've suddenly got to, you almost got to restrict your movements a little bit, where you sort of realise you've got to get for a really tight chicane, you've not got as much space to play with, so you get such variety here at the Nordschleife. For like pretty much every other corner is different here.
And the thing is with Nordschleife is it's not necessarily one of those circuits we see a battle.
Alex Wolf being dispatched by Jurika Slovenak. So Alex Wolf just went completely wide, didn't even try and put up too big of a fight there, and Slovenak back into the top 7, so he's making rapid progress. Next up is Oli Arginwati.
Yeah, 6 or 7 seconds up the road, so he's got a bit of work to do now to get to 6th position.
Yeah, and there's Buran, who is holding in the Denzibank IW with the... Is there a shooter or a leopard on the side of that car? I can never really tell, but Joshua Proust, regardless, is all over the back of it. You see Ballet still all over the back of Locatelli as well.
But the thing is, I think at this point now, I know obviously we are in only the early stages. Again, he's closed right up and he's going around the outside onto the grass, is Ballet. Now he's
brave.
Got the inside for the next corner. And it looks like he's got the position. Yes, he has. So Ballet up to 4th, and hopefully he's not let that go too long, and he's able to scamper off up the road for the top 3. But he's got quite some margin to make up now.
Yeah, and Locatelli in the BMW has got pretty good straight line speed as well, so that was really well set up by Fabien Ballet. Needs to absolutely clear off now and start making impact on the leaders, and this will be a bit nervous times for Thomas Jack, because he's had third pretty much to himself. There's sort of been a FRA sandwich with rookie monster cars, even the bread in it, either side of him, and now Thomas Jack is not going to have that third place all to himself if Ballet can keep this pace up. So this is an interesting moment in the race for rookie monsters, but Locatelli, he put up a good fight there as long as he could. Now it might just be about holding on to that 5th position.
And yeah, I was going to say, well, Ballet needs to get away from Locatelli so that he's not caught out in a strict slipstream onto the back straight. But as I was thinking that, he's already pulled out best part of 4 car lengths in a matter of a handful of corners. So I think he's going to be pretty safe coming onto the back straight.
Yeah, Busink, still the fastest man on track, 8 minutes 14.3. He was about 6 tenths quicker than Carl Magnus Boré the previous lap, but in the first sector, all of the top 3 setting 4 minutes 21s on this lap then. So they're very, very evenly matched, and it's only 8 tenths as you can see between Boré and Busink. In fact, here they are right now, as the auto directors cuts to them. Oh, you see yellow in sector 2. Oh, and that's why it's Buran. He's spun around and lost his rear wing, so Leopard, unfortunately, is going to have to come in not just for a new rear wing, but a change of spots as well.
Yeah, indeed, it's already struggling. It seems to.
It's got half the lap to go as well.
Yeah, it's not going to be a fun time for Buran trying to get that car back. You can see just how unsettled the car is over the bumps by losing that rear wing.
Boré is just right in the slipstream of Busink now. He's closed a lot in that final sector. Have a look. He set the fastest middle sector of all, 3 minutes 01, Carl Magnus Boré. And I remember when we had a British touring car race here at the Nordschleife, I think Boré was on the podium and won the second race, in fact, because he was able to slipstream Sven Gielhed, his teammate at the time, down this back straight, and it looks like he's going to try and do it again then. Bumping wheels. Oh, we've seen how this ends before, haven't we, Ryan?
Indeed, and luckily, I think Boré was wise to that. Had already seen what happened in front of him and just backed off to fight another day. But meanwhile, Ballet has actually taken best part of a second to a second and a half already out of this lead group.
Yeah, as long as they fight each other, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. And Thomas Jack may get a bit impatient waiting behind here if especially Carl Magnus Bora gets past his teammate, the Busing. Thomas Jack may be asking to be let through as well.
But also at the same time, you know, he's not really leaving Locatelli behind, so potentially he could be dragging Locatelli along with him, and we'll find ourselves with a 5-way scrap for the lead.
We've also got another fight here for the lead in GD4 because Kiss has caught right back up to the back of Oliver Taras as well. So Apex GP under a lot of pressure then from Ballast Kiss in the 43, and a big mistake from Oliver Taras. Here comes Kiss. Is Taras going to be able to cut him off? No, Taras has to leave plenty of space there through the Caracciolo carousel, it looks like. And that's Kiss back into the GD4 lead.
Yeah, I think, what was it, Derek Bell used to refer to that as the baby carousel.
Yeah, that's probably an easy way for me to remember.
And you could really see the difference between being able to take that corner through the carousel or the banked section as opposed to not being able to take the banked section. Massive difference in corner speed.
Taras, though, has closed right back onto the back as they've reached Tiergarten, and he's going to try and pull out to the left. He's got plenty of straight line speed there in that Toyota Supra compared to the Alpine. Look, the Alpine's just absolutely stranded of Kiss.
Indeed, and that GT4 Supra really does have the legs on it up down that straight there.
Yeah, it looks like it's similar to the BMW, isn't it? That they're really fast down the straight, but the Alpine seems to have the edge through that, as we saw quite visibly through the technical sections.
Wow, it is effectively a BMW with Toyota body panels on it. That Z4, so sorry, no, the Supra, but yeah, it's still looking pretty close at the front. Ballet not made massive inroads for the first part of the circuit. As we see, here we go, Buran now back into the pits, getting repairs done to that rear wing.
It's good. So we still got all 27 cars still running then, which is positive. And still a crazy fight for the lead in GD3 with just half a second in it. What's Ballet's lap times looking like? He's at 8 minutes 16 last time around, so he's a second slower than Busing. But it's Bore and Jack that's starting to light up the timing screens at the moment.
Indeed, and Busing, well, he's managed to, you know, pull out in certain sectors. It just ebbs and flows. Pulled out a few car lengths as you can see who's out with the penalty.
This man, Mathis Maru.
He
was gone off track at the final chicane or something there.
Yeah, so 7th place in the GT pool. Ballet with the penalty.
Oh, and Ballet apparently is up to 3rd.
Is someone disconnected? Like,
I think we lost our race leader then. He seems to have disappeared completely. Well, after I cut away there, which is not good. That is a big shame then. We are down. It's Busing. Yes, there we go.
Busing's down in 15th. So what's
that might just be a timing screen glitch then. But yeah, the penalty for Ballet is a big setback for Project 91. Not sure. It must be for corner cutting.
It is.
Yeah. It looks like Busing is still in the lead then. Despite the fact it's now showing Carl Magnus leading.
Bit of a strange moment there, because obviously it seems that Busing disappeared and Ballet got a penalty at the same time. So I don't know if the two are linked or it was just a coincidence.
Yeah, I imagine rookie will be asking for their lap back at some point. This can get quite complicated indeed, so bear with us, folks. But yeah, so Carl Magnus not leading on the road, but apparently seems to be leading technically on the timing screen. You see yellow in the first sector. Is that Bradley Sellers in trouble? No, still leading. But Chris Davis, there's a fight for second going on in touring cars, aka the fight to not finish last. I think in fact they're not last actually, they're 19th and 18th respectively. So Van Leeuwen, who is a pretty new recruit to the Finn Von team, in terms of driving at least, has acquitted himself very well. They're both 40 seconds down on Bradley Sellers, of course, but Chris Davis, certainly a very, very tidy driver, has been with the Irish team for many, many years. So great to see him able to hold Chris Davis at bay very, very convincingly. Meanwhile, here is Slovenak. Sorry about that. I didn't know when you were going to chip in there, right?
I was just trying to find. I was just trying to find if there was some live timing somewhere because my time screen doesn't seem to work.
Oh, I've got some. I can send it to you. That's the wrong Ryan. I know too many Ryans.
Common as muck.
I don't think we're friends on Discord. That's why I can't find you. It's my bad. Hold on. This is probably running with me, so I'll post it again here in the comments of this chat, so you should be able to see it there. So that's what I've been reading from. I don't know if that corresponds to what we're actually seeing on track or not, but yeah, I think we've got the same problem here with Busink having dropped out after the first sector, and is now being shown as 27 and last. But his time's apparently still registering, but seems to be for some reason classed as 27th instead of first. As we still look at Slovenak continuing to pressurize, and this is going to be really annoying because we now won't know exactly what's like. If Bore bumps into the back of Busink, it'll be hard to tell if it doesn't show up on the time screen. There they are. As far as Bore's concerned, he's not in the lead because he seems to be continuing to put the pressure on Busink at least.
Yeah, as they're coming through super fast. Oh, this is Slovenak all over the back of Karjalati, yeah, on the beer car.
Yeah. Yeah, beer race. Let's hope he's not had a few before starting this race, otherwise it's going to be a long 24 hours for him indeed. But perhaps he's just selling beer rather than drinking it. But over the curb he goes. Slovenak is going to try and go around the outside then as they go uphill. Oh, and Karjalati was just very, very forcefully holding his line there. He's not about to be bullied out of the way at all.
Yeah, if I didn't know any better, I'd have thought this was a touring car race, not a GT race. But the touring cars are towards the back. Yeah,
they've been the neatest so far. They're very well behaved. Here we go, slipstreaming the beer racing car is Jurka Slovenak, and he's going to get up the inside then through Tiergarten, and that's Slovenak back up into the top 5 then. So he's got to catch up to Locatelli. Ballet's got that penalty hanging over him potentially. So Slovenak, he's only 20 seconds down. He's been really on a charge, hasn't he, since that pit stop at the end of the first lap.
Indeed, and it's definitely lit a fire under him because, like you said, absolutely charging now. It's, got 5th place Locatelli to deal with, but that is some 9 seconds up the road.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Kiss is close right back again on Oliver Taras, as expected then, so it's going to keep ebbing and flowing. Delfino, by the way, has got the fastest lap in GD4 from a few laps ago, and he is starting to get involved in this battle as well, and he's in an Alpine, I believe. Yeah, there he is, just coming into frame. So keep your eyes on this battle then, because Oliver Taras is really going to have to get very defensive and creative here, as indeed is a Busink up front. In fact, going a little bit as wide as he dares there through the Dunlop curve there.
And Busink now showing as the leader again now, so that's been sorted out.
Oh, that's good. He's got his lap back. Sure what that number plate on the back of the Toyota of Oliver Taras is saying? Is it Brexit or something?
I'm pretty sure that says Brexit, yeah. So the hard Brexit car in the lead. Looks like was going to be in the lead, as I say. Commentator's curse. Kiss takes the lead.
I think that's a Brexit curse. Nothing to do with you, right? And in fact, it's going to be even worse because look, that's Delfino just behind. He fancies a go as well at Oliver Taras, and Taras really under pressure. The Toyota stepping out. The Supra just really losing traction here at the exit of these corners, and Taras tries to get as good a run as he can, so he will get a great exit here with that straight line speed. So Delfino, his chance is kind of gone. He's got to rely on the slipstream to stay in touch here. And Taras, though, he's not going to be able to get back into the lead. He's a little bit too far behind then.
Yeah, and I was about to make... Boosting, sliding that Porsche everywhere, but as long as he places the car in the right places, there's no way for Boré to get past. So he can slide that car as much as he likes, and Boré's not going to get past. A bit reminiscent to Senna versus Mansell at Monaco in '92, really.
I remember when I said Oliver Taras was too far behind to get back in front, but he's immediately proven me wrong. And
yeah, that's
his way past Ballast Kiss.
Yeah, that Supra definitely has got the legs on the straight, but in comparison to
gear, it feels like.
Yeah, in comparison to the Alpine, is around the outside.
That was very, very good defense from Boosing to cover the inside in time there, but Boré very, very nearly took advantage of that bad run in the middle sector there, and Boré's just going to continue to add the pressure. They're actually starting to pull away from Thomas Jack now, so Boosink hasn't got the luxury of his teammate behind to sort of help sandwich the FRA car. Carl Magnus, oh, that's risky, Carl Magnus, no! And he has to back out of that one, but there was only just enough room to abort there.
Has anyone told these drivers this is a 24-hour race?
I don't think it was. Carl Magnus just wants to lead. Because he led on the timing screen so briefly, and now he wants to actually lead without a timing glitch giving that to him. But Boosink, though, holding on by the skin of his teeth. And of course, the more these two fight, the more it brings Thomas Jack, Fabian Ballet, and of course Slovenak potentially, who's only about 8 seconds now behind Locatelli then, and closing. Let's have a look at the lap times, if we can. So last lap for Slovenak was 8 minutes 15, so he was just under 2 seconds quicker than Locatelli.
Yeah, and basically since Ballet overtook Locatelli, he's reeled in the lead too by about 2 seconds now. So he's gradually about making the time back.
Chris Davies up the inside of Van Leeuwen for second in touring cars. There we go. So Van Leeuwen held on to second for so long.
No, I think that was a GT3 car, GT3 Iris that just went through then.
Oh, okay, right. My mistake then. So they're not actually in the same race. It's because Chris Davies has that black card. Carl Magnus again almost has to back out of an overtake there through the hairpin.
Indeed, and the tyres on Boosink's cars must be crying enough, because he seems to be sliding that rear end most corners.
Yeah, that might be the trade-off for the Porsche, that you get increased performance, but sliding the rear out through most of these corners just does a number on the tyres. Thomas Jack has been a little bit more tactical, has held back, and that might end up helping him in the long run in this race, but at the moment he is just looking at these two squabbling away in front of him and biding his time.
Yeah, because effectively if he just sits there and chills, as we see side by side for Kiss and Taras, and is this coming up over the Flugplatz?
Oh, look how bumpy that Toyota got over the over Flugplatz, and just so unstable there, and Ballast Kiss almost intimidated out of that overtake there.
Yeah, and so the Toyota just about hangs on. Obviously, that's allowed Delfino to catch up onto the back of these two, and it really looking interested at the back of that of Kiss's car, and you can see that you can just about make out how Taras and the Toyota has really stretched the gap out, but then they come into these braking zones and the two Alpines are back with them.
Yeah, there you go. I'm not sure which battle to focus on here. Carl Magnus could just make a crazy dive bomb at any moment, and Thomas Jack now is starting to look very, very interesting as Eco Boosting just continues to struggle a little bit out there.
Yeah, and wow, it's almost like watching two of the same battle between GT3 and GT4. one Toyota holding off a pair of Alpines, but still, Kiss having a look. He's going to have an opportunity coming up soon to make an overtake, but it's really threading the eye of the needle through this section of the circuit. But he's having a look, but nowhere such to overtake for the time being.
This is really impressive defensive driving from Oliver Tarras. Knows his car is not so strong in this section, so he just needs to make sure he has track position. Then he can, every time he gets to a straight, pull away. So as long as he drives defensively, he can hold on to this. Whereas this battle could really go one of three ways here at the moment. And at the moment, Busing is just holding on, as we say, by the skin of his teeth. But
massive moment for Jack there, coming out of the little carousel. Really had to collect the car, and he's lost a few car lengths as a result of it.
The problem now for Kiss is that he doesn't have Oliver Tarras to himself anymore. Tarras just about keeps it out of the wall there, but Delfino constantly putting pressure on Kiss means that they're fighting each other rather than Oliver Tarras for the lead.
Oh, yeah,
that's ideal for Apex.
Yeah, that is the issue now, where Kiss, like you said, had Tarras all to himself. He could think the move through that he was going to carry out on Tarras. Now he's got to be completely 100% committed, because any half move is going to open the door for Delfino.
There we go, and once again, Busing just has to cover at the final chicane, and that allows Thomas Jack, despite that big moment, just to close in on the slipstream ever so slightly of the BMW. So Delfino, flashing his lights a little bit there. I wasn't sure what that was about, but unfortunately we missed that. But and some flashing lights from Kiss as well. So Delfino getting so close to the back of Kiss, and Ballast Kiss not happy. I think he's saying, let's fight Oliver Tarras instead.
Indeed, and well, again, where do we look? As we look to Bore still chasing Busing, and Jack's just biding his time. Now, if I was in Jack's position, I'd pretty much, if I know that I can't get past these two and get away, I would just sit and chill. Save the tyres, save the fuel, so that when you come to the pit stop, you could effectively attempt to jump the two by not having to spend so long refueling.
Yeah, and Ballet potentially has got that penalty deserved at the next stop as well. Locatelli, his pace has not been that great, but Slovenac, only 5 seconds now behind Locatelli, could be the big threat to the top three here. So Jackie won't be too worried about Fabian Ballet at the present moment, but Slovenac might give him pause for thought as we see, oh, look at this! Tarras losing 2 positions in one corner.
Yeah.
Toyota so quick down the straights, but unfortunately it's a nightmare getting it through the most of the circuit here at the Nordschleife. It's sort of the old Hockenheim Ring dilemma, isn't it? Do you set up for the stadium section or those long back straights that they used to have?
Yeah, and that is, it is the Brexit car, and that is the joys of thinking you've left the European Union and then being hit by the extended import taxes just there.
I think Apex GP are not going to thank us for it's probably just a default livery, and Nick Homer's probably put it together in a hurry or something. I don't know, but yeah, we'll see. I'll have to see what the Everett Dumont says stay in GD4 fight, but this is box lap, so the GD4s might be pitting. Chris says, is that the Brexit benefit as well? It's a Toyota, bizarrely. Wasn't there a whole thing about a Toyota plant shut down because of Brexit, like Sunderland or something?
I know that
Delfino is closing in.
I know that being in Swindon, we had the Honda plant shut due to Brexit, but
I think Toyota might have committed despite Brexit. That was the 2 Japanese car manufacturers mixed up there.
As we go to another 2 Toyotas, and this is...
Look at Alan Boyce getting as far to the left as he can to try and get past the rookie monsters of Suto.
In the lovely Castrol-sponsored car, very reminiscent of the old Super GT Supra.
It was a bit Sega Alley to me. This Magnus just continuing. He's just absolutely relentless, and so too, by the way, is Delfino, it seems. And into the pits he comes, as I say that. So I imagine Taras staying out. So it's Delfino first to pull the trigger here. Let's see if he can undercut those two riders. That's a three-way fight for the lead in the top two classes. So they're being absolutely spoiled here in the first hour of this race, trying for action.
Indeed, and that's quite a massive difference, really. Because if you think that he's only only pitting a lap early. But in comparison, that's like pitting 3 or 4 laps early on another circuit.
Oh, look at this. Busing is just absolutely struggling to stay on the road, let alone in the lead here. And Thomas Jack, I think he senses that Bore is going to get through sooner rather than later here, and he needs to stay with this pack now. Make sure that Carl Magnus doesn't break away.
Indeed, and what Boris is right on the back now, so again, ebbing and flowing. Boris is all over the back of Busing and sliding the car about on the back end of Busing. Now, Ballet, well, earlier I was looking at Ballet and found that he'd actually lost a second, but he's now brought a second and a half back in now. So that gap to the lead down to 6.8 seconds.
Yeah, the positive for Busing, he's setting 8 minutes 16s. Slovenak's actually sets the fastest first sector of anyone, and he was 4 seconds quicker than Locatelli the previous lap around. That could get spicy very, very quickly, actually. So Locatelli only about a second ahead now, and but Busing, luckily he's been able to sort of keep Bore at his pace, and Jack has just been a little bit quicker than both of them over the past couple of laps.
Yeah, and comparing first sectors, Ballet a second quicker than the leader Busing and 2 seconds quicker than Bore and Jack. So bringing the gap down. Well, meanwhile, Sovanik is, I think, lapping or the first sector was around 3 or 4 seconds quicker than our leader Busing just in the first sector.
Problem is, we saw Ballet struggle to get by Locatelli for the first 5 or 10 minutes of the race, and now Slovenak finds himself in that similar unenviable position, stuck behind a fellow BMW. But luckily for him, he can maybe just line up and move on the straight, and he won't have to worry too much about being in a car with different handling characteristics. So he knows exactly what Locatelli's got at his disposal, and like I say, he's got that confidence underneath him now. So Iris really starting to fight back here and try and make an impression on the leaders there. Slovenak's really having to do this on his own with his 2 teammates. Oliver Hargitay, I think, is down in second last, but still going. And the other Iris, the number 7 of Yannick Free, still making its way through the GD4 pack. But Slovenak really putting Locatelli under pressure then as they come up towards, this is carousel, isn't it? As Carl Magnus Bore again is caught right back up to Busing.
Indeed, actually they've lost Jack. Jack's really dropped off the back of these two.
Yeah, a couple of seconds there, must have been another mistake.
Yeah.
Look at this, Carl Magnus just trying to position himself well then. And there's almost a sense of unpredictability about Busing, isn't there? That Carl Magnus has got to make sure that he doesn't end up being taken out of this race like you saw happen to poor Slovenak earlier, because that could really cost him in the long run.
Yeah.
Also can't afford to just spend the next 23 hours stuck behind his rookie monsters car.
Indeed, and he's gone into the back.
Oh, I think he had to really get on the brakes quite late there. So it was the edge of disaster there for Carl Magnus Bore, and that's going to hurt his exit here.
It's going to hurt his exit, but if he's got any front end damage, that's also going to affect some of his aero and straight line speed in theory, as we look at Slovenak, who's using all of the circuit and then some to try and get past Locatelli down this back straight.
Yeah, there's still great battle between Hallam Voice and Joseph Frederick Suto for the final podium slot in GD4. Slovenak, here we comes. He does so much quicker, even on the straight, than Delfino, and Delfino is just going to go to the inside and on your way, mate. I think he knows it's not really his fight in this race. He's got combat him with.
And the sheer pace, I think for sure, although being stuck behind Locatelli has actually hindered him quite a bit in the second sector. But it'll be interesting because if I'm boosting and I see that BMW appear, I'd be worrying that there's a bit of vengeance and a bit of payback with interest coming his way after what happened on the first lap. So that'll be interesting to see what happens as I got the two Supras being overtaken by the recovering
That's the pole
Iris
sitter just making his way back through the pack, Yannick Brice. Voice and Suto continue to squabble. But yeah, I think interestingly, fastest lap of the race for Slovenac there on that last lap, 8 minutes 11.1. So that's pretty ominous, that pace from the Irish driver. So I think 77 are very much getting back into play here. Only 10 seconds behind. They were 20 seconds back. More than that at one point, weren't they?
Indeed, and to be, well, for Slovenac to have to be stuck behind Locatelli and pass Locatelli and still be 5 seconds a lap quicker than the leader boosting, that's saying something.
Yeah, certainly not hanging around, and we saw how much trouble Ballet had getting past him in the Porsche, of course, but yeah, no such dramas for Slovenac. Just wait for the straight and a breeze by at Alan Voigt, and the rookie monsters of Suto seems to have... oh, there we go. It's plopped back in now, so a bit of just minor connection issues there. But I thought that was the end for Joseph Frederick Suto.
Yeah, still carrying on as we go back to this lead battle. The never-ending lead battle of Busink and Bore.
Yeah, Busink's done well, actually, despite maybe the tyres going off to just... not make any major mistakes here for Bore to take advantage. He's really had to try and force the issue, and still Busink hasn't cracked yet, hasn't broken like I think you might have expected him to.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He's definitely slowing. He's definitely slower than those behind him because you see Bore still climbing over the back of Busink. Jack had his moment midway through the last lap of the lap before, and has managed to claw back a second and a half, 2 seconds back to this group, and then Ballet is now each lap where he was nearly 3 seconds, two and a half.
Oh, look at this! He had a spectacular run there, and he's going to try and get alongside Carl Magnus Bore. This could be the move for the lead then. And what can Ilko Busink do? He can do absolutely nothing. That was superb from Carl Magnus Bore, and the rookie monsters Porsche with his little mustache on the front grille finally is relieved of the lead.
Indeed, and it's taken some time. Obviously, Bore led on the timing screens for a bit, but now he's actually leading on the road. Has Busink got anything to come back with? Because we've gone through a few corners now, and Bore hasn't quite disappeared from the Porsche.
As long as Busink stays in the slipstream, he should be able to keep the pressure on, but this will be interesting to see what rookie monsters do now as Thomas Jack goes as wide as he can on the exit there.
Indeed,
Well, Bradley Sellers, he's not content with just leading the touring car class. He's actually giving Joseph Frederick Suto and Alan Voice some trouble here. He wants to finish on the GT4 podium as well as the touring car winners rostrum.
Yeah, and doing it with quite some dominance as we see Kiss pitting from second position. So
I think it was from the lead actually, because he pulled like a 2 or 3 second gap to
Taras.
Taras.
So Taras has gone on another lap.
Oh, and I think Thomas Jack has hit trouble. There we go, because he's dropped down to 6th position behind Ballet, Slovenac, and now Locatelli. Yet the steering looking absolutely horrendous here, so he's hit the wall in a major way.
Yeah, and whereabouts is that on that? Oh goodness, that looks to be pretty much halfway around the lap, so he's got half a lap to limp that car back with the steering in a pretty bad condition. So yeah, it looks like he's clouted the barriers, and that's put the steering out of that car, so that's going to be pretty painful for Thomas Jack. But that does promote Ballet into 3rd position, and that's one less person for Slovenac to dispatch of.
Yeah, Slovenac now only 9 seconds behind the lead. Yeah, you got to feel a bit for Thomas Jack there, because I thought when Busink lost the lead, maybe there'll be a discussion about whether to let Jack through, and then I saw Jack just going completely wide on the exit of one of the corners there. Now is overtaken by Neil Evers. Now goes up to 8th in the order and in class. Meanwhile, Hallam Voice started to pull away a little bit from Bradley Sellers as Hallam Voice just has a little bit of gravel coming out of Schumacher S. But that won't dissuade the Boyd transport car too much. But wow, I God hope that Thomas Jack can make it back to the pits without any more incidents there. But he's been doing pretty well to get out of the way of the rest of the GT3 field. But this surely is going to be a major setback then for the second of the Rookie Monsters cars.
Yeah, and well, you know, there's still plenty of the race left to go, so it's not all over yet. There's everyone else in this race at some point is most likely going to have some form of incident. It's very rare to manage to get through one of these sim races 24 hours without some form of inconvenience, shall we say. So still with Voice and Suto, this is now the battle for effectively, well, second position on track now, with the other people ahead pitting. And yeah, you can see as they get into the tight and twisty stuff, that British touring car closes back up on the two GT4s.
Yeah, and I think that maybe is testament to Bradley Sellers because he's built up a huge lead in the touring car class. Shame. I really wanted my touring car team to take part, but there's only about 2 people were interested, which wasn't really enough to do a 24-hour race. And even then, they were sort of half committed. So not we could obviously have held a candle to Bradley Sellers or Rookie Monsters, but we'll have to see when we get to the proper touring car season because we have signed up for that. And Bradley Sellers once more catches up to the back of Hallam Voice, and this is giving him trouble. So Hallam Voice is like, get a move on then. This is what Bradley's saying because I want to get past the sister Rookie Monsters as well. And
well, that we've now passed the first hour mark, and that's really flown by actually. Only 23 more to go.
Yes, exactly. I'm glad I don't have to do all of them, Brian. Probably end up being about 8 or 9 of them in total. But the picture's going to look very different once we get to the end of this thing, that's for sure. Especially in terms of the gaps. But look at Hallam Voice just having to wait in line and be extremely patient here, but trying behind Joseph Frederick Suto. And Suto's made 1 or 2 errors here, so there's definitely opportunity. The GD4 fight really, it's between Taras, Zux, who's gotten on board the 43, and Delfino, who continues on after pitting in the 64. So Delfino's actually lost time as a result, and Hallam Voice up the inside then of the 711. And Suto has to relinquish the lead, and now he might even have to relinquish it to Bradley Sellers as well. And Rookie Monster might be a bit of an inter-team meeting going on at the moment. I can't imagine Joseph is going to be too happy to see Bradley all over the back of him as Bore now pits from the lead.
So, Bore pits from the lead. Busink carries on. Slovenak pits again, actually. So that's interesting. Being as he did he had to pit at the end of the first lap.
Might just been to repair damage rather than to put fresh tyres on, possibly. I couldn't have seen it taking too much time, but maybe he was just absolutely pushing in this stint to try and make up some track position, which he desperately needed. To be fair, he's done a good job of it, but the GD3 pits is very busy at the moment.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Locatelli's in as well. And now this is an interesting one. So Van Lewin in the third and last place BTCC car. That's been sat in the pits for quite some time now.
Yeah, I suspect he might have some damage he's repairing because since being passed by Davis, he's just continued to drop down like a stone, unfortunately, in terms of his lap times. As we look at Chris Davis, who now in second in touring cars, trucking along very nicely indeed, as Joshua Pruce, gets up to 5th position then, as a result of Wolf in Boyd Transport and Locatelli in the OSR pitting ahead of him. But this, meanwhile, continues. So Joseph Frederick Suto has Hallam Voice has not been able to break away, and Suto is starting to hassle him once more with the assistance, if anything, of Bradley Sellers here. So Sellers actually sort of using himself to put pressure on Hallam Voice, and it's working.
Indeed, and that was definitely a scary moment as we see a DNF for the Vauxhall BTCC
That must
car.
be Van Leeuwen's Finnevond car then, so the damage clearly was a bit too great, or Van Leeuwen just didn't had enough and just didn't have anyone else to hand the car to.
Yeah, so first retirement already, just past the hour mark. So that leaves us with 26 cars circulating.
There we go, so Alex Wolf gets on board the Boyd Transport, and is that Slovenak leaving the pits just ahead of them? Yes, it is. So, Busink, Ballet, Carginlati, Evers, and Bruce all in the top 5, but are yet to pit. But Boré has pit, so we'll have to see if Slovenak can use this clear air as well to try and undercut potentially Ballet. Perhaps Busink as well, because Ballet has got right back up to Busink. I wonder if Ilko has maybe stayed at a lap too long here.
Yeah, well, the thing is, this is a endurance race, so you're potentially going to take going an extra lap over undercutting in track position, because at the end of the day, if doing that extra lap over the course of a certain amount of stints means that you have to do one less pit stop, that's going to save you, best part of 40 to 50 seconds in the long run. So generally in an endurance race, you want to try and limit the amount of pit stops you have to take.
Yeah, and with the long back straights here at the Nordschleife, it might make that a bit more of a viable strategy, but the problem is an immediate future is that Kevin Ballet is lapping in the 8.14s, Ilko Busink in the 8.17s. Arjun Lottie though in the 8.19s, and Neil Evers 8.21 last lap.
Indeed, and what an out of shape for Busink just there.
Yeah, this is scary for Ballet, because if Ilko drops it in front of him, he's not going to really have anywhere to go.
No, and I just wonder if, Ballet still sticking to the back of Busink. Obviously, not enough of a warning from Busink that, there's a possible plane crash up the road, but still pushing. Potentially, Busink could make a bigger mistake that could find himself in the barriers. So still stuck together, and I assume that they're both going to pit at the end of this lap.
Yeah, so even more crucial for Ballet to get through then. If he doesn't end up coming out the pits behind as well, he's going to get alongside. Going to have to go the long way around here at the back end of the circuit through the trees, and Fabien Ballet takes the lead of the 24 hours of the Nordschleife in EERC. So that was well judged there by the German.
Indeed, and already pulled out handful of. He's already pulled out nearly a second already on Busink. In fact, he has pulled out a second on Busink. So hopefully he's going to scamper off up the road and not put himself under too much pressure.
All of a sudden, this is starting to go away from rookie races, isn't it, and into the hands of Project 91 and FRA.
Yeah, and obviously the person that they're looking out for is Slovenak, because he has been putting on a blistering pace, albeit.
Oh, and is that Ballet making a mistake actually, and losing the lead back to Busink?
Yeah, he has.
Oh dear, so that must have just been on his own. He just seems to have gone off track or spun it.
Yeah.
Or potentially he may have had some lag. But that's an uncharacteristic error there from Fabien Ballet.
Yeah, and although the time screens have not quite been a bit strange in the fact that they've still got Busink's 8 minutes 14 as the fastest lap. If you actually look down at the moment, Slovenak's fastest lap is an 8:11, so he's able to lap 3 seconds quicker.
The purple there is not very helpful, is it, on the optimal live timing screen? But the data, the actual numbers are accurate, so that is quite helpful. Busick now, having mercifully re-inherited the lead, but you sense Bore just 96 seconds down now after his stop is going to he's going to come out massively in the lead here.
For sure, and Busick still hanging it out in that Porsche.
He got away with it once, so.
Yeah, he is certainly driving it like he stole it, and has a second and a half over Ballet after the incident that we didn't quite catch. But I think those tyres will be screaming enough, and couldn't wait to be changed at the end of what we think by the end of this lap.
Yeah, it does seem like that's the way it's going. Chris Tompkins says the Vauxhall is back, so it sounds like Van Leeuwen did get it going again.
He didn't. Well, in these parts of the world, it would be referred to as an Opel.
That's very true. Time screen telling its own story there. Fabian Ballet 4:22 in sector 1, Busick 4:25, 3 seconds slower. Sector 2, Ballet a second slower because he made that mistake. So even with the mistake, he's caught back up pretty quickly. He's run on board with Nicholas Paletti, who's gotten on board the OSR car. So annoyingly for Slovenak, he's probably going to have to pass that number 19 car again, isn't he? Of Paletti now.
Indeed, and
unless Paletti's going to pit at the end of this lap, of course.
This is the recovering Hagatai in 12th position.
Yeah, Oliver, since that crash on the end of lap 2, he's not really had things his own way. As there we go, the leaders come into the pit lane then. Van Valley just agonisingly behind Busick. Exactly what he didn't want to happen.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the pits, because obviously if one of them has saved more fuel than the other, they're going to have, in theory, should have a slightly shorter pit stop.
So Karjan Larty comes in. Is Neil Evers going to be able to get the field to stretch for another lap, or is he going to come in? I suspect he might cut his losses and pit. Yeah, there we go.
So all the top 4 pitting, and I think we should also see Prius pitting as well.
You should do, because I don't think we've seen Race Club Germany in the pits. They owe us a pit stop, as some of my co-commentators in Formula Sim Racing and other series love to say.
Yeah, so
I think that's a Zach Sweeney one. I think I remember him saying that. They owe us a pit stop. He was like, well, Zach, you owe me money, but, let's not bring that up here for all the work I do.
Yep, so as we expected, so the top 5 all in the pits, which is going to, potentially see Bore inherit the lead, and it looks like that's going to happen.
Yeah, unless Busick can get out very, very quickly indeed, which I don't think he's going to be able to. So Karl-Magnus Bore goes from 6th all the way back to 1st.
Yeah, and no sign of anyone leaving pit lane yet. No, so they're all going to be sat there a little bit longer. And in fact, no one's actually left their pit box yet, so they still got to leave the pit box and trundle down pit lane.
Slovenak is already just a second behind the OSR car of Paletti. He's staying out. So did Paletti just have a very, very quick stop? Despite the driver change?
Yeah, it must have been
how they got back in front of Slovenak. And there we go. Looks like a long stop. Then this is staying at that lap later is really hurt Busick and company, isn't it? There they are. They're finally being let out now.
Yeah, and penalty for Karaja Hilati. So
yeah, that's the BA racing car. So they've literally just come out the pits, and they must have spared in the pit lane or crossed the line on exit.
Yeah, so
there he is. The guilty party, Ollie Arjun-Larty.
Are they gonna have a beer jar? So every time they get some sort of,
I didn't mean for that to rhyme, by the way. I'm sorry, Ryan. Guilty party, Ollie Arjun-Larty.
The team can have a beer jar, so like every time they get a penalty or some form of infringement, they got to put money in the beer jar.
And then after the race,
for post-race jinx, yeah.
Whoever causes the most penalties has to buy the beer.
Yeah.
Look at this, Slovenak just eating up the tarmac between himself and all the other cars in this race, and that could end up with him in second position before too long, because Paletti if he can clear Paletti, 28 seconds to Bore, but it's not impossible. Bore has pit, of course, but Slovanak's pace is such that he gets really close at the NGK chicane. But I don't think Bore can feel too comfortable now with Slovanak, especially once Slovanak clears all the traffic in between them.
For sure, and well, obviously it's the endurance is one of the McLarens. Well, goes above and beyond to get out of the way of these two.
Car.
As we see yellows out in sector 1, briefly, but
that might be why. Or Chris Davis going slowly at least, but he's not in sector 1, I don't think, or he's a bit later on in sector 1.
Yeah. All over the back is. Surely he's going to have a look. No. But he's going to have. Not actually. That's kind of affected his run on up as they come over the Flute Plats. So a little bit more work for Slovanak to do. He's got a overtaking opportunity coming. Not right at this moment, but they're going to be coming up to the one of the hairpins soon, so there might be an opportunity there as they come over the brow of the hill.
I think after what happened with Busing on at the end of the first lap, it's been a majestic recovery for Slovanak, isn't it? So Iris will be ruining it, but nonetheless, I think Jurica has really redeemed himself, at least so far in this race. And Paletti now is the only thing standing between him and getting back into second place.
Well, for sure, and Slovanak has demonstrated that he is the fastest car on the track, and he has another look. And again, he's having a look at every corner, and every corner I feel like he's about to clatter into the car in front of him.
It's a bit nerve-wracking to watch, isn't it? So I'm a little bit confused by the timing screens. I'm not sure it's entirely accurate. They may have been completely mixed up by the pit stops, as Taras now is finally coming into the pits. The Slovanak continues to put pressure on Paletti. And up the inside, finally Paletti makes the mistake, and through goes Jurica Slovanak. So didn't need a second invitation there, did he?
Yeah, second place, but he's lost a lot of time actually to Bore. So he's some 31 seconds as he goes off the track briefly. So 31 seconds. It's actually already gone down to 30 and a half seconds to the lead. So he's got quite a lot of work to do to catch up to the lead of Bore. But he's definitely demonstrated he's got the pace to do so.
It'll be interesting to see where Oliver Taras filters out here in the Apex racing machine, of course, because here comes Zux rather, Adam Zux has gone on board that number 43 car, so they are essentially going to inherit the class lead because the top three are yet to pit, of course. Delfino's going to come through as well, so Taras staying out longer. He's lost a lot of time here.
Yeah, and that just seems to be that the undercut in the undercut or the overcut definitely doesn't work here. Obviously, a very long lap, like I said earlier, it's almost the equivalent of doing 4 laps or 4 or more laps on your regular conventional circuit. So going 1 lap longer is like going 4 laps longer. But like I said, in the long run, it potentially could pay off.
It could, yeah, especially with that straight line speed. But it's interesting times here in terms of seemingly everyone on a different strategy to one another, depending on what car they're driving.
And wow.
And there's Hallam Boyce facing the wrong way, and that's a shame for him because he was right behind Suto, and that's really going to impact. He needs to get out of this situation quickly, isn't it? There we go.
Yeah, and
damage
still,
to Boyce's car.
Taras has still not left the pit, so has he had some sort of damage somewhere?
Well, that is possible as well, unless they're doing a driver change is the only other thing I can think of. The steering on Boyce's car doesn't look too bad. So it was just a spin, I think.
Well, actually, I think it was the car behind that's got. Or is that the livery behind, or is it actually? It almost looks like the car behind has got his front bumper missing.
I think this is a black bumper, yeah, on the Daniel Erstling's
That's
Toyota.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be getting excited now because he's actually fighting Alan Boyce for position at this moment. Moreau is pit ahead of Taras, although I think Taras should in theory get out back here, but this is a pit for repairs, and it's a big setback for Oliver Taras in Apex, especially after such a good start to the race. And you've got to think the likes of Zux and Delfino are going to be feeling very, very confident now.
Well, yeah, because Taras has actually been in the pits for so long that he's risking dropping out of the top 7.
Indeed he is. Wow, Erstling in the 87, the Bros racing car that started second on the grid, had a difficult start, and has now just been slowly recovering. Now looking to try and challenge its way onto the podium here. And there we go. Looks like Buliu in the 71 is up to 6th now. So that's good news for Optim and all.
Also,
Partners for this event, of course.
just being informed that apparently the Toyota does have a 8-minute, but can go longer than the Alpines. If
So
I've read
it
that
looks
correctly.
like the number 37, they got Busing out the car and put Tavanari in. Tavanari is struggling to keep Luca Tavanari is struggling to keep Arjun Lati, who's got that penalty for speeding the pit lane coming in over him. He's struggling to keep him at bay though in that BMW. This is important for Rookie Monsters to at least keep one of their cars on the lead lap if they can. Within about 40 seconds of the leader. Arjun Lati coming in to serve that penalty then, so that's unfortunate for Ollie. He would have hoped to challenge for the podium if that hadn't happened. But it did happen, unfortunately. Let's hope he doesn't speed again, because that could look really embarrassing.
Well, yeah, and then you have to drive all the way around and do it all over again. Yeah, that's wouldn't be fun, but still.
Right, we have the Finavon team where they crashed into an LMP2 car at this very track last year, and then ended up going into the pits, and then the damage didn't repair, so they had to do 3 wheels on the GP circuit.
Oh, yeah.
And then come back in.
I remember that. Yeah.
It was like they were leading the GT3 class up to that point as well, so it was doubly embarrassing for them.
Indeed. Well, yeah, and that as you said, limp round the GP circuit, cut the course, and come back in through pit lane. Yeah, that was definitely.
Pretty sure they got undisqualified for cutting the track, and it was a whole mess.
That was definitely a headache for
Not
race
Mario
control.
Valencia's finest hour.
Yeah.
Erstling really pushing it here. Yeah, just leaps into the up into the inside groove there.
Well, that's the thing. As soon as you've got effectively a carrot dangling in front of you in the shape of a car, you suddenly find a lap time that you didn't know you had, because you're no longer focusing so much, or you no longer put yourself into a trance of hitting your marks. You're now like, right, there's a car in front of me, I want to be in front of that car.
Bradley Sellers, by the way, sets a personal best first sector for Rookie Monsters. So, in fact, he's not too far behind Delfino, actually, I don't think, in the order. But, yeah, Erstling and... in fact, here is Delfino, who's right behind Zux, of course. And these two battling for the net lead of the race. So this is probably the more... Even though it's behind the Erstling voice battle, it's actually probably going to end up being the more important one. Is Chris Davis really mounts the curb there? Looks like Davis is really struggling. Looks like Bradley Sellers is the only touring car driver that's had a somewhat clean race so far.
Well, I think I now understand if the if the timing screens is anything to go by, why Sellers has got the pace that he has, because according to the timing screens, Bradley Sellers is driving the Team Rookie Monsters 93 Porsche 330E,
I noticed that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a Porsche disguised as a touring car.
Yeah, well, like when Porsche made the production car that had the F1 engine in it back in the 80s, yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking more of where they had the IndyCar engine. Mercedes had the IndyCar engine, which they, for Penske, which they covered up, and they pretended it was. I forget what the exact story was, but it was like Indy founder in like the early 90s, where they just made it for the one race, and they claimed it was it's just one of our regular engines, and no, actually it's a big Mercedes special from Brooksworth or whatever.
Yeah, and not even the employees knew about that engine, and anyone that did
I'm
was
not sure Bradley knows what cars he's driving. He seems to think he's in a GD4 because he's battling with the GD4.
Yeah, still. Delfino looking at the back of Zooks.
And I wonder how much of this is because Adam Zooks has just gotten into that car, whereas Delfino has been driving since the beginning. It's done about an hour and a half of the race. Oh.
Yellow flags in sector 2.
It's about. Doesn't look like Ersling lost too much time to voice, so
nope,
that's not.
Still there.
That's not it. Oh. They're getting very close though, Delfino and Kiss. So can Fabrizio Delfino launch the Alpine? He's got the lights on. It looks like Zooks does not.
Yeah, he's going to have the outside for the kink, which will...
Oh, he's going to shut the door on him, is Adam Zooks. And Delfino has to tuck in behind then. Delfino has been very, very patient though in this whole battle. He's waited for Taras to hit trouble, and he did. And now he's just going to wait patiently for Adam Zooks to make a mistake, essentially.
Well, that's just the way to, effectively the way to drive the Nordschleife. He's going to have a look though into the first corner, but Zooks has the inside, but is going to hold position. He runs a little bit deep, but then gets the car stopped on the exit of Yokohama. So still all the same.
There's definitely something going out on track in the GD3 class near the back order. I think Buhan is right behind Pruce in that battle for 10th, I think, which is the other thing going on track. And then we've still got Erstling about just under a second behind Hallam Voice. And look at Delfino. There's a sense now finally that this is the opportunity he's been waiting for to take the net lead, what could become the net lead. Of course, they are only about 46 seconds down on the cars ahead, all of whom have not yet pit in GD4. And now Adam Zooks knows he's vulnerable. He's just going to try and hog the middle of the road here, especially while they're on the Grand Prix circuit, which is where he could be especially vulnerable. Down Hasenbeck's Bowden and towards the NGK chicane. Fino sizes up to number 43. And try and go around the outside of the Simcoe, but again, Zooks just holds the racing line. And now it's going to be in for the long haul then as they go back onto the Nordschleife loop. Adrian Ballet, by the way, sits the fastest first sector of all in the Project 91, 4 minutes 19 seconds. Almost matched by Jurika Slovanek, by the way, who is now 38 seconds behind Bore. Oh, or was. Oh! And that's Slovanek on his side. Oh dear, big crash. Just pushing that a little bit too hard. And it's all ended in once more another big crash for the Irish driver.
Well, he's not got too. He hasn't got too far to get back. He's
got to get through second queue with no rear wing and not particularly great steering either, by the looks of things.
No, and that's gonna be very, very hard to, by the looks of things, to get back. He's effectively just got a couple of corners to negotiate. Then he's got the back straight, and then the final chicane section, and then he's in pit lane. But by the looks of things, it already looks like a handful to get back to pit lane. So again, what was already potentially a frustrated Slovenak, well, I don't know what the next step will be for him now.
I think he was just pushing too hard to close the gap to Bore, and this is why I can't imagine to see him just consistently wait for others to drop up and hit trouble ahead of him, and he's really taken advantage of that, and that's why things have gone so well for him in these first 2 hours, whereas Iris, they're going to route another trip to the pit lane, and Slovenak drops down to 7th in the order, but this is obviously to the benefit of OSR in the form of Paletti. 37 is only about 10 seconds down, so Rookie Monsters are now still leading a shout for the podium. Boy Transport have stealthed their way up to 4th. Coven Lati, even after his penalty, has come out in 5th, and then we got Evers in the 444 Frinavond. Somehow, despite not qualifying at all in the race, not getting to set any lap whatsoever, has gotten his way up to 6th just by benefiting from everyone else pushing way too hard in the first 2 hours.
Yeah, and that is basically the way to go at the Nurburgring. As we see,
looks like Adeli lost his rear wing as well in the HHR.
Yeah, so that might have been either what our earlier yellow flag was all about. And yeah, with the Nurburgring trying to win, Davis is off into the barriers now.
Oh dear. It doesn't look like a fun car to drive. It's
definitely not. He's
in stealth mode, the way he's painted that, Davis. Just all jet black. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think even he can see where the car is at points.
Yeah, and that's the thing. In order to win at the Nurburgring, it's not all about being the fastest. It's all about being, having decent pace, but keeping it on the black stuff. As we can see, clear example, Slovenak, easily the fastest driver on track, but although the first incident was, I don't think, or potentially, wasn't anything to do with himself, but the second incident was, I'm guessing. He's been involved in 2 incidences, and he's now outside the top 7 now.
Yeah, I think it looked to me like he just crashed out on his own and ended up on his side on the barrier. Yeah. Like he was just pushing too hard, lost the back end, and then I think found himself on the wall. But we'll have to see. Maybe there was another car involved that he was lapping that we didn't see. But I don't think the HHR car was anywhere near him because it had been in the pits for a while. As we see yellow in sector 2. Let's look at Erstlink closing right back on the back of Voice. But yeah, it's GD4s where our main battles are now, because they're a little bit spaced out. Codrin Lati's only about 2 seconds down on Wolf. But other than that, there's not a whole lot up for grabs in GD3 at the present moment. It's really about these two squabbling over what could potentially be the race lead, depending on how the strategies work out here.
Yeah, and these two have basically been glued together all race. Or these 2 cars at least have been glued together all race, albeit at times there has been a Toyota Supra involved in the mix as well.
Yeah, and lucky for Hallen Boyce they didn't take more damage after that spin, because he's really been able to hold Erstlink at bay very, very convincingly.
Yeah.
The past 2 laps.
It's been able to carry on and not lose a bunch of time.
It's not lost too much sight of Suto as well. There was a lot of praise in the chat for Joseph Frederick Suto. I think from Neurotic Esports, their official account got in the chat said, nice pace Suto. They're glad to see their man in the lead. I think Neurotic's a different team to 7 I'm pretty sure that's the Rookie Monsters car, Suto.
The first time you said that name, I didn't hear that.
Look at Delfino, absolutely almost dropping it there as he just gets sideways into the babies on the baby carousels.
Just coming up to the baby
pre-carousel corner.
Yeah, and it just looked like, got it a bit locked up, bit out of shape, out of balance on the brakes, maybe having to make a few adjustments on the brake bias for next time round.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see the straight line speed of this Toyota. against the. It's Alan Voice in the Alpine, isn't he? Yeah. I know they're both in the Toyotas, aren't they? So
Yeah, both in
it's actually
Toyotas.
bad. That's another reason why he's probably been able to hold him off. And in fact, into the pits now comes Alan Voice for his first stop, as that looks like Chris Davis coming in behind as well.
That is,
Yep.
that is a long in lap, obviously, and still struggling. He's got.
He's having to nearly turn the wheel 180 degrees to keep it in a straight line.
Keep it in a straight like that is. I mean, obviously, we didn't
pit
see.
lane is an adventure. Oh.
It's like watching bumper cars coming into the pits there.
Poor Chris Davis. In fact, he's actually lost second position to Van Leeuwen as a result of all that.
And I mean, obviously, well, we didn't see what happened to the car, either if he was collected by someone or if it was all done off of his own back. But hats off to managing to get that car back, because that just did not look. Well, it was a bit more than just a handful from the looks of things.
It's like Delfino, interestingly, has come in to make another stop, which certainly helps Adam Zux then. But I thought it was a bit early for the 64.
I mean, the GT, what was it? We saw the GT3s starting to, or the Alpine GT3s, pitting.
Do you think they've just got a smaller fuel tank? They're just burning up fuel a bit quicker than the Toyotas, maybe?
Possibly. I mean, as we said earlier, or as by the looks of things, is what I read earlier, the Toyotas can go a lot further on one tank than the Alpines, but it looks like they've been given some form of how do you say? Well, not a penalty, but they do have to stay longer in the pits as a result of that.
Yeah, here's Oliver Taras's teammate Yassi Latinen. They got going again in 7th. So it seems to me they had to repair damage, and they also had a driver change as well. That's probably why they had such a long stop.
Yeah, but yeah, I think from what I read, Chris Tompkins put in the chat, it said that the Toyota has an 8-minute-ish pit stop time, but can go longer on the stint compared to the Alpine.
Interesting. So that's going to ebb and flow a bit. It really depends on the pace of that Toyota on track then, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think basically that the Toyotas can go a couple laps longer on one tank of fuel than the Alpines. So they've kind of been, I guess, call it a form of balanced performance in the pit stop.
Now, one of the big beneficiaries of all the issues for Rookie Monsters and Iris in this race has been online sim racers who've gotten themselves up into second place, 42 seconds down on Carl Magnus Bore. So you've got to say, Nikas Bloody and company, they've been doing a really, really solid job, haven't they? And there's a really strong chance of a podium if they can keep this up. They are about 14 seconds ahead of Tavanari. And what have Tavanari's lap times been in the recent history? Last lap, 8:17. So Tavanari was about 4 tenths quicker the last lap. But there's not a huge difference. First sector on this lap, Tavanari was 3 seconds slower, actually.
Yeah,
sector 2 was about the same.
I think this is was the first time we'd seen the Boyd Traxford car in shot in 4th position now, with Wolf behind the wheel as we get to a recovering.
And Slovenak up to 8th. There we go.
Yeah, he's not biding his time.
It's Gutierrez in the Chocolito car. They've had their issues today as well, but they're doing well just to stay in the race at the moment.
Yeah, and we were talking about the 19 car. Obviously, at the start of the first pit stop cycle, they were running in 5th position, and they've come out of that cycle halfway towards the next pit stop, running in 2nd. So pretty much happy days for them, because they just stayed on track, consistently pumped out reasonable lap times, and by staying out of trouble, they found themselves in 2nd.
Indeed, and we just saw there Bradley Siller's probably the most bored driver in the field, because he's got a huge lead, he's not got a whole lot to worry about in the touring cars. There's only 2 other competitors, one of which is not on the same lap anymore. That's why we saw him playing with the GD4s. I think he's just a lonely man out there. Let's see, he's only what's the gap between himself and Adam Zux, I think, is the next car. 8 minutes 50, by the way. He's only lapping about 3 seconds a lap slower than Adam Zux in front of him.
Yeah. And wow, that's well, obviously Zux has recently come out of the pits, hasn't he? So he
must be quite a way ahead, but still, I think that is impressive from Bradley Sellers, even considering that he's not got too much else to worry about as we look again at the Boyd transport of Alex Wolff that we've not talked about much, but like you say, still doing an excellent job in Betty and Birdie car.
Yeah, and being stalked by
the beer
the beer car. So, well, Cardinati has had the pace, so obviously had to serve a penalty early, didn't he? So, recovery.
Yeah, he'll be ruining that a little bit because he's only about 2 seconds behind Alex Wolff now. But yeah, can Alex keep the Wolff from the door? We'll have to see. Sorry, that was terrible. I should wait until the 6th hour at least to start making bad puns.
Well, I mean, you got long enough time to think of them.
Yeah, that's very true. As we cut back to Bradley Sellers, all on his lonesome, really just racing against himself at this point. But I think he knew what he was in for when he saw it was a depleted touring car field. And we'll see this all as a practice for the touring car season. I think it's the Smile Racing team, so Rookie Monsters decided to join up with Mike Bell, the reigning champion, who defected from Underbird Simulation to start up his Smile Racing team again. I think Bradley and is it Oliver Newman in the 3rd car? I forget who's in the 3rd car, but it's someone pretty decent. I could probably look it up actually, as we go to get Paletti.
So Ercan in the 46 in the pits.
Yeah, so Ercan has gotten on board the very good driver Ercan, by the way, from Turkey, of course. We'll see how he gets on. In I think last of the GD3s that are still on the lead lap, unfortunately, so he's about 20 seconds, or probably going to be more than that now, behind Joshua Pruce, who's in 10th.
Obviously, it's quite interesting to see, because some of these drivers that we see in these cars are used to driving either the LMP2 or the LMH cars in the Endurance Championship, so different machinery for them. So it's interesting.
It's very true, especially in the GD4 class, but on the other hand, a lot of these guys, especially Rookie Monsters, for instance, compete in other championships already as well. They've driven like GD3s and hypercars and LMP2s and such, so there is a certain point where in endurance racing particularly, a lot of these teams are already pretty versatile, but certainly they may not necessarily driven these cars around the Nurburgring Nordschleife.
No, and it's very much in real life. So last year I went to Spa for the 24 hours, and you had Fuoco driving the GT3 Ferrari around Spa, and then a week later he's driving the Ferrari hypercar around Monza. So the drivers in real life have to do it, and so are the sim racers.
Yep, indeed, it's a heck of a schedule for sim racing. Just imagine the plight of the poor sim racing commentator who's got to cover all these different series as well and learn all the drivers' names. The driver's just got to worry about his own race. We got to worry about everyone. Suto hitting from the lead with Hans Ersling and Bros Racing lead in GD4. Kahi Beer Racing car putting pressure then on Rookie Monsters number 37. Roy Taverneau. No, it's of course I'm getting mixed up here, aren't I? That's Wolf he's fighting with, obviously, in the boy transport, not the... It's because I saw black and white and thought, oh, it's from the front angle, oh, it's the boy transport car, but no, it's actually... the Rookie Monsters car, but it is actually the boy transport. There we go. It looks like Suto is going to drop potentially around about where Delfino is then.
Yeah, and actually the Rookie Monsters car is Porsche, isn't it?
That's true, yeah. That was another giveaway that I missed. Yeah, to be fair though, Tamanai is only about 12 seconds up the road from these two, so this could well turn into a fight for the podium without too much provocation. But yeah, Alex Wolf really starting to struggle a bit now. 4:23 though in the first sector, so he's matching Tavanari. Calgiolati, his times aren't showing up properly because it said he did the first sector in under a minute, which I don't believe for a second.
Either that or they've put the jet thrusters on that car.
Yeah, no wonder he's all over the back of Alex Wolf. Suto still in the pits, still third in class, so we can see where there's Delfino. So Delfino's definitely going to get back on the podium now.
Yep. Apparently the tank of the that's getting very close for that fourth position there. Wolf just hanging on. I like the fact that the car ahead has got the beginners mark, the black the yellow square with a black cross in it. I'm not sure about I'm not sure about international racing, but I know that in the UK that if you were a beginner racer, you'd have to display that until you've done X amount of races.
Just see in the background the Finnavond of Evers that is only about 10 seconds back, slowly but surely closing in the duo, so that puts pressure on Calgiolati to get this move done as soon as possible, because Finnavond could be always a bit of a slow burn threat in these endurance races where they may not necessarily come out the blocks sprinting away, but they tend to slowly pick them off one by one as the hours tick by.
And Calgiolati still not managed to... He's basically caught up to the back of Wolf, but although he's definitely closing on the brakes there, again, it's the age-old adage of catching is one thing, passing is another. He's definitely got the pace ahead of Wolf, but has he got that racecraft to get past on what is a very tight circuit? As we see a mistake there.
It's Maxime Bouliou, who's just drifted a bit wide and allowed Yassi Latinen through. So Latinen, he may be 281 seconds down, but the strategy this may not necessarily be the wrong strategy for Apex GP, because they may be able to make the time up on track despite having those longer pit stops. So... Yeah,
the Supra apparently can go twice, or the tank of fuel can go pretty much twice as long as the Alpine apparently.
Let's have a look at the lap times then for those. That Toyota specifically, Latinen 8:51, Suto 9:05 last time around. Looks like Sevillo's gotten aboard the BMW GT3, but that's a bit out of sync again. Delfino 10:15, it was 10:18 last time around. Somebody starts in the BDCC guys saying 8:53s, so almost as fast as Latinen.
So Calgiolati's just taken fourth position off of Wolf, going up into the chicane.
Ah, sorry, I missed that. So poor Alex Wolf got picked off there.
Yeah, and as we said, Calgiolati's got the pace, but he has got some time to make up on.
He's now 15 seconds down on Tavanari, so lost quite a bit of time there to Luca. Slovenak sets another fastest lap of the race. He just can't help himself, can he?
No, but at the same time, where is Slovenak? He's 8th right now, as opposed to, For a brief moment in this race, he was leading until he got taken out by the Rookie Monsters car.
That's not a good moment for the pole sitter there. He's struggling even more than Slovenak, unfortunately. 13th.
Not another Iris BMW having a few issues there is Jack, who's had to recover earlier on a recovery run down in 12th position after that incident earlier.
Yeah, and now he's got to just hope the GD4 car at the 43, second in class, doesn't hold him up too much. I mean, it sticks right to the outside quite sensibly. So Thomas Jack might be able to get back into, say, top 6, top 7 in class before too long, depending on how the pit stops work out. Certainly, the big battle is going to be Jack catching back up to Erchan, Cruz, Gutierrez, that group.
Oh, definitely. And, well, even at this stage of the race, albeit they've had a bit of a setback, podium is still not off the cards.
No, especially with so much time left to go, it's almost like you can't rule out anyone making a miraculous recovery charge. Like if Bradley Sillis hits trouble, suddenly Van Leeuwen could be looking at a class win in BTCC, despite being 382 seconds down. Well, that's more than that now, actually.
Yeah, and well, how far around the lap is Sellers compared to Van Leeuwen for 384 seconds?
13th overall in the order, and he's got that Yannick right behind him, trying to fight him for overall position in the race. Bradley Sellers? Oh, that's not Bradley, is it? So.
And that's the ex-pole sitter moving over.
Sorry, I missed it. Yeah, he's fighting along with HHR car, is that, trying to lap him, and Bradley Sellers can't get out of the way quickly enough there.
Yeah, he's out in sector 1. Suto in the pit still, so
you as well.
Been stationary, so he's been stationary for 47 seconds. So we should see him leaving at some point in the next 10 seconds, in theory.
It looks like Van der Pasch has gotten on board the speed car 008. So good to see Tom Van der Pasch get into the Alpine, give it a go. And letting in the gap to the lead, 278 seconds now. So have to see if he can make up that time. He's continuing to take chunks out of the cars ahead of him, but it could be a while before he catches Delfino, at least on track, if not in the pits.
And well, there's in the 711 car changeover now, so it isn't Suto behind the wheel. It's
it'll probably be Message Jugustin. You saw there. Very briefly for the auto director interrupted. It looks like Zux and Erstling have pit at the same time, so Delfino might be able to stay out and re-inherit the lead because of that early stop. He's a bit out of sequence with the others now. Yeah, there he is, Message Gustin. I probably butchered that last name, but
well, I was going to have a go, but I think I probably would have butchered it.
He's driven before, Message, so yeah, we've had this hurdle we've had to get over, but with the consonants all in a row. It's just coming up to 4 o'clock now. I haven't really. I think I might have a coffee break if I'm honest, because the action seems to have just ever so slightly died down around. Although we have had, I think the first 2 hours are probably going to be some of the highlights of this. I think I'll just go for the next 7 minutes or so. So, Carl Magnus Boric continues to lead from Paletti. Nicholas Paletti has kept the gap fairly stable at 46 seconds. Luca Tavanari is another 15 seconds down the road. Then it's Karjan Lati, who's gotten himself up to 4th, ahead of Alex Wolf in recent history. And then it's Milan Evers, who's about 9 seconds down on Wolf. And then Fabian Ballet has been catching Milan Evers. So that's a battle to watch out for. McLaren versus Porsche. Ice being serviced in the pits. Now, interestingly, on the timing screen, Bradley Sellers is now shown, because he seems to have inherited the lead after Zix's pit stop of the non-GD3 cars. It's now ranking British Touring cars ahead of GD4. So Bradley Sellers is doing such a good job that he's actually outclassing all of the GD4s at the moment. Oh, yeah, well, just as I say that, and Bradley lets it get to his head.
Yeah, it probably got our commentary on in the car, yeah. So Sellers, class of the field for ahead of GT4, but the BTCC M3, I think that is.
Okay. Yeah, and that really shows that it's not really about power at the Nordschleifer, it's about control for the most part, apart from the Tiergarten straight, of course.
Yeah, because as we saw earlier, in comparison to the GT4s, as soon as the BTCC car got onto that Tiergarten straight, it was losing time hand over fist, and then made that time up and then some through the twisties.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Bradley wonders if they should have just entered a rookie monster car in GD4 for him.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and then it would have been a chance for the Hunter Birch team to have stuck a BTCC car in for a...
Yeah, potentially. But, we could probably have started the race, but I don't think we'd have had enough drivers to finish it.
Even I would have put my name forward.
Oh, okay. I didn't cast a net wide enough. To be fair, I just wasn't that focused on entering this event because I was mainly focused on the main season. But there we go. Erstling, I think, is still in the pits. It's been in there a while, but of course he's in the Toyota, so it's an 8-minute pit stop, of course. In here is going to inherit that podium then. He's now only 187 seconds behind the lead then. So he's just rapidly been catching Zux and Delfino. So I actually think Apex at the moment are on course to win that GD4 class. The only question is he on course to beat Bradley Sellers? He's now going to become the yardstick that GD4 cars are going to try and beat.
Yeah, all the teams are going to be like, well, hang on a minute, that's supposed to be the class below us, and there's definitely going to be a target on Sellers.
Outclassed, quite literally, for Bradley Sellers. Closest battle is still Ballet versus Evers. We could watch that for a little bit. Yeah. Ballet had his own issues in the race, especially coming out of the pits. He seemed to lose a lot of time.
Yeah, and he finds himself even now battling with people he wasn't really battling with earlier.
Yeah, Project 901 had really been hoping to be in that podium fight with Paletti, Tavanari, Karjan Lati, and Wolf.
But he was, what was it? Ballet did he lead briefly earlier?
Did it? Well, very briefly, and then he spun it, didn't he? So
yeah.
There was some damage.
But still, 7th position, and again, just as we said, after that pit stop, it just hasn't been going his way since the pits. Seemed to have lightning fast pace. Obviously, past Antonelli and was closing that lead group, and then found himself in the battle for the lead. But yeah, it was like a completely different car and driver after the pits.
It also certainly feels like the BMW is probably the more consistent car than the Porsche, even though the Porsche is able to set quicker lap times in GD3.
It is, but I feel like the Porsche is more on, in order to get those lap times, it's more on the ragged edge compared to the BMW. So that over a long period of time is just, for a driver, it's just not viable, because it just fatigues. It just becomes incredibly fatiguing if you're having to keep up, almost set qualifying lap times just to keep up with the opposition. It's just not... You know, you can do it for an hour or so, but any more than that, you just start to tire out, and then it becomes a very long race.
Indeed, and it's already 24 hours. So. But certainly some teams more willing to take risks to try and get an advantage here. The McLaren, compared to the Porsche, definitely a safer option. The Alpine really getting in the way for Evers here. Not really ideal for the Finavon driver. The Dutch team struggling to hold on to that top 6 here, and would ideally want to sort of keep in the picture so they can work their way into podium contention by the end of this. Fabian Ballet seems to have other ideas. Oh, here we go. Oh. And there wasn't really enough straight before that corner for the Porsche to dive up the inside there without it being really risky.
He definitely thought about it though.
That Alpine is really creating an opportunity here for Fabian Ballet. There's just got to hold it together here. The lucky thing, McLaren is pretty handy down the straights, although not the ultimate quickest. Certainly, it's probably got a bit more straight line speed than the Porsche, which is probably why Fabian Ballet is pushing so much at this phase. The second hour then. Let's just see how this battle shapes out. I think I might go for a coffee break, if that's okay, Ryan.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I might have to go for a quick pit stop myself. But yeah, look at it, it's just that back end. It's almost...
Oh, look at him flying.
It's
pit from the lead.
It's almost on a different axis, that back end, compared to the front end.
There's no damage for Carl Magnus, so it looks like everything running smoothly. There might even be a driver change then at FRA. Should be very interesting to see how the second driver gets on. Can hold that lead. And you can tell Ballet knows they're coming up to Tiergarten pretty soon. So he knows it's going to be a battle to stay in that slipstream of the McLaren. Although it's not as hopeless as it might be against the BMW down the straights. Certainly a chance of a move if he times it right. Paletti's now coming in as well. Here we go.
He's pulling out this side by side. Well, he's made the move before they even get to the kink, so...
Yeah, suddenly no surprise. The McLaren is standing still there. As it looks like Tavanari is going to inherit the lead then in the Rookie Monsters 37. But they're staying out. Ballet gets defensive by just putting onto the middle of the corner there. Could compromise his exit ever so slightly. It looks like both of them staying out. So they should be able to jump Bore, at least.
Yeah, and another lap in the books without having to pit, so Ballet is up into third position. Evers is still staying on the back end of that car now, so through the Grand Prix route. Yeah,
and there's definitely a sense that in Honda just going to have to hope that the cars ahead hit trouble and they can just hold the course. Because in terms of raw pace, that Porsche's just got a little bit of an advantage. Let's look at the live timing. Slovenac sets a 4 minute 18, fastest first sector of anyone. 3 minutes flat in the middle sector.
Again, fastest sector than anyone.
Yeah, he's trying. Of course, he's trying to make sure that he sort of catches up to the guys who've pitted ahead of him. So he's trying to catch up to Paletti's Eaglemont now, getting on board that car. I think.
So I think Slovenac will get.
That's Eaglemont leaving the pits, so Slovenac might be able to get Alex Wolff here.
I think, yeah, he should do, in theory. And it'll be interesting to see what lap time he pulls off. So his fastest at the moment is an 8:11.5. Sorry, no, an 8:10. And, yeah, so that is his fastest lap, yeah, in 8 minutes 10. And doesn't quite make it out ahead of Wolff, so... Oh, sorry, no, correction. So the time screen has just updated itself. It's at 8 minutes 9 from Slovenac, so absolute rocket of a car underneath him, but not quite, as we got a slow GT4. Had to disconnect just then. I didn't quite catch who that was.
Yeah, me neither. I was trying to run the broadcast and do this. It looks like Slovenac now up the inside then of the Boyd Transport. He's all over the back of him.
Yeah, after setting.
That's Tim Houck then at the wheel.
Well, yeah, and obviously he's just got into the car, so it's not the most comfortable of situations. You get into the car, and then you got Slovenac all over the back of you from the start of the lap. It's, you know, no time to really settle into the car.
Yeah, but the problem with Slovenac is that it's about 50-50 chance whether he's going to romp into the distance or crash and cause a big repair job for the Irish mechanics who've been a little bit overworked today already.
Wow, his lap time that he's just set is 3 seconds a lap faster than any other person has done so far this race.
Right, I think I'm going to put the camera on auto director and go down for a coffee then while Slovenac sizes up this movement. But I'll leave you in Ryan's hands, or we could both go for a break at the same time and then come back if you want, Ryan.
I don't mind, or you go for a break and then I'll quickly disappear for when you come back.
And there's Kevin Trusso going well off track indeed before rejoining.
Yeah, I believe that
the
was
one
the
part
car
where there's runoff. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the car that we saw going slowly earlier.
May well have been, but anyway, looks like Slovenac still right behind. You know what? Let's keep the camera on these two then. So after just over 2 hours, Slovenac just desperately looking for the opening.
He's definitely having a look there, but the door was open.
Tim Houck was wise too. I think his teammates must have warned him about that one because he's done that move before. But anyway, it is still Tavenari that leads on the road, but it's almost certainly Evers Janssen in the. That's
it's
big crash. And off goes the rear wing once more, and that really sums up Jurka Slovenak's day so far. That was very risky on the outside. Unfortunately, it wasn't risky cars. And it was Slovenac once, for the third time in this race, ends up with a huge repair bill.
And he's effectively got 3/4 of the lap to do to get back. That's just, you know, well, it's somewhat, not just frustrating for him, frustrating for the team. I guess you could say frustrating for us watching because as we
Bradley still has finds on the few gravel traps that's left out for him there.
Yeah, I mean, he's got enough time to go and inspect each gravel trap. He's got that much of a lead on the rest of the field in the BTCC category. That's
Davis.
third place.
Well, Davis has got back on the lead lap apparently, or is that the same lap as Van Leeuwen?
I think. Well, I'm not quite sure, but looks like the BTCC cars.
Evers Janssen in trouble. That's the former race leader.
Yeah, and that looks like that's got suspension damage there.
So all that hard work for Carl Magnus Bore, and now they've got a wheel dragging on the floor. Might be missing a wheel. Actually.
Yeah, I think for it to be dragging like that, that's got to be missing a wheel. And look, it's practically drifting into the corner there. And yes,
the front left is gone. Oh dear! So this really blows the race wide open, and that's music to the ears of Rookie Monsters, OSR, Project 91, and Finnavon now in the top 4, because all 4 of those teams, Egomont as well in the OSR 19. He's definitely in this because he's pit, unlike all the ones ahead of him.
Oh, and that's definitely a trip into the barriers there, just unable to get it turned. But for a car with only 3 wheels, it's still able to carry some pace in comparison to other cars that we've seen with wings missing and other damage. So, although it's definitely
endurance racing for nothing, right? He's enduring, that's for sure. Oh, here we go. This isn't ideal. Going through a left-hand banked corner with no left front wheel, as we see Van Leeuwen gets a penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, and this is again another painful situation for the FRA. Yeah. This time, this time it's the front wheel missing rather than the rear wheel missing. And again, we got 3 cars on track that I think are trying to recover back to the pits. At least 3 that I know of.
Oh, here comes, is that Tim Houck going around the outside of Evers Janssen? Indeed it is. That means Slovenak wouldn't have been far behind if he hadn't crashed out while fighting with Tim Houck.
Yeah, that's it. Ed announces he's going for a coffee break, and then everything just suddenly happens.
Everyone decides to crash. How's Slovenak getting on? Oh, not too well. There's a cloud of dust where his car should be.
So that...
He's at least got all 4 wheels, though. There's no real wing.
For the moment, he's at least got all 4 wheels.
Definitely trying not to get in anyone's way, I think, more than anything else.
Yeah, and whereabouts is that on the lap? That's... well, it's about halfway round the lap now, I think, is Slovenak.
Saying also that now it's been over 2 hours, the overlay is probably going to mess up every couple of minutes now as well. So I have been refreshing it whenever people pit just to make sure that it's like a spectacle. At least I'm getting lots of sparks from Oscar.
Yeah, and whereabouts around the track is he now? So he's done a carousel. I think he's approaching the baby carousel soon.
This is just painful though. I think the problem is that Slovenak's even further behind down the lap, isn't he? Oh, and over the curb he goes. Oh, he's wall riding, that's for sure.
Wall riding and then some. I think he's only just approaching the carousel at that point for Slovenak.
Joshua Bruce can't be too far behind now. He's almost a minute in reach of Carl Magnus Bore, and he probably will know that he's got a wheel missing. Oh, not Carl Magnus Bore, Oscar Evers Janssen, of course, as we see yellow. There seem to be yellows all over the track at the moment.
Well, when you got at least 3 cars trying to recover.
One of them is yellow as well.
Yeah.
There we go. He's made it to Tiergarten. Oh, this will be interesting. High speed. How much is he going to risk it here?
So he's just tickling under 200 kilometers an hour down the straight with 3 wheels.
As you do. Gutierrez has got past Slovenak now.
I just wonder if at this point they'll chuck him in pit lane and say, right, we're going to change drivers, because obviously he is fast, but that's 3 times.
Maybe too fast.
That is now 3 times to the pit lane for damage in the space of just over 2 hours.
Yeah, he's certainly had an eventful day so far. Just gonna wait till Evers Janssen gets in the pits, and then I'm gonna go have my coffee. This is just. Oh, again, that's what happens when you try and brake from 200 kilometers per hour without a left front wheel into a chicane. There we go. Now into the pits finally. Just don't hit the wall on entry. There you go. Right, you should be okay now. Oh. There's Villo, so both of the looks like Christus Villo had an incident as well. We weren't paying attention to.
So that was 4 cars going round track that were limping back to pit lane.
Oh, I think I'm limping at this point, but wow, we've got a very, very close GD3 fight now, haven't we? Evers 2 seconds behind Ballet, who's 10 seconds behind Karjan Lati, who's inherited 2nd position somehow for Beer Racing, and he's just 11 seconds behind Rookie Monsters and Tavanari, who, despite all their struggles to hold on to the lead, they somehow found themselves back in it. Wow,
yeah.
So game on then for the next 21 hours, 46 minutes. But for now, I'm going to take a brief break. So I'll be back hopefully in about 10-20 minutes. And I'll see you through to whenever the next commentator comes along. Slovenak desperately tries to get back to the pit lane.
Yeah, and he's still got, I think, about a quarter of the lap left to do. So he takes one of the banners with him, and that's going to be a hefty repair job for that BMW.
Yeah, I think Louis Hartley's coming in about an hour or so. At 5. I was probably supposed to stop at this point anyway, according to the schedule. So, you know what, I may actually just stop until I come back at 9 PM if I'm honest. But I could stay a bit longer, actually, once I come back from my break. I don't mind. And wait till Louis gets in.
Yeah, I think I'm due to hand over. I don't know if I'm handing over to anyone at 5 o'clock, but that's when my handover. Oh, that's Slovenak rolling it.
Oh dear. Okay. Reminded me of the Boyd Transport LMP2 that did it here last year, but that's the second time I've seen Jovanak with the wheels not on the ground in this race.
They're really.
And I don't mean over the jump.
We really did have some plane crashes when we had the LMP2s and the LMHs going around. Especially if I remember.
The prototypes don't race at the Nordschleife.
Yeah.
Anyway, right. I'm well and truly going to stop making excuses and go for that coffee back soon. You leaders. Tavanari for Rookie Monsters, Zux for Simcoe, and Strachan, who's now got on board the 93 Rookie Monsters British Touring Car entry. And into the wall goes Slovenak.
I think hopefully by the time you come back, Slovenak would have been in the pits.
One would hope. Poor guy, I think he deserves a rest at this point.
Yeah, I think I'd probably be crying at this point if that was me in the car. I'd just be like, anyway, I want to get back to pits.
He's been right.
Yeah. So that is Slovenak, as we just briefly saw, going through the baby carousel. Well, not so much going through the baby carousel, but passing the baby carousel as we go to Robert Strachan, who's taken over from Sellers in the leading BTCC car. As a result of that pit stop, actually, that's put him behind the leaders of the GT4 field. And what happened there? That looks like. Oh no, it was just coming through the regular part. I thought it was at a different part, but Sasatsky in 4th position, who's carrying on behind by Latinen in 3rd. Obviously, that car was leading the race at one point. Obviously, Toyota's having to spend longer in the pits, but able to go further on the tank. And still, the lead team Rookie Monsters, well, BMW, it says Porsche there, but it definitely looks to me to be a BMW, is still pulling away from the bullhead. In fact, it would be interesting to have a closer look to the back end of that car, because it does actually look like it's got a Porsche badge. On board with Tom van der Patch in 6th position, chasing onto the back of Jagsoon. But this is the battle for 5th position in GT4. Round the hairpin at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit up with the Schumacher S's. As the leader pits, so the leader has come into the pit lane from GT3, and that looks to be like Slovenak trying his best. Oh, he's just gonna miss the pit entry there. Oh, that's just that adds to the pain. But there we are, race leader. Luca Tavanari in pit lane, but also Bally and Evers have pitted, and Kajin Line Lati also 4th place, so the top 4 all in pit lane at the moment. Oh, and that's Trousseau going off. So Trousseau, who was recovering, I believe, recovering back to the pit lane, off into the barriers. Although the steering still looked pretty straight to me, considering it just had quite a monumental smash into the barriers. Back to this battle for 5th. We now look to Slovenak, who has managed to make it back to pit lane. Back to the battle for 5th. This is Enzo Aglemont in 5th, so he's going to inherit the lead as he goes over the start-finish line, and yes, indeed, that is up into 1st position, but actually that looks like Busink back in the car and coming out in 2nd place. So new tyres, fresh tank of fuel, and out to chase after that 1st place. As we see yellows in sector 2. So there we go, Busink, who led the race for a substantial period of time in the opening stint, obviously changed over and is now changed back into that car. So what can he do back in the car as he crests over the Schumacher S? This is the battle for 4th up ahead. So this is Evers versus Tonello, Project 91 Racing Team. And Marco Massa's now in the Team Chocolito car. So he's now taken over and is in 9th position. Still this battle for 5th position, the closest battle on track at the moment, for 5th and 6th. Van der Pesch still closing down on Jagasutin. And the gap is down to below a second. as we see the strengths of the Alpine versus the Toyota. The Alpine seems to be better through the twisty stuff, as we said, and as we get onto these high-speed sections, the Toyota seems to pull away. And as you can see, actually, in this sector, I don't know if Pesh has made a mistake, but Jaguar Susan has managed to pull out a second through that sector, as we see the HHR McLaren of Erdeline passing the recovering GT4 car. I didn't quite catch the car again. But here we go. Battle for the lead. Busink has now caught up onto the back of Aglemont. And, well, Busink on the fresh tyres. I didn't quite catch if Aglemont's got to do has already pitted or has got to pit again, but still. Busink has been one of the fastest drivers this race and is all over the back of that BMW M4. As they descend down the hill, they then approach the tight hairpin. Forest. The hill forms that tight right-hander, and still Busink all over the back of the BMW, but obviously this is the point, or part of the circuit, where the BMW can stretch his legs a little bit, and obviously Porsche in the slipstream, that's still not able to make the inroads, but then closes back up into the corner. So we've got the slower BMW M3 of Strachan ahead, and he's really starting to hold them up, and he's had to take onto the grass, but that's not affected the leader too much, but it still was a hindrance for both. Still, the Porsche able to make the apexes, where the BMW is just struggling to hold on to some of those high-speed apexes, as onto the grass goes Busink, but still keeps it all together. As they round these two right-handers as they go into the carousel. Still, again, they're coming up to a fairly technical section, although most of the Nordschleife is technical. They'll start to see it will be advantage Busink. And for once, the Porsche actually looks to be the more grounded, more planted car through the corners. Erglemont, missing, taking a wide berth on most of the apexes, where Busink is just able to position that car exactly where he wants to, obviously on those fresh tyres. And that's a mistake there from Erglemont, so Busink's going to have a look. He's going to have a look, but still, that M4 just places itself where it needs to go and leaves Busink nowhere to have a look, and again, just ebbing and flowing. Again, slightly wide into the biggest carousel they go, and not the best exit, and so Busink's managed to catch up a couple of car lengths there, but they're going to be coming into the straight, and the BMW is going to be the stronger car, but we'll have to see what can Busink do in the slipstream. Down the straight they come, and Busink popping out of the slipstream. He's going to be on the outside, but has he managed to get past? So Busink's taken the lead. He's managed to put his nose ahead of the BMW, and Busink now leads. Elko Busink takes the lead in the Team Rookie Monsters 37 Porsche. Still, Vander Push receives a penalty. But Edelmont has a fair gap to Mantera in third position. It's only 26-second advantage. So. Have to be looking at how to, well, whether or not he can hold on to Busink, but such as Busink's strength as Evers takes third position away from Mantera as they go into the first corner. So Mile Evers, third position for the Fringalon car. And what sort of lap times does he can do in comparison? So Evers' last lap time was well, he lapped 11 seconds faster than Mantera. Not entirely sure. Obviously, both cars, minus Algernon, all those cars have just recently came out of the pit lane. So I have to keep an eye on the lap times this time round. The 3-1 car, Mile Evers there. We'll have to keep an eye on what his first sector times is compared to the rest of the field ahead. Tim Hark there, 6th position in the 206 Boyd Transport. Well, running again, the Boyd Transport, not a car we've spoken much about this race, but it's been there and around, knocking on the door of the top 3. I think the highest we've seen it so far is 4th place. Currently sitting in the 6th position at the moment. And Robert Strachan, pretty much a lonely first place for the lead BTCC car. The car being in a class of its own, however, has been mixing it up with the GT4s, but not even a GT4 in sight for that car at the moment. It's just surrounded by the much faster GT3s. And Latina in 3rd position in that Toyota, getting it a bit sideways out of the Yokohama S. And everything a little bit stagnated now across the field. Still waiting on some of the first sector times actually to appear. bit of a moment there for Strachan as he descends into what is the Arenal town, or the town that's on the outskirts of the circuit at that point. And we got a yellow flag out in Sector 1. So, although that is briefly gone away. Who is still running in that second position. Evers has managed to close the gap down. He's taken almost 2 seconds out of the second place car this lap, so shouldn't be too long if Evers keeps the pace up and also keeps it on the black stuff. We'll quite possibly see a change, or at least a battle for second position. Riding on board with Marco and Massey, there looks to be a little bit of steering damage there, because the car looks to be right hand down as we see the car effectively doing a wheelie over the top of the Flugplatz.
Yeah, that Chocolito entry looking a little bit second hand. Hi again,
Yeah.
brother, right?
Hello. So whilst you were gone, Brusink has the car driven by Brusink has pitted, done the driver change, and came out and taken the lead. And obviously, one thing I've noticed is that BMW car that is entered as a Porsche 330e. It does appear it has actually got it's got Porsche badges on it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
It's not a Porsche car. That's just a declaration of love.
Yeah, so you can just actually, in fact, it got Porsche written under the bottom of the boot handle.
Yeah, I think it's because all the other Ricky Monster cars are Porsches, aren't they? Apart from obviously the Supra we're on board with at the moment, but
yeah, but that's just a BMW with a Toyota badge on it. So I think they're basically just seeing what car can we have that is one car, and then just say it's another.
It's like a logical sort of shuffle going on. Like, well, okay, this is one thing, but it's actually disguised as another. It's like Red Bull having Tag Heuer engines all over again.
Yeah.
Or Prost having Acer engines that just rebadged Ferraris from the previous year. I think Sauber used to do that as well, didn't they? The Petronas engines.
Yeah, and wow. Yeah, interestingly, in real life, the GT4 Supras are generally prepared by Team WRT, which run the BMW M4 in GT3. So obviously some sort of correlation there.
Right. Well, as you say, some interesting battles going on in GT3 with, as you say, Busing having pit. I think Egelmont must have pit as well and come out 9 seconds behind him.
I know that was a pass on track for position, that was between those two.
Mm. Yeah, Egelmont was holding him up, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He split a bit of a gap, so...
I think Egelmont had already been in the pit.
That looked like Van Leeuwen had to... he was thinking about continuing on track and then turned into the pits at the last minute there.
Yeah.
Well, mostly in a straight line, yeah. A little bit of an angle there.
Well, you say mostly. I would not be happy if someone gave me a car like that and said, "Ah, it's mostly in a straight line." Okay.
Well, compared to some of the cars in the race, I think that was in exemplary condition.
It's one careful owner.
Yeah. Careful owners have been hard to come by in this race. To be fair, that's sort of what you want. Look at Latinen, only 42 seconds down on Delfino. Zook's doing a very, very good job, isn't he? But in terms of the strategy, Latinen keeps pumping in the lap times, but 43, that lead gap isn't coming down as quickly as we thought it would. This gap to Delfino certainly is, though.
Yeah, and that's a hefty. Is that gap correct on the time screen? That's a hefty gap.
Remember, because Delfino made the 64 made that earlier stop, didn't it, for the second stint? There's Erchan, 17 seconds down on 10LO in the 91. Project 91 could be under a bit of pressure then from Arda Erchan. Very, very highly rated Turkish driver. Nearly won in... Obviously, he won a couple of races in EERC British Touring Cars last season. He also competed in FSR Pro for TX3, and he finished second in Spa, despite hunting the championship leader around, which was quite controversial. And there we go, Tinello pits, so Erchan gets that 6th place without any fight from Matteo Tinello. The interesting story for me is Vinavon 444. I said it before, they've just been picking them off one by one. They've got up to 3rd now in the hands of the Evers. It's been in since the start, of course. One of the few teams that hasn't had a big driver change in this race yet.
Yeah, and obviously Busink is...
Whoa! And Zanini missing a rear wing in the 77. So he's taken over from Oliver Hargitine. He doesn't look like he's had much better luck, has he?
No, and where is... Because we saw... which the sister car, which was... the sister car, I didn't quite catch who's taking the sister car over after it got back to the pits.
Well, I can look at the lineup. Right, Team Iris. Carl Magnus. Well, actually, no. Carl Magnus selected his own team, didn't he? So this is Saturday. Trying to figure out who's in that team, I guess. Yeah, it's annoying because the sheet doesn't have all the Team Iris drivers on it. I think because a lot of them also drive for me, and I sort of lent them out. Well, Hargitai certainly does. But let's look at Werner Schutter, Race Club Germany. By the way, Joshua Hamilton put a comment in the chat. Oh, Arda Erchan was mentioned. And he started getting happy about that, I guess. Massa. So technically that's Marco Massa in the 81, of course. Here he is, with the Chocolito team.
And Zanini, who's we've just seen with a rear wing missing, as we look at now, he's on an outlap at the moment, so he's just taken the car over.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure, was that... Had he taken over from... who did he take over from? I haven't got the team sheet up.
Yeah, the team sheet I've seen, Hargitai definitely No, Hargitai was in the Svillo car, wasn't he? This was Slovenak's car, wasn't it?
So Slovenak's car is now having to do another lap with a rear wing missing and just wall riding, basically. This has not been an enjoyable 24-hour race for the Iris team.
No, not really. How's the... Didn't they have a 3rd car? How's that getting on? Let's have a look for it. Is that Lurit wheel, isn't it? Here he is.
That's been at the wall in some point as well.
It has, but it's been in the wall less than the other 2 cars. That could change depending on who gets on board next. How well they get on. big strength for in this GT4 fight for Adam Zooks is that he's got a car that doesn't take as long in the pits really, so they've got to really take advantage of that while they've got track position and hope that Latinen just keeps getting held up. But the gap to Delfino only 37 seconds now, so the 64 could help them out a little bit, but the problem is Latinen's just going to breeze by on the straights like we saw Oliver Taras doing. Yellow in sector 2, and that's of course Zanini, still trying to get back to the pits.
He's got... yeah, that's going to be fun. Doesn't look like, I think based on what I could see there, he hasn't got masses of the lap left to go. Luckily for him.
No, he's getting towards Tiergarten, isn't he? Fortunately, that puts the 77, I think, second last of those still running.
Yeah, it's
Joshua Mercurio is still out there in number 5, but yeah, quite a way down. 2 laps down, I think.
That's the sister car that's also running across the grass there.
Yeah, Chris.
Willow. Yeah. For a moment then, I was like, oh no, he hasn't got a rear wing missing or something, and he's having to limp back. But,
the good thing is these Irish drivers are at least getting some experience in with the Nordschleife and how punishing it can be. Maybe they'll respect it a bit more going forward if you see Strachan just brush the barrier there and almost as he.
No, I was about to say at least the groundskeeper doesn't have to cut the grass after the race.
Exactly. It does, especially because it's such a big track in the Nordschleife. Somebody must have to do a lot of the lawn mowing at certain parts of this circuit. I can imagine that lawnmower racing at the Nürburgring. Took a while for the race to finish. Oh, as Jesse Monrose is a little off at the final chicane. No hard damage done to the Bros Racing 87.
At least if at that part of the track, if something was up when that was definitely a little bit too much curb taken there from Jack Sutin.
It's interesting because the Toyotas have got such a time buffer to sort of make up because of that longer pit stop that it sort of creates a kind of, it feels a bit like a handicap race where you've got the two Alpines up front and then 3 Toyotas doing their best to sort of catch up to them.
Indeed, and Zooks is now into the pits from the lead of GT4.
Yeah, Busink has built up a gap to Egelmont in 19 seconds. Evers has sort of slowly started to drop off the pace a little bit, and Tony Mantera in the 33 could be a little bit of a threat here, actually. The team is the 33 again. That's Kahu Beer Racing, of course.
Oh, and that looks like Zanini's coming through the final chicane, so not far to go now, but there's the tyre barrier there. Yeah, that was one of the things when Slovenak came in. He had a bit of a broken car snap of oversteer coming into pit lane and found himself in the tyre wall on pit entry. So,
oh dear, this does not get any better for Team Iris, does it? But anyway, I still have a feeling that there's a lot of in GT4 there's a lot of teams that could still make up ground in this race. I think Dinsbank IW of Erchan at the wheel is one of them. Has been chipping away at that 46-second gap to Tim Houck. Because Houck's got the same BMW as well, so Erchan's going to have to put in another one of his trademark drives as Zanini finally makes it to get a new rear wing and a new suspension arm, I think.
Yeah.
For steering.
I'd love to know if this was real life, the car would be out the race, but I'd want to know what the repair bill for those Iris's car is racking up to at the moment.
There's a reason that people choose sim racing over rear racing, and that's due to costs. It's the main appeal, and also the lack of actual danger when you crash. It's less expensive on your wallet, and it's less painful on your body. You still feel a little bit of shame when you crash out, but yeah, physically it's not so bad. Looks like Fuzzy has gotten on board the number 43 Simcoe car. Marcel Fuzzy, of course. Here he is. No, let's watch Werner Schuto instead. Yeah, he's actually put a lap on, that looks like the Sega Rally liveried Toyota, isn't it? Oh, that he might have put a lap on because the Toyota's had such a big handicap.
Yes, because what is... Well, a lap...
It's the 306, isn't it? It's a lucky.
Is... Yeah, what is a lap for the GT4s? A lap for the GT4s is...
Yeah, there he is. It's definitely Matteo Selecki. Oh! And round goes Mercurio. He's made contact with Davis in the Triple Eight.
Yeah. And out of all this, Strachan has jumped in front of the... Well, because Fuzi's pitted. Or the car
yep, so the PTCZ board is second in the table now. Yeah. Instead of the usual third. Must admit it's a bit one-sided that there's the amazing performance from rookie monsters that's put them there. They've got a car in every class, of course, so that's certainly to their advantage. They're leading two of them. And the other, they're fourth, I think. Egelmont, I think he knows he doesn't quite have the pace to keep up with Busink, but if he can hold on to second place, because Evers is still only about 15 seconds behind him, which is the closest gap in GD3 at the moment, and that would be definitely a very, very well-deserved podium if they can hold on to that one, because there's some very, very good teams that are going to make inroads on them in the next 21 hours. And we're now joined by Yvonne's very own Season 2 EERC British Touring Car Champion, good friend, good rival of mine, Louis Hartley.
Oh, I missed most of that introduction because it took a while to join, but I'm here now.
Okay, don't worry. I was all very, very flattering. I totally didn't mention that you were Season 2 EERC British Touring Car Championship with any hint of jealousy or envy in my voice.
No, I wouldn't expect that.
Just soften the blow. But anyway, have you been enjoying the race so far, Louis? Certainly a lot happened in the first 2 hours.
I'm keeping up with it when I can. I've not been able to watch the whole thing, but yeah, it looks like it's been quite eventful so far.
Yeah, the GD3 especially is pretty wide open, but Rookie Monsters holding on to it at the moment from online sim races and Binavon Motorsport. There's some quick guys a little bit further back. Iris have had a really bad day, especially the 77 car has crashed out, I think, 3 times. Once at the end of the first lap.
4 times now, isn't it?
Second. Oh, it might be more than that. Yeah, because I had a crossroad and they crashed again. But both of they've had 2 cars that crashed loads of times, and another one that's only crashed a couple of times. And number 7 is the one that's doing the least bad at the moment. We also got Bradley Sellers in the Rookie Monsters that's a lap ahead of everyone else in British Touring cars. And in fact, Robert Strachan has got the car ahead of Marcel Fuzzy, so they're technically ahead of all the GD4s, and that's why they're middle of the board instead of at the bottom, like they should be. And GD4 has been very, very strategic because of the Toyotas having to make 8-minute pit stops to compensate for the fact that they're so quick around here. So you've got Fuzi and Delfino in the Alpines, and you've got Latinen, Jagustin and Monrose in the Toyotas, essentially.
Yeah, it's been an eventful race so far in all the classes. Obviously, it's hard to predict anything that's going to happen on this track, regardless. But especially this race, people have been swapping positions, making mistakes all over the place the whole time, as far as I've seen.
Yeah, well, you've certainly seen a fair representation, and there we go, Chris Davis, proving it once more in the jet black 888, just giving us a nice 360 pirouette.
I can't remember if that's signed up as an.
Not look good.
No, it doesn't look good. I can't remember if it's signed up as a Scuderia Maria or an Iris, but either way, it's still not a good day for that team.
So they're actually initially, I think, 6. Yeah, it was originally signed up as Scuderia Marrera. So originally it was going to be Chris Davis, Emily Callison, Thomas Savigny, and Frederick Lejeune in that car. We've seen Chris in it, but I think 1 or 2 other different drivers, because the list I've got is the provisional Cumberland team, so obviously about 8 people dropped out since then, I think.
Yeah, I vaguely remember seeing Chris say somewhere that there was only actually 2 people in that car now, so I don't know which 2 it'll be, but Chris has been in the car from the start, so I think he may be coming out quite soon. Yeah, it's 3 hours in. Then again, he is known to do.
That's the HHR car, is it, of Marco Massa doing some wall riding, and the steering looking very, very second-hand indeed.
I've seen that Chocolatito car hasn't had a brilliant race either. They've been in trouble on and off throughout the whole thing too, have they not?
Somehow they've gotten up to 7th though.
Yeah, I think they've basically just, apart from that point, up until that point, they've kept it on the black stuff, but not had the pace compared to the people running up front. But because the people running up front seem to be falling off the road left, right, and centre, they seem to be picking off positions.
Well, to be honest, with a race like this, 24-hour races in general, but especially around here, the most important thing is to just make sure you're in it at the end, because I don't see much point in anyone going all out for a battle, especially not this early in the race when it's such an unforgiving track. You could fight for 20 minutes past someone, disappear 40 seconds off in the lead, and it still takes nothing at all to make a little mistake, and that's your race just gone. So, to be honest, this early in the race, anyone could still win any class as far as I'm concerned.
I have to say, BTCC looks pretty... You wouldn't get many bets against Rookie Monsters winning that one.
Well, it's not looking great in there, I will be honest. However, again, it's... What's the gap? About 400 seconds last time I saw? Or has it gone up?
A lot.
A lot. That's quite a big
Unless
gap.
Something very big happens to Strachan, then Eggert could have a very good stint, though. Certainly, his Dutch teammate did a very good job to actually get back ahead of Chris Davis.
Yeah, I believe it was some technical difficulty.
Van Leeuwen, that's it. Yeah, Van Leeuwen.
I think he said that he had his brake bias buttons bound to the same thing as you use to control the pit menu. So when he tried to set up his first pit stop, it messed something up and he ended up crashing, which really hasn't helped their race. But yeah, even though it's still a lap gap, if the other BTCC cars stay out of trouble, it would only really take 2 big mistakes from the Rookie Monsters car, and they're straight back in contention. Rookie Monsters, as of right now, do look very good, and you can't really see them making a huge mistake at the moment. But then it doesn't necessarily have to be their fault either. They could get lapped and just clipped and taken out. You never know.
Yeah, and we even saw for Oscar Evers Janssen that he took over the car from Carl Magnus Boré when it was leading, had one crash, lost the front left wheel about in the first sector, and then had to limp it home through the entire Nordschleife, and is now running down in 14th overall in the race. So it really shows you how one mistake can have massive consequences on your race, and that they've gone from looking like they probably had a great chance of winning this thing to it suddenly looking like it's going to be difficult to get back into the frame unless Carl Magnus gets back in the car. But Oscar Evers Janssen doing his level best. Where is he in the field? He's about lap yeah, he's behind Delfino, and Lure, I think, is the next GT3 car he's chasing, who's about over 100 seconds ahead of him.
My screen,
No,
Delfino is just
22 seconds, sorry, because I think Lure stopped.
Yeah, he's in the pits right now.
No, he's just leaving. We just saw him in front of the Apex car of that looked like Domenico Scarpelli getting on board. If you look at Zaleski, and then Zanini also getting a penalty in the Iris, so that's not good for them. That's probably they've already had enough punishment today, haven't they?
But that might have been speeding in the pit lane, that actually. Yeah, it would have been speeding in the pit lane.
We're going very quickly out of the pit lane.
No, I wonder what's up with that car, considering if they are just out of the pits, you wouldn't think it's damaged, but it was... Oh, it was a GT3 they were letting past. I saw it wrong, I thought it was a Toyota there.
I think that was the 59 they were letting back by there, but that might have been for position, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I can quickly check.
I wouldn't have thought so, given how far down they are.
Yeah, it's probably lapping them. Trying to figure out where the 59 is in 13th and number 7 is in 14th. So if Dennis Curato. We're talking about.
They were getting laps. Yeah.
Zanini is last in the race in 27th. So yeah, definitely being lapped. It's hard to tell all the Irish cars apart, but none of them are in the top 10. So
it doesn't help. It doesn't help that they've all got sevens in the name as well. Makes it even harder to just tell them apart at a glance.
I know one of the cars has got green highlights around the front splitter in the bottom of the car, I think.
Do they not all have that? I might be imagining it. Oh, no. Zanini has pink highlights, which would be the number 77 car.
And then I think Svillo has got the green highlights on the car.
Yep, you're right about that. And then the other car, Kratko in it just now. I'm just trying to get a good view of it. I don't think they've got any highlights, actually.
So Egelmont just set at 8 minutes 23. Mia Levers behind him set an 8 minute 18 lap. So I think it was an outlap from the pits from Egelmont potentially, but it's saying on the timing screen. But
anyway, 21 hours left to go, and I think that's my stint for the time being done, I think.
Yeah, fair enough. I could probably keep going until dinner just to keep Louis company.
Result.
There we go. And at some point I might reappear, depending on what sort of...
just come back tomorrow, just before it ends.
Yeah.
I've got to leave before 2 because I've got something else. I'm actually being paid to commentate on iRacing. The Coffee Cup, I think it's called. The Old Guy Sim Racing League.
The Coffee Cup.
Yeah. I guess calling it the teacup would sound too British. So.
All right. Okay. I might see you guys tomorrow, and hopefully if I do come back tomorrow, there'll be still cars left going around on the track. So.
We can only.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll see you guys.
All right.
Take care, Ryan. It's been fun.
There he goes. Well. Until now, it's been very eventful, but you can still see the cars are quite close to each other all across the field still, so it's not like we've had an eventful start and it's going to calm down now. There's still people close enough that you'll get racing for a good while to come, I reckon.
Yeah, we've got a little battle in GD4 brewing between Zalecki and Van der Pasch.
Yeah, only about 4 seconds at the moment between them. That won't take long to close up if it does, so that could be worth keeping an eye on for a good while. Even just...
You've got this battle between the number 7 and the number 59. So there's Janssen holding off Demir Curato, as we see yellow in the first sector. And that's Egelmont. Actually, no, I think Egelmont was going into the pits rather than having just come out. So that puts the 444 Finnavond, driven by Mia Levers, into second position, which is good news for you, Louis.
Well, yeah.
Has that quite impressed you? Because they've been very consistently in the top 3 the last couple of years in the GT3 Championship. So in a way, it's not too surprising, despite the fact that they completely missed qualifying, to see them running that high.
Yeah, well, they seem to have had a very clean race so far. They're just out of trouble. I don't actually know where they are on pit strategy.
Move the position. Karatko goes to the outside and goes all the way around the outside of Oscar Evers Janssen. Can he complete the move? Yes, he can. And OEJ absolutely compliant there. Does anyone call him OEJ? I don't think they do.
They might start now. If you keep going with it, you might be able to recruit a few for it, but I don't think I've ever heard it before.
Like when I called Thomas a Baskel the Rascal.
Oh yeah, I still call him a Rascal.
That's for unrelated reasons.
Just what?
Well, actually, it might be a little bit related.
It gives you plenty reasons to call him a rascal. He's just that kind of guy. Yeah, he's a bit cheeky, isn't he? I don't believe he's doing this race, but it would be good to have him here. He can be quick at times.
Yeah, and he's driven Verfin around a few times in the past, and into the points as well.
I think it was before I started racing that it was within the points, but I know he does the odd races for Iris as well, but I don't think he's done any in EERC.
Yeah, it's a shame, but there are other series like EES where I also commentate on Esports Endurance League, which I think Iris have a GD3 team and a hypercar team in fact, I think they're top 3, top 4 in the points at the moment in hypercar.
Oh, that's not bad.
And we had that was like 2 races at the end of last year and the rest in the beginning of this year. So the next one's on 24th next weekend at it's actually the Nurburgring, funnily enough. So this is for Iris, despite the fact this has gone so horribly in their GD cars. So you can view this as a warm up for some of their newer recruits to sort of get to grips with the circuit, I guess.
Yeah, it's a good fun race, a good fun league that I've not done a full season in it, but I did a couple races, I think, last season. And it was actually pretty entertaining. There's good racing in it. They always pick a good like calendar. The tracks are good around it, and if Iris are doing well there, then good for them. But Iris, I think, they have so many drivers at their disposal. You never know what you're going to get with them. Sometimes they'll just run away with races and you've got absolutely nothing to do with it, and then sometimes you'll get a few accident-prone drivers. Today it seems to be a bit of both, since I forget the number, whoever it is last at the moment,
Zanini 77.
yeah, Zanini, that was a very, very quick car, was it not, before they ran into all their issues?
It was. They set at 8:09 earlier, and that was with oh god, what was his name? I'll look it up. But,
Was that Slovenak, or was that a different?
Slovenak, that was it. Yes.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on that car because their pace was like quite concerning. Oh, that's a busy bit of track, isn't it?
Straight, yes, and I think actually there's Oscar Evers Jensen who's found a way. He's still been overtaking in the overall order, getting past the GD4s, I think, actually. But unfortunately for him, Karatko has already made hay and is just pulling away from them now. So we do actually have Iris number 7 back in the top 10, which is the first time in quite a while they've been able to say that.
Let's see if they can stay out of trouble.
And there's another battle. That's Erchan getting past Tim Hauk for 5th position. So good stint from Arda Erchan for Denzibank IW with the car with looks like a leopard or a cheetah on the side. We've not been able to identify it yet. Maybe someone in chat will correct me.
Let's see if we get a decent view as it comes past here. I had a little peek at the liveries when the skin pack was first updated, but I've not really seen it since.
Yeah, let me turn off.
Oh yeah, I think it is a sort of cheetah thing, isn't it?
I'm not sure what that's got to do with Denzibank IW, because I can't think of a word to do with cats or cheetahs that begins with I or W.
No, nor can I.
Maybe that's a lack of imagination on my part. And Denzibank IW it's got a very, very detailed origin story for the cheetah. Or maybe they just think cheetahs are cool, so they just put Painu on the side of the car.
Well, we've got a lot of race left to try and figure it out, haven't we?
Certainly do. The other thing is we've got the car who be a racing car, and the problem is the 33. It's got a similar cover livery, mostly black, with a few splashes of orange here and there.
Yeah,
And
that's
the two mixed up.
That's what I thought I was looking at when I first saw the car you'd mentioned, the Denzibank. But yeah, I'm sure we'll figure it out. We can maybe see if anyone would be up for an interview later on. Tell us what the meaning is behind it.
We can drop you from the waiting room into the commentary box. It's great to have you, by the way, Luke.
Yeah, thank you.
Usually I'm commentating on you and not at you. Oh! Third place GD4 is out. That's Jagustin in the Rookie Monsters car. Just as we see Yannick. That's a Demir Karatko, Yannick Bruce's teammate, sorry. Just trying to get past into. Oh dear. That looks like the Gutierrez Marco Massa Trippolito, number 81 McLaren. It's just really struggling for traction. But the big news there is Massia Jagustin for that must be Joseph Frederick Suto's teammate at Rookie Monsters is out of the GD4 class, and that's very good. Oh, big crash from between Massa and somehow they get away with that one, but that was very, very hairy indeed, Louis, as they went over the crest. That looked like the Adenauer forced.
Yeah, it can easily go wrong on this track. It's scary watching cars go side by side through here because it takes so little to cause a huge one that can take out the cars involved and innocent bystanders on their way past. So, but yeah, shame for Jagustin.
It looks like the 59 got through as well, so Oscar Evers Janssen took advantage of Max. Looks very, very. Oh, yeah, no wonder.
Yeah, the steering's bent.
Straight line.
Yeah, anyway, steering looks bent to the left there. Yeah, Jagustin, I just checked the replay. It seems like it was just a disconnection, I think, so they should be back in soon enough. All that happened on the replay where they were just driving down the straight and they just disappeared, so hopefully they can get back in soon enough that they won't lose too much time, but you've got to think they'll lose at least like half a lap. Wherever they were on track when they disconnected, they'll lose that much progress, since when they do get back in, they'll be in the pit lane again.
Oh, and around goes Massa. Oh dear. Full credit to him. That one's pretty much going into the wall until he stopped there.
Yeah, yeah. Lucky he didn't get any damage from that, but tires won't be liking that, regardless of.
Yeah, Houston being disconnected reminds me of 4 hours of the Nordschleife we did a few years ago in on the endurance series, where into the points were leading LMP2 with literally lap left on the clock to go, or a couple of minutes left on the clock to go. They got disconnected on the final lap race while leading a lap ahead of Mugen in LMP2. So the hypercar sister team upped their pace to try and put an extra lap into the race so they could steal the win, and they fell just literally a couple of seconds short. And into the points were just like helpless, to sort of hoping the race would end in time because they couldn't get back in. And it looks like Jagustin is in, so that's going to allow Monrose and Zalecki in the 87 and 306 back in. And Jagustin, that was Rookie Monsters, were in the Toyota before, weren't they? So in a way, that's not as bad for them. For the Alpines, obviously you get a pit stop out of the way. Oh, and Zanini backwards into the wall.
Well, there goes their race even further downhill. Oh, that's a scary spot to try and
take. Oh, and off goes the race. There's an infamous bit of a GPV Academy commentary we did at Valencia, where Zanini somehow managed to flip over the bridge in Valencia. I don't know how. There was a collision with another car, so it wasn't all his fault. But the commentary I made was, I said something like, "Oh, the Zanini Panini flip flops over the bridge" or something like that. I'm not sure if he. Oh, and look at this. Fuzzy is trying to take back the GD4 honours ahead of Robert Strachan.
Yeah, he's going to have to be careful.
He's putting up a fight here, and this is the thing. Strachan is a lap ahead of Pascal Eggert, but if Fuzzy takes him out here, like you say, that could really wreck Rookie Monsters' race here.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say the GT4 will be in the lead by the end of the lap, because although it doesn't have a brilliant straight line speed, it's definitely better than the BTCC cars. But it's close enough in the corners that, as you can see, it's very doable for Rookie Monsters to keep them behind for now. But
they caution the back, but it's very curvy.
Yeah, that's the first I've seen that. I reckon someone that made delivery has a bit of a sense of humour there.
And look at this, the BMW's got good acceleration, but I think in terms of top speed, the GT4 Alpine's got him.
Yeah, I guess the Robert was on the push to pass there, but it's not as big of a difference in a straight line as I thought. My only thought is maybe the Alpine's got a bit of damage, but they don't look to be struggling at all.
Struggling on the wheel. Around the outside he goes.
This GT3 going to get
overall
involved.
Position in the race, and there we go. Yeah, that looks like the cheetah car of Erchan, nearing 5th, coming through the lap then.
Yeah, let's hope that goes without any hiccups as well. But yeah, the GT3 drivers, they know what they're doing. They'll hopefully be sensible.
Yeah,
See, Massa's got going again.
There you go. So we've refreshed the page, and now BTCC sadly back at the bottom where they belong. And it looks like Zanini has called it a day. And who can blame him really? Because it wasn't really going to plan. It didn't look much fun to drive out there.
No, I wonder how many rear wings they've gone through already in this race. Didn't take them.
Limit. So.
Still, they got to be getting them from somewhere, haven't they?
Yeah, maybe there was like a bargain bin sale on purple rear wings at the local auto shop.
Yeah. Well, that must be why they've DNF'd now. The shop ran out.
And Dragustin back in the race and immediately into the gravel trap. Unfortunately for him.
I'd say maybe cold tyres, but he's that far around the lap already. I'm not sure. I think it might just be a little bit rusty trying to get back into the rhythm because...
And someone else a bit rusty. That's Tom van der Pasch. He looped it around and then got going again. This looks like back end of sector 2, isn't it?
I'm just trying to put my finger on where it is myself. Oh yeah, it's just before the back straight, is it not?
Yeah, and there's Mattia Tonello doing a demonstration, I guess. Whoa! And doing a bit of grass cutting for the good measure. I think it was Ryan who said that the groundskeepers at the Nurburgring are not going to have to do very much work after this.
Yeah. Has that Project 91 car had any issues at some point? Because I seem to remember with Fabien Ballet driving it earlier on, it was very quick.
They were, yeah, they had a bit of a slow first phase of pit stops that put them sort of a bit out of sequence with everyone else.
Ah, yeah. As we see a GT3 lapping Robert Strachan.
GT3 BMW versus BTCC BMW. So no real contest.
No.
Okay.
Well, we'll see. We'll see with the BTCCs. We'll see if they manage to keep it clean for a while now.
Yeah, it looked to me like Robert was getting bored, so he just like, oh, someone wants to fight with me. Okay, then I don't care if I'm in a slower car.
I've just spotted it's not Strachan showing is in the car anymore. It's Tong. So they must have had a driver swap at some point. Maybe they came into the pits at the end of the last lap.
How do we explain it? Let's explain why last lap was 9 minutes 03.
Yeah, I did think they took a little while to get from where we let them go to only that bit on the GP loop.
So Tonello comes in.
Hopefully just a scheduled pit stop, but we didn't see them have another accident at any point, so I presume it's still on plan.
And there goes Chris Davis. He has struggled with that corner all afternoon and evening.
Yeah, that's over 3 hours has been in the car now, so as I said, he is known to do some long stints, but you've got to think even this is a bit long for him.
Yeah, he's sort of pushing himself a little bit further than perhaps is wise, just to make up for the fact they've only got 2 drivers. If I were in that Scuderia Marrera team, I might try and beg for a driver somewhere. Way too much speed being carried by Zaleski. and the Boy Transport 306, and that car is potentially fighting for a podium here. And Roy Seifert, 102 seconds further back. How has Scarpelli been doing since he got on board the number 17? Interestingly, because past that 9 minutes 28. Whereas you've got Zalecki, Seifert lapping in the 8:54s. Jesse Monroe 9:03. Mattia Tonello in the other class, of course, not relevant. Velko Suarez 10:22. Angus Tong 9:03.
Now that 10:22's either they've had some big issues or they've been in the pits.
I think he pit, didn't he? Because they changed drivers to 8-star.
That's not good for the rookie monsters.
Yeah, that's their other car. Look at the 37 leading, but the 73 has certainly had its fair share of issues.
You gotta hope they've not got a lot of damage because that's a long way from the pit lane, is it not?
Yeah, well, unless they're going to skip the track, then yes, because they're still in the GP loop, aren't they?
I don't know if that'd be allowed, but it has
Only
got
if
to
you're
be
missing a
something
wheel.
to think about. Yeah, yeah.
But it probably would cost more time to look for a place to crash at and lose your wheel. If you look at Evers, who is 53 seconds behind Busink, who is extending that gap. But Innovond, I think any mistakes from rookie monsters, we did see the 37 under pressure earlier on from the 59 and a couple of others, and from Iris as well. So if Innovond can take the fight to them, as we see Anthony Walker actually doing exactly what I joked he might do and skipping the entire Nordschleife.
Yeah. Well, they'll
73 back in the pits. How's the steering looking?
not good. Obviously, it won't count the lap, but he thinks he'll make the time up just doing the GP loop again rather
Not
than
damaging it further by going into the Nordschleife.
Yeah, exactly. Rather than limping round. It's safer for everyone else as well, as long as that is allowed, which I mean, it's a bit cheeky, but I don't see why it wouldn't be allowed, because it's not like it counts the lap. You still are having to do the whole GP bit of the track all over again.
Yeah, it's effectively wasted a lap.
Yeah. Do I have anyone else still limping on track? Because like, for the last 5 minutes or so, it's actually been a bit reasonable aside that rookie monsters.
Hey, who's not limping? Fuzzy in the Simcoe 43. He's to set personal best first sector.
They've not got a whole. Yeah, they've not got a whole lot of competition in GT4 at the moment.
Well, it's because the Toyotas have lost so much track position whenever they have to come into the pits, because they're longer pit stops, because they have to fill the tank essentially.
Yeah.
But that means basically the Alpines can build these huge leads. The Toyotas under pressure to sort of push harder to make it back up, and it inevitably ends up hurting the Toyotas more than the Alpines, even though it's been done to sort of balance out the performance deficit between the two.
Yeah, you've got to imagine it balances a little bit, but it's an 8-minute pit stop. There's no way it's going to balance completely in the end. So really, it'll be
Especially like the Nurburgring.
yeah, it'll be too soon. Oh, that's not good. I wonder if he's hit the wall. His steering looks to be bent through the windscreen, but it's hard to tell from here. Yeah, that is quite bent. He'll definitely be coming back and
really battling away at the wheel here. Oh, but not as much as Christus Fillo.
On the plus side, he doesn't look buried into a wall, so he might have got off lucky. Yeah, steering looks straight enough. That Boyd car, though, they weren't especially far off Ardèche, so that won't be good for their race, having to stop and get repairs.
Had got by them not too long ago, so Tim Houck is really just struggling on, isn't he? And then we've got Shuto in the 48, which is, of course, it's the Race Club Germany Porsche, isn't it? So
Yeah.
That could be a real threat to them, because they are still ahead of the rookie monsters and Anthony Walker we saw going for the pits not too long ago, by quite a way.
Well, Boyd doesn't have too far to limp back. It's only down the back straight, a couple of corners at the end of the lap, and then they're in the pits. But
Only a 54-second gap. There we go. He's made it.
Okay, it depends how much damage they've got. Then, if it's quite bad, then they'll probably lose the position. But if it's a quick fix, then they may well come out fairly close to Shuto.
We've got Alex LaHoo in the chat. He says, well, awesome endurance race. I'm not going to get to drive since the car DNF'd. And he was part of the 77 crew, Alex LaHoo. So, it's usually Alex that crashes the car, so I think he'll be it's not his fault this time. If nothing else.
I don't think you were commentating on that race, but another good one I'd seen in GPVWC, I believe it was FS1. There was an Imola race last year.
Wasn't commentating on that race, but I am the FS1 commentator since the middle of last year. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if you've seen the clip, but I was watching that stream, placing a couple bets in chat saying when Alex was going to crash. I think about 2 laps later, he managed to spin going through the first couple corners, the chicane there, get clipped by another car, roll across the gravel, straight over the wall and land in the trees.
I think I've seen the gif of that. And, unfortunately, we've got another retirement at the moment, and that looks like Matteo Tonello. Got a great view of the Iris being serviced in front of him. But that's the Fabian Ballet Project 91 car that they all shared. It seems to be out of the running, so I think it may have been disconnected there, and that's a big shame because they could potentially have fought their way back into the top 7 there. They weren't far off, as we see Boyd Transport also pitting as well. Yeah,
the Project 91 car, not great for them. They've had some troubles since Fabian Ballet got out the car, but it was probably going to be getting back in again a little bit later on in the race, and you would have thought that they could at least try to make a bit of a comeback.
Might be able to get back in the server if Tonello can get his connection sorted out.
Oh, is it just a disconnect?
I didn't see them crash, but unless you did.
I will go have a little look, see if I can find a replay of it.
In the meantime, we look at the gaps then. Busink leads Evers by 55 seconds, so the gap fairly stable in the top 2 in GD3. Manteri is another 52 seconds behind in the 33, the beer car. Roman Marchand is in the OSR. That's down from 2nd to 4th in the last hour or so. Arda Erchan is 95 seconds behind and closing on Marchand. So could be a threat for the podium, Arda Erchan in that 46. The cheetah car, of course, but not cheating. Just they've got the animal painted on the side of the car. Shuto is 6th. And looks like the 36, it's Harvey Shepherd that's getting on board the Boyd Transport car, which is good news for them.
Yeah,
they has gotten into the top 8. He has also set fastest lap of the class in recent history. He set 8 minutes 45.241 last time around, which is a very impressive lap for, especially in the Alpine.
What did you say the lap time was? Sorry.
Big crash for Zalewski
from a good spot.
Transport 306. That was running in 4th, and a healthy gap to Roy Zeifer in the Optimal number 71, going straight into the wall, and that was a big hit in the middle of the track there. Let's have a look at
what was the leader of GT.
Okay.
That doesn't look good. That'll cost them quite a lot of time. I'm guessing it'll be a long repair. Leader of GT3's in the pits. Yeah, that looked like a scheduled pit stop though. So
interested to see if Evers is going to stay out a lap longer or stick to the same strategy.
Yeah, we'll have to see. As I said earlier, I have no idea where the last pitted, but
nope, he's coming in as well. So Finnevond will not lead the race, sadly, for Louis Hartley.
Ah, well. I can still hope that Pascal can take the lead in BTCC, but he might struggle a bit.
He's got a bit of an uphill job, although how's Tong doing in terms of lap times? Here he is, Angus.
His last lap was
1:10. A 10-10, sorry.
10-10. That must have been a pit stop then, because that's way off the pace.
Yeah.
They've been doing very good pace throughout the race. Like, the best lap is an 8-minute 50. My best lap in the Astra in practice was, I think, 8:56. So it's a lot quicker than I was running. But they have interestingly been running the mediums for the race, which neither of the other BTCC cars have been doing.
Into the pits comes Tony Manteri from third, which makes sense for the car who be racing number 33. So the problem for Pascal Eggert is he's got Krista Zvillo, Roy Seifert, Mattia Zaleski, Jesse Monroe, Marco Massa, Yelko Suarez, Anthony Walker, all in between himself and Angus Tong. And about, let's see, over a lap.
Well, minor inconveniences. I don't think he'll manage to make the place up this stint, but he's in the car for a little while, so he might have a chance. Who am I kidding?
To be fair, Pascal's ahead of Tom van der Pasch. He's ahead of Zoltan Kovacs, Scarpelli, Matteo Tonello, all these guys in GD3s and GD4s. So we, as much as we praise rookie monsters, Finnebond have actually had a decent recovery here as we see. Oh, that's interesting. Marchand has got out ahead of Neil Evers. So what's happened there?
Yeah. How long ago did Marchand stop?
Must have been a very short stop for Marchand because he was quite a way behind, wasn't he? In fourth position in the order before that.
Yeah, well, it might be that he's just at the end of his stint doing a very short overcut. I don't remember him stopping very recently, so...
News is, means we got battle on track, doesn't it? For second in the overall order. Just 2 seconds between the two.
It does mean that, yeah, so... We'll see if they close up a little bit. You'd guess that they would, especially with the brand new tyres on Neil Evers, so... We'll see.
A couple of things to watch out for. Evers versus Marchand for second position. I also think GD4 Zaleski has, with that damage, lapping quite slowly, been caught by Roy Seifert in the 71 Toyota. We know how quick that car is down the straights as well. So 306 could be in real trouble here as Optimal start to close in on that podium that they would desperately love to finish on.
Yeah, they had a very tricky start.
Yeah, Bulio didn't really have things his own way, did he?
No. Since I'll be racing in the Fine Avant number 4, the BTCC car later, I was watching the start with them, and it seemed a bit all over the road. It's lucky that they didn't end up having a massive crash and put themselves out of the race altogether. But they've had a good comeback since then. They've got in a pretty decent position, as you say. Zaleski isn't completely out of the question. They could probably hunt him down over the next couple hours or so.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. Zaleski's probably going to have to keep it very, very clean to keep the boy transport car ahead. First sector 5 minutes flat, whereas Roy Seifert did it in 4 minutes 41. So that's a big gain in the first sector alone.
Now that 5 minutes flat isn't great. It's slower than I was doing in the Astra, so...
Yeah, but you had the straight steering wheel.
Well, you have got that, yeah.
Small advantage. but anyway, I'm just trying to look for some Bulli, because we're just talking about him. I'm trying to remember where he's racing in GPV next year.
I know he was FS2 last year.
He was FS2 last year, but I swear he announced he was moving teams, but I can't remember if he was staying in it. I'm pretty sure he was moving up to one of the bigger tiers.
Is it Optimal entering a car in the higher tier, or is he going to a completely different team now?
I think he's going to a different team, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting, because I've only ever seen him driving an Optimal car.
I should probably focus on this race and the people I have. But I think he still has a very good relationship with Optimal, clearly, which is why he drove for them here.
Yeah, exactly.
Dan Hadjic says no need for that disrespect. I think it's because of what we were saying about Alex earlier, which was maybe a bit harsh. As we see Werner Schuto in the 59 in the pits there of OEJ, of course.
Couple of rookie monsters together. I think I saw BTCC one, Tong flashing his headlights at his teammate there.
Yeah, looks like he's having a bit of fun, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, look, respect to Alex Lehoux. He's a quick driver.
Yeah, he set some amazing pole laps.
Yeah, exactly. But we wouldn't have to be disrespecting him if he'd stop crashing.
It is easiest. To be fair, Alex said to me, I think he's doing super lights this season, or is it another? Yeah, I think he's doing super lights, and basically, he was sort of saying, well, I've got no chance of succeeding. I'm going to crash out of every race after a certain number of laps. And I was like, well, stop fearing failure and embrace it. Fail bigger, fail more spectacularly, have the biggest crashes ever. To be fair, I think he's already doing that, but I think it's. I feel like telling it. So you could still crash out about 6 or 7 races, and you could probably still win the championship as long as you finish the race. The other 10, which is a good way of looking at it, rather than if you mess up once, then basically your championship's over. Just often I find a very negative place for a driver to be mentally. I think Alex sometimes needs to. Everett Dumont says, Simcoe average lap is insane. They're doing a really good job. Even if we try and close the gap, we feel that the car is risky, which I don't think makes sense in English. Maybe it makes more sense in Everett Dumont's language. Translated back into that. But let's have a look at 43. Marcel Fuzzy, last lap round was 8 minutes 46.1. They are, of course, battling with team chasing them, which is of course Suarez in the 64, the other Alpine.
Well, you say battling. It is quite a long distance battle.
He was 11 seconds slower. The last lap was Yelko Suarez, so I think that's what he's referring to.
Yeah. That battle for the lead, if you can call it that, in GT4 has not really been helped by the fact that the rookie monsters in second. Oh no, that's not even that. Never mind, I'm looking at the wrong car. It was I forget that the rookie monsters BTCC car is still up and amongst all the GT4s.
Yeah, they're 11th overall in the order. Still ahead of about 25 seconds ahead of Oscar Evers Janssen.
Big gap, yeah. It is quite impressive what they're doing with that car, because it is a lot slower on outright pace, but there's been a good few drivers in that rookie monsters now, and they've all managed to keep it in contention on that pace, which is just impressive no matter how you look at it.
And certainly will attract the attention of anyone looking for those drivers in the upcoming touring car season. I don't think Angus Tong has a seat actually anyway, but I've already had sorted out my drive. I've got 2 teams for British touring cars next season, and one of them is a gold Honda.
Yeah, I've seen that. I quite like the livery. Nick posted it a few days ago. Yeah, I quite like the look of it.
Yeah, I think the driver said, we don't want a car that looks like an apple. That's their phrase. As we see Cypher and Zaleski hit, which allows Scarpelli back through into the top 5 in GD4.
Yep. Cypher is in an Alpine, I remember. What is Zaleski in? Is he in a Toyota? Yeah, he will not be anywhere near them when he comes out of the pits, will he?
Nope. Unfortunately, that is the move done then. I think that's potentially a net 4th place loss, because Van der Pasch is still yet to pit in this phase of pit stops.
Unfortunate. Enjoy fighting with the other Toyotas for the rest of the race.
Yeah, it could be a long afternoon, long 24 hours.
To be fair, they've got more people to race with than we do in BTCC.
That's true. Like you said, I think you've implied that I'm partly responsible for not forcing my drivers to race and show more interest.
It's all. There were other sign-ups. I think there was another 3 teams signed up for BTCC that just didn't appear, which hasn't really helped things. But well, we didn't need them anyway, did we?
Well, we got It certainly
Oh,
allowed
yeah,
the rookie monsters to shine a bit more
yeah.
without any competition. Reminds me of Hypercar a few seasons where basically, as long as you finished, you'd be on the podium.
Yeah, exactly.
In fact, this is, I believe, where Finavon got their best Hypercar result the last time we were here. They finished second with Pascal and others, I believe, in 4 hours.
When was it? That would have been LMP1 at that point, was it not? Was the
Oh, it would have been,
Bicolors
yes.
that year?
Okay, yeah.
It wasn't anyway. Last season, the stream.
Oh, you won, yes.
Yeah. It all went downhill from there. We didn't even get to race.
It's sad that the stream failed because of the Nicoma messing around in the phone. But that couldn't really be helped, unfortunately.
Still need to find someone to blame for that.
Well, we got on the podium too, so that was like both of us have reasons for wanting that memorialised. That never came to pass.
Which class? Because you had cars in
GT3.
GC3 and LMP2. Okay.
Oh, I was reading game at the I guess they're partnered with us. In fact, they're partnered with us in FS2. We've got a really quick driver called Message Micah from Poland who won both the academy races in Bahrain, even the reverse grid one. So they're very excited about him because they were going to put another Polish driver. It's Mateusz Micah, not Message Micah. That's a different driver. But it was Mateusz Piskazan who was originally supposed to drive, and then he got promoted to Super Lights team. Or at very short notice, as Massa has another excursion through the gravel trap and tries to get this troublesome wayward steering back at the Hamilton drop.
He's definitely struggled with this.
That steering wheel is turning into chocolate at the moment.
He seems to be getting quite good at avoiding walls, though. A lot of the time, if you just touch the grass in the slightest, you're going to go straight into a wall at 300 miles per hour. And that doesn't do great things for your suspension, but he seems to have got off a bit lucky the last couple of times and just only just avoided the walls or kissed them a little bit. So, at least still in...
Looking at this second place fight, Louis, because Evers has dropped off the back of Marchand. They came out about 3 or 4 seconds apart, and now the gap's 10 seconds. So Marchand has been doing a good job on that low fuel to try and pull away. He's even caught a little bit up to Tavanari.
Yes, but it's again. Evers has been in the car since the start. I imagine.
Yeah.
He's getting
trying
a bit
to go for as long as he can, so that Nicoma doesn't have to do his biggest stint when he gets in. I assume.
Now I look actually. It's the two Evers brothers that are meant to be.
Oh, Milan.
Milan and Milo. It's great for trying to get mixed up with those two. They're both on the same account. Yeah, they're both on the same account, and they're both sharing the car up until after it gets dark. So don't get a bit concerned when you anyone that's popping up in the stream every so often, just sort of glancing at it, and you see Evers is still in the car for about 7 hours in a row. It's not the same person.
Anyone who does end up watching this 7 hours in a row, thank you very much.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I appreciate you. But it's going to be interesting to see how the Triple Four get on, because Milan and Mil Evers are both very, very quick drivers, actually, and also very, very consistent. So we can see if they can get the jump back on OSR or not. But here's Tavanari having gotten into the lead. He's starting to pull away from Marchand again, so perhaps the tyres just starting to fade a little bit relative to the 37. But this is going all rookie monsters' way, especially in GD3, but even more so in touring cars. There's the GD4, it's all going Simcoe's way.
Yeah. Rookie monsters just seem to have a lot of quick drivers everywhere they race. I don't think I've ever really seen them compete in anything where they don't at least fight at the top end of the grid. They're always a team to be feared, I'd say.
In fact, they're going back to QPV FS1 this season, aren't they? For the first time since 2020, 2019. I think they finished 9th in 2019. But you're right, they've got a very good pool. Bradley Sellers has led that team incredibly well.
Yeah, it's Rookie Monsters you got Mike Bell from, is it not? For
yeah.
BCCC last season. So, another quick one.
Technically that was from commentating him in GPV Academy.
Oh, no.
Just hold people up, and he said, "Oh, I really like touring cars, by the way." And he mentioned offhandedly, "Oh, about 10 years ago, I beat Rubens Barrichello in a touring car race on iRacing." I think.
Yeah, I found out recently as well that he's won the TC UK Championship, which is another BCCC league in this game. So he is quick in those cars. I don't believe he's any of. Yeah.
Luckily, we've got Luke Mitchell, because otherwise we'd probably stand no chance against him. But we also got Luca Gray on the books as well. He's a very decent driver, especially in mixed conditions in the wet. He's pretty solid.
Yeah, Luke Mitchell, I find the scarier driver of the two. I think he
would have won Brand if I'd remembered to put the right tyres in for that race. He changed it, and there was a miscommunication. I didn't communicate it to Nick, so he put on the tyres for race 2, but I said he'd do it in race 1. Yeah. Or was that very rad? I can't remember. Anyway.
It can be a very quick driver. A lot of the time, he just finds pace out of nowhere that I just don't understand and can't compete with. Luca Gray can be very quick as well. He can be a bit accident prone at times, but not to the point where you expect him to make a mistake. He's still someone that can be very hard to deal with. As we have another one of the Toyotas going off. He looks like he's trying to stop.
Oh,
is this a DNA?
He stopped just in front of the halfway point to the pit entry. Is he going to retire from the event? Let's have a look.
Did you change who the camera was looking at there, or is he DNF'd?
It's auto. He has now. There he is.
Well, that's unlucky, and you can't imagine them coming back.
The engine may be cooked there. So it looked like there wasn't just some dust, there was some smoke coming out.
I didn't see it. I haven't double checked, but I was told that mechanical failures should be turned off for this race since a lot of the brakes don't make it. Yeah, the BTCC cars aren't really made for races this long, so I think just the precaution we had it turned off. So yeah, you got to imagine that they're completely out of the race because that didn't look anything like a disconnect.
Good news though, the 711 is back in the running with Mikhail Raza at the wheel of that Toyota, but unfortunately they are 9th and last in the GD4 class. So it's difficult to see them making too much progress here, and Raza looking a little all over the place because he's driving at angle.
No, and steering by the looks of it.
Yeah, so he's gotten back out and in that car and then a wall somewhere, and he's now just surviving.
Yeah, I presume he'll be coming back into the pits very soon.
Oh, look at this. Erchan is closing on 4th position in GD3.
Yeah, that's come out of nowhere a bit, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been building for a while.
Has it? Alright. I just missed it then. Okay,
Alfred Manningen, who's gotten on board 33, the beer racing car. And here we go. Erchan's got a great run onto the back straight then. What can he make of it? Pulls out to the right.
He's making it look easy, isn't he?
He is, yeah. And that's Erchan up to 4th and only 66 seconds behind Vinavon now. You know?
I don't say that.
Interbank are getting into this one, well and truly, aren't they?
Yeah.
You don't sound too thrilled.
No, especially. But yeah, Arda Erchan raced him a few times. He's a very quick driver. Who knows how long he'll still be in the car for, but I expect him to close that gap a bit to the 444 over the course of his stint.
Yeah. Maxime Bouliou says, heard you guys were talking about me. I left Optiminal in GPVWC, now drive for Fusion Racing in Superlights. That's it. I still have a great relationship with Optiminal. Yeah, that's very true. I actually met Maxime in real life at the GPVWC end of season go-karting event in Milton Keynes.
Oh, I didn't realise that.
Made an amazing start in the first race I did, which was the first time I got into a go-kart in like 3 years or something, and couldn't get past him, and then he just disappeared. I finished about 6th in both races. Oh,
there's someone blinking
in the background there.
Don't think they're completely out. I think they just blinked. Yeah, they're still going.
Yeah,
That
only
wouldn't be
2
great.
retirements done. It was good, despite 2 retirements at the moment. I suppose Mercurio's number 5 might be able to get back in, but we've certainly lost Zanini. That's our confirmed retirement at the moment, at least, anyway.
Oh, it's lucky that Iris have that many cars they can afford to lose a couple.
Well, they can't afford to crash out too many more times with the other cars. It'd be too bad for morale.
Yeah, well, on the plus side, even if you end up miles out of contention around here, it's that sort of engaging of a track that... Oh, was that a disconnect? Or did... Oh, no, it just changed who it was looking at. Yeah, I thought someone teleported to the pits there.
It's got a nice view of the city, which we won't be using.
But hopefully not again. What was I saying?
About not getting bored on the track because it's a busy
yeah. Yeah, it's that engaging of a track that even if you don't see anyone for a good while, it's not like you can get bored of it. It's every corner's different, and it's that long that you're not getting bored of seeing the same corners over and over again. Plus, then it's a lot more difficult to dispose of traffic around here than anywhere else, just because it's that narrow. It's that sort of... It's unpredictable what people are going to do as well, so keeps you on your toes a lot more.
Imola's also pretty narrow. Bits of Hockenheim as well. We've had endurance races there where the 3 classes have struggled.
Yeah. Imola I always enjoy. I'm looking forward to that being back on the BTCC calendar for next season.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Hopefully it goes better for me than last time in season 1.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
What was it? What was the team called again? You were driving Lev Speed.
Lev Speed, yeah. Again, it's Peter Sherman chasing me down in the final one that eventually go and race
you,
for.
Peter Schumann and Mia Rose. Was there someone else in that battle as well?
I don't think so. It was just us
just
3 sort of disappeared off in the lead. What was it? I think...
Reverse grid race,
Yeah, Mia was starting at the back.
By somebody near the end, but it wasn't Peter, it was someone else.
I thought it was. I thought she'd clipped the back of Peter and coming out of Tosa, and it'd been a bit funky with the collisions and sent her flying off into a wall.
Might have been it, yeah. I think one of the other Frinavons got ahead of her as well by the end because of that spin.
Yeah, I think she got a bit of damage hitting that wall.
I mean, she still won that championship easily, so she wasn't too upset about it.
Oh yeah, it was...
Like, only showing up midway through the season.
It was quite impressive.
I think gave her the offer midway through the season.
It's a shame she didn't do all of season 2. It could be a good fight to the end, and by that I mean she could have won the championship like 2 races from the end, because I don't think I would have beat her, but oh well, I'm not complaining.
You still won it fair and square. You beat her with the races that she did show up. You beat her fair and square at Mount Panorama, I guess. Despite Mia getting that penalty for corner cutting, I think.
Yeah, it was a bit unlucky that she barely went off, but gave her a big penalty. But
I think she wasn't enjoying that car, so it wasn't fair to force her to drive anymore.
Yeah,
that's scrabbling for drivers in the second half of that season. We nearly beat Gravel Track in the Teams Championship, but unfortunately we just didn't quite beat them often enough.
Yeah, they had a lot. Massa struggling again.
Shortcut. Very Felipe Massa-like tactics.
I hope he doesn't end up having a big one, because I know he's having a lot of little offs, but it'd be a shame to see them completely out of the race. Well, it's a shame
I
to
thought you
see
were about to say, I hope he doesn't take us to court 10 years later.
That wouldn't be ideal.
Screwing him out of win somehow by making him race in the Nordschleife or something.
Oh, that's a lot of steering angle. Whoa.
Yeah, I think Harvey was a bit late into turn 1 there.
I can't imagine the front tyres like that very much.
He's got a big enough lead to afford to be able to do that.
Yeah. Ershan
oh no, am I getting mixed up with Harvey and Tong, aren't I? There's Mercurio back in the race, luckily, but not going particularly well or quickly. He's going to try and cut across. He thought about getting the pits then. He's like, nah, I'm going to carry on.
I wonder if that was just him trying to obey blue flags. I can't actually tell.
It is a little bit hard to tell with some of these drivers whether they...
As polite as we can be.
Scarpelli who's got the Apex Racing Toyota back into the 4th place. 94 seconds down on Van der Pasch. The 008 have actually had a very, very solid run, haven't they? All things considered. Van der Pasch has been really consistent.
Yeah, I mean, we've not seen a whole lot of them, which, to be honest, can only be a good thing. They've not gotten too much trouble. There's obviously a big gap ahead, but they can't really be blamed for that. It'll just be the pit stop times in the Toyota. So, speaking of the devil, they've just gone into the pits now.
Yeah, they were due a stop, as I said, but yeah, that's still impressive nonetheless that they managed to get it to last that long, because I thought they'd be in ages ago.
Yeah. So, let's see where they come out, but we might be waiting a little while for that. Oh no, it is an Alpine.
Suarez is in as well. I think Suarez is nearly a lap ahead of them, but not quite. He's just come in behind them, I think.
Yeah. Marco looked very nervous driving that. I wonder if there's a bit of rear damage on it.
Wouldn't surprise me.
The steering's definitely bent, but not very much, so I suppose they just decided to stay out.
That might be the point where it's not worth just coming in to repair the damage, because it's the sort of thing where you've got to stick with it, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, no, that looks a lot more confident. They just looked into the final corner like they didn't really trust the rear of it much, but seems to be handling fine-ish.
Should we check in with Erchan sits an 8:11 last time around. Mieleva's 8:20.
Yeah, they've
in the race lead 8:15. Manninen sits an 8:26. So Manninen really started to drop off the back now, and Erchan's going to start the long and arduous task of closing that gap to 3rd place.
He's already started. He's caught up by about 10 seconds since he passed Manninen. It was about 65 seconds to Evers, the gap when that move first happened. So,
yeah. I think that top 4 in GT3 is going to be really fascinating to watch from now on, the next 20 hours.
That would be Peter then.
Oh, probably about time for me to head off then if Peter's getting here, because it's dinner in about half an hour. I'll be back at 9, don't worry. Peter, how are you?
I'm good. I keep forgetting this thing is on.
That's not ideal when you're here to do commentary, my friend. Oh, let me see. I think I just wasn't paying attention. I think I may have missed Erchan Kidding, which is why Manninen has got back ahead there.
Oh, great. New tyres. And he really needed the extra pace, didn't he?
Yeah. Peter, have you been engaging with the race in any form, or have you just been...
Yeah, I've been with the team all day. As you see someone going off. But yeah, I've been with the team all day and kind of watching the race with them, seeing them crash, having to do pit stops. We just
not seen the 444 crash all that much. Do you mean the number 4?
Yeah, number 4. We were just on our roof, like I think half an hour ago. So
I was skipping. We missed.
Yeah, I sent it in the general chat from EERC. Some pictures.
Ah, nice.
It was very weird rollover, but yeah, not that much damage either. So that was a good thing. But it's been how do you say that, adventure so far.
Yeah, but Pascal still keeping the course, keeping a 268-second gap to Davis. Still ahead of quite a few of the GT4s and GT3s that have struggled in the race. So certainly it's been, like you say, an adventure for the number 4.
Yeah.
If anything happens to rookie monsters, then you're there to take advantage.
Yeah, if they take more than a lap, but yeah, we will try to be there. Let's just put it like this. So far, we're
looking at the drivers. They've been squabbling, right, the GT4 leaders to try and get with personal pride to get the BTCC board above the GT4 board in the timing screen, which is quite so funny.
Yeah,
I think 3C's built up a big gap to them now.
It would be funny if that happens after all. It's possible, but I think the 43 car in the GT4 is pretty quick and consistent so far. So don't see it happen just now.
Yeah, we're just looking at GT4s. This is the battle for 3rd place between Scarpelli for Apex Racing and Haskell in the speed car 008, which both Toyotas, I believe, and so they're both pretty quick in a straight line. But Scarpelli has been closing. I think Haskell may have just come out of the pits though, because there was a driver change there.
I think the Haskell car is an Alpine, actually.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
an
we
Alpine.
just
Sorry,
we just saw them come in
Yes.
about a couple minutes ago.
Yeah.
I've been doing nearly 4 hours of commentary. Well, apart from when I had a break to have a coffee.
It's
But anyway, trying to think of anything else to say because my brain's a little bit.
Is it the point in commentary yet where we ask how you had your coffee?
Well, if it was a filter coffee. So
That's
grind
underwhelming.
in the beans, put it in the filter, through, drank it in about 15 minutes, and then came back in. but anyway, Peter, what are your thoughts on the GD3 battle up front? Because that's been very, very mixed, and Evers doing pretty well, but Marchand was able to overcut them in the pits by making a much shorter pit stop. Do you think second place is on, or do you think it's all about holding onto that podium from the likes of...
It's still such a long way to go. Second place is definitely on. I think if you were within, I think it's now 70 seconds to the leader. It's not too bad either.
Scarpelli makes a mistake there, so it looks like Haskell's going to escape up the road then.
So I think in GT3 it's all pretty open still. I think everyone in the top 4, maybe 5 can still, probably even the top 7 can still win the race. You never know what happens. There's also some rain predicted at the end of the race, so...
Is there? Interesting.
Yeah,
12.
12 o'clock tomorrow. So like the whole afternoon till the finish. It should be light rain. So yeah, if something can shake things a little up, then it's rain, especially on the Nordschleife, I would say.
Yeah, because we really need a bit more of a shake-up around here, don't we?
Yeah, it's not been shaken up enough already. The gaps are still too close.
It has actually stayed fairly close for a lot of the race. If you ignore the top 2 in GT4, even that's pretty close. You've got 2 cars within 10 seconds, like a minute and a half gap, which can close pretty quickly if anyone makes mistakes. And then only 15 seconds to the 306 in 6th place. So
yeah,
that can go anywhere as well.
And Chris Davis on the grass on the GP loop actually, but yeah, I think the only class where there's at least a lap between 2 cars is the BTCC class. So even though not everyone is still in the lead lap of the leader of their class, I think most people are in the same lap as the car in front of me, so it makes it still interesting to watch. And it's already 4 hours gone as we see Massa without a rear wing.
It's been off a lot of times. It's
again.
So much speed.
It's like watching a downhill skiing event or something.
Someone tell him he doesn't have a rear wing.
I think he's noticed now. That was a bit scary for Tavanari. He looked a bit... The rear end was all over the place braking for the last corner there.
To be fair, every time I look at the Porsche I think they're gonna lose it, but then it puts in the fastest lap of the race. So, there
okay.
really
You missed Pascal there.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Starting to feel a bit of bias creeping into this commentary that we're all pretty pro.
Yeah, the only moment you have to be careful is when there is a fine Avid car passing. For the rest, you can do whatever you want.
Well, hey, here's the other one. This is auto-directed, by the way, it's not me.
Yeah, I like this audio.
Bias stream.
Yeah. I'd be very happy if you guys want to take over the commentary. I could just do the cameras in the background until Massa again.
I would suggest keeping it on Massa for a bit.
Anyway, before I hand over to you, Peter, I suppose I can just very briefly go over the order once more. The leaders in each class. It's Tavanari, Rookie Monsters number 37 that leads Online Sim Races number 19 in the form of Roman Marchand, I should say. Although Marchand is his pit, but he was about 60 seconds behind him before that point. In GD4, it is Marcel Fuzzy that leads Yelko Suarez by 252 seconds. So Simcoe starting to take control for the time being in that class. And then BTCC, it's of course Angus Tong for Rookie Monsters that leads Pascal Leggett by a whole lap. So I'll be back at 9 p.m. and I leave you in the hands of Peter Schooneman and Louis Hart.
Yes. In the good hands of the totally not biased stream coming up. About what's the best car is the Astra. Just gonna get that out of the way.
I mean, I can't believe no one else decided front-wheel drive was the way to go, because it clearly is.
Yes, you can see it. It's the best front-wheel drive on track right now.
Oh yeah,
Consistently the fastest front-wheel drive. So I think it's not really an argument.
Yeah. I mean, your front wheels do all the steering already.
Yeah.
Why bother with rear wheels? Make them deliver the power too. It does.
I
all
think
the
you only
braking.
need 2 wheels in a car.
Exactly. Yeah, you could get rid of the rear wheels. Wouldn't notice a difference in handling in that car.
You also wouldn't need a rear wing, so you have more top speed.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't have a rear, you can't lose the rear.
We might have to actually suggest that at some point. For like a change to make in the pits, take the rear wing off, and there's another Iris having an issue there.
Can you not find reverse or something?
He's in first gear at the moment, so
Yeah, pressing the
There it
brake. Like it's in arcade mode, shifting wise. Okay, but he seemed to be able to get out of there, but
yeah, I'm sure we'll see soon if he's got much steering damage, judging by like if he ends up in another wall within the next 5 minutes.
Massa made it to the pits.
I'm surprised. He really didn't want to just admit defeat and use the pit limiter. It's good that no one else got involved there.
Yeah, he almost wasn't lonely in the pits.
Yeah, Pascal got very close to dying there.
I'm kind of sad I missed that. Wasn't in the voice chat for that moment.
Yeah, there would have been some good reactions there that probably wouldn't be especially suited for this stream.
Yeah, also not probably for Massa. Oh, it's a Toyota, the 711.
I'd tell you what team it is, but I'll go check the entry list. A good few of the GT4s just tell you what car it is, so I have to try and memorize the team names now.
711.
It would be Neurotic Sim Racing.
Is that the car that
Suso's in.
disconnected?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
Suso is in.
Yeah, I forgot they disconnected earlier on.
With Agustin in the car, or
Yeah,
yeah.
it's good that they're back in for now.
Neil thought there was a Russian flag on the side wing of the spoiler.
What was it? Slovakia?
It's yeah, Slovakian or Slovenian, I don't know. Both
I
the
can tell
same.
them apart, but not at like a glance like that.
Yeah.
Wow, Chris Davis keeping up with the leader. Incredible pace. By the way, he's been in the car for over 4 hours now.
Yeah, but is he now doing it with just the two people, or is he in the Scuderia Moria?
Well,
It's
as
the
mentioned-
888, so that's like 5 people in the lineup.
it does
Yeah.
say that, but it's seen earlier in, I think, the race director chat on Discord that apparently it was just 2 people in that car. We've yet to see who the other person will be because there's a few on the entry list, but
Yeah. I've seen Savigny in the practice session earlier on this week, so
yeah, I thought he was in a GT3. Did I imagine that?
let me check.
Yeah, I'm on the entry list just now. I'll let you know. Oh yeah, he has signed up for the BTCC, so it might be him. I haven't seen the others in the practice server at any point, so I think it's probably safe to presume it's him.
Yeah.
But we'll see when. It can't be too long until Chris Davis has to stop again. If he's going to the full fuel tank every stint. Oh, no, then again, he's been in the pits for damage,
it's
hasn't he?
definitely
So,
off sync.
yeah, he could pit anytime. We'll see.
I don't know if the live timing shows when his last pit stop was.
Nah, I've mainly been using it just for figuring out lap times and what tires people are on at the moment.
Yeah.
So there hasn't been too much going on at the front of the GC3 field for a while. It was quite eventful when I first popped into commentary, but it's been quiet for a while now. Every so often it'll cut to Tavanari lapping someone, but that's about it.
It's gonna be interesting when 444 is gonna make the pit stop if they be in front or behind number 19. Because there was like, I believe before they pitted, 16 seconds between them.
Yeah, that's the car that Arda Erchan was driving, isn't it?
No, it's the OSR.
Oh,
Was
right.
he in the
Where's
I would be
Ashton gone?
surprised. I would be surprised if he was in the OSR, but were you not in the car who beer, the money in the car, the number 33?
He is shown as signed up for the 46.
Oh, then they
Which is P5
tumbled
at
down
the
the
moment.
order a bit.
Yeah. No, that's not good.
That's not good, is it?
Well, it
No
appears
rear
that
wing.
we've lost our rear wing. So, speaking of the beer car,
Let me check what happened in the replay.
yeah, we'll see if either of them have got much damage. It's definitely a rear wing gone on the Fine Avant. Is there much damage there? Oh, that's not the car, is it? It's someone else. I wonder if the beer racing
Oh yeah, they did.
car got damage.
Oh no, Kali lost it on the quick straight.
Ah, I see.
But he already had no rear wing at that point. Or maybe it's the damage not synchronized.
I wonder if he's noticed. His steering looks very straight there, though, so that's something he may well stay out.
I think I think the damage is not synchronized.
Okay.
Oh wait, maybe it is.
Regardless.
I found another moment. Yeah.
Okay.
Flukblad is where it went wrong initially.
Oh, so he's been driving without the wing for quite a while then, hasn't he?
Yeah, and then
that's-
lost it while in front of the 33 car.
Yeah. He looks to be struggling. He's off again. That's
Why don't drive safely?
That's got to damage the steering a bit. How? How is it still steering straight? This car's indestructible.
It's the Astra.
Well, yeah, it's the greatest car on the grid. No one else was brave enough to take front wheel drive.
It's just struggling with having a rear wheels. It doesn't need those. It's trying to get rid of the rear wheels. It's
Oh, yeah.
natural behaving of the Astra.
Raza seems... I don't know if I was imagining it, but it looked to like fishtail a little bit on pit entry. I wonder if he's got a bit of steering damage. Looks a bit vague. Could explain why he's coming to the pits. That Project 91 didn't look to hit a wall there, but they are coming in, so maybe. So which Evers is it in the 444 at the moment?
It's now Milo.
Oh, okay. I had mentioned earlier, and like for the first until it gets dark or something, we've only got the two Evers driving. So
Yeah, it's gonna look like they do the whole race. For some people, probably because maybe they sleep at the same time, and then they come back, wake up, and see Ever still in the car.
really pulling through with the 8-hour stint to start the race.
Yeah.
It's a good battle here, and that's for position as well.
I think the 33 has damage. Look at it, crabbing over the straight.
Yeah, that's the car that made
Yeah, it's
contact with
contact
the
with the
BTCC. So, oh yeah,
yeah.
big damage. So that's them limping back to the pits. You got to imagine it's got to be a decently long repair time. I'd guess at least about 2 minutes for that much damage.
You can see Kali in the back.
Who's behind him though? There was another car. Oh, he's racing an Alpine.
Yeah, they top out earlier on the straights, the Alpines. They do like 243, but Kali's probably flying now without a rear wing.
It makes the Astra look so big. And there he goes. He'll set our fastest lap of the race with that rear wing gone.
Probably the highest top speed of the PCC, but although the gear ratio won't allow it. 245.7 it says. It's not bad.
Yeah, not bad. It's.
I hope Kali notices he has no rear wing.
I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't.
It's Kali, he's probably sleeping.
Well, if it had to happen at some point, like
He's in a bit, I can confirm.
Ah, yeah. Had to happen at some point where the BTCC is getting taken out, getting lapped.
Yeah.
We made it 4 hours. That's.
But it didn't get taken out by being lapped. It was
no,
like
yes,
already
it did.
sidewedged across the track, and the GT3 had nowhere to go.
Ah, yeah. Oops.
But we got taken out. He turned in on this there.
Yeah. Thrilling stuff watching all the engineers get to work on the car there.
Yeah, they all flew over from Germany. England. It's Vauxhall.
So there was a few cars sort of converging a little while ago before you came in. The Altunas car, Altuntas, sorry, just passed man in the pits. He was, or that car anyway, when Airtime was in it, was running P3, catching up to the 444. Not long ago, there was a good fight around mid-pack and GC4 as well, but they all seem to have spread out a little bit for the time being.
Yeah, I think the 444 still has to pit.
Okay.
And the 19 already pitted. So that's as soon as the 444 pitted, we can see what the actual gap is.
Yeah, I think that it's not the gap to the leader; it's gap between the cars that we're
That's
seeing.
interval
I
now.
think that
It says
Yeah,
ENT,
it's
so I think it's interval.
okay.
So it's 90 seconds between them now. I have no clue what a pit stop takes in GT3, but I think usually it's a minute.
Oh no, that makes sense then. Actually, so they will come out quite close together, will they not?
Yeah, I think now the 444 should be ahead, but I'm not entirely sure.
Either way, it should be close. It'll be a good thing to keep an eye on. Ah, an Iris with bent steering.
Do they know it's not an oval race?
I mean, it's all hairpins and straight at the end of the day, so.
Yeah. See him going through the last hairpin.
Onto the pit straight now. Oh, Fabian Ballas got back in the Project 91 again. They've got their work cut out for them though. They were very, very quick at the start of the race, but
yeah, I saw them do 8:11s.
Yeah,
maybe even quicker, but
unlucky for that GC3. Apparently, it's a 7-minute damage repair for Caribbeer Racing.
Oof.
That BMW that, unfortunately for them, drove into an orange car.
For something that was kind of out of their control.
Yeah.
They said it in a YouTube chat.
Yeah, YouTube chat. So that's them quite a way down the order now, but it's a long race. They might be able to come back.
Kali's already out of the pits again.
With or without a rear wing.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah. Quite the interesting bloke, him.
I can confirm he has a rear wing on this car.
Ah, good.
I mean, we're driving under the name of Joplar anyways.
He's with us in spirit. Unfortunately not on track. In fact, maybe for the better. Let's see if Chris Davis can keep himself pointing the right way for long enough to let the Porsche through here. He's really not had a good race so far, which is odd. He can be quite quick a lot of the time, but he seems to really be struggling with that 330 car.
Just keeps it out of the wall.
Yeah,
could have
again,
been
the auto-direct.
yeah, it could have been a silly rear wing loss there if he hit the barrier
Yeah.
where it jumps up and off of the car.
There was one of those earlier on, someone tried to turn around on track. Ah, we're back to the final hold.
Yes, by stream.
There's been
That's
a lot
good.
of close calls for the two Evers so far, but aside the crash they had in qualifying, starting from the back of the GT3 grid, they've had a really clean race so far.
Yeah,
it seems.
Mule didn't go off a single time. The only thing I've heard him complain about was getting traffic on fast laps.
It's that long a lap, you can't really complain about it around here.
Oh, he does.
Oh, well.
He shouts like he crashed and then, oh, again, traffic on my fast lap.
They should simply bow down and move out the way.
Why are other people on track?
Honestly.
A race or something? Come on. We're just hot
Oh.
lapping here, right?
Look at the traffic here. I can't believe this
Awful.
guy, honestly. So, yeah, we just had a little look at Fuzzy as well in the lead of GT4. It's still... Oh, I thought it was the leader, that Ricky Monsters for a moment. Steering's definitely bent a bit, but not loads. You've got to imagine it makes it very difficult to drive the Porsche, no matter how much damage you've got, though.
The Porsche is already difficult to drive.
Yeah. Quite an unforgiving car. He was already down in 9th place, I saw, though, before that damage, so he's last... Well, he's not last in GT3, but he's the last one before you get to the GT4s starting to get involved.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely end up with a mixed grid here.
Oh, yeah. Still fingers crossed for a BTCC car. Any of them getting on the overall podium.
But it's definitely not impossible.
No, it's definitely not.
Tong is now 11th. So it takes only 5 more cars, 6 to...
He's been leading the GT4s quite a few times throughout the race. At the moment, he would be second in the GT4 class, but there is a big gap between first and second in GT4, so I couldn't really tell you whereabouts in there he is. Yeah, everyone's sort of spread out a little bit. I think main things to wait for are... Well, I was going to say if somebody in GT4 pits, it'll bring them a bit closer together, but their pit stops are that long, it wouldn't really, so...
Yeah, it earlier takes them closer to some of the BTCC cars.
Yeah, there's first to 4th place in GT3, the gap is each like a minute and a half, so any of them pit and it makes it quite interesting, but we've just sort of got to wait for that for a little while.
Yeah.
Or...
Yeah, GT3 to pit, maybe.
Yeah. Wait for the next pile up the next time Iris decides to get to know a wall.
Low downforce setup.
Yeah, we were running that for a little while in the rear wing. Can't believe he came in and fixed it.
It fixed it pretty quick. He didn't even lose an extra lap on top.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we lost that first lap very quickly, so...
Yeah, I don't know how, actually. We were in front and then we didn't watch. I was like downstairs for a bit and I came back and said, how did we lose the lap? Because I said, I don't know.
Oh,
did we pit? Yeah.
Iris.
That's Scully. He's in the car and he asked, did we pit?
I think there was a lap difference before Kali even got in the car.
Yeah, I think we lost it like when we swapped from Thijs to Kali.
Yeah. So it's been a good while then, but...
Yeah. I mean, we were like 4 or 5 minutes in the pits with the steering wheel issues from Thijs. Then we had like, I think, a 200-second damage pit stop. So...
Not ideal for...
On pace, we're definitely first by a lot.
Yeah. Let me quickly draw attention to the lap times being set right here. Okay, I can't really say it for Kali at the moment because his last lap was a 9:49, so presumably that would have still been the one where he got the damage fixed. But
Yeah, Tong is not that impressive in the base so far, as we see Shepard's.
it's a Boyd's transport off running P6. They were still. Have they just pitted actually?
Oh yeah, no rear wing I could see.
Well, it seems to be in fashion at the moment, especially for the BMWs.
Yeah. Wow, they're already so quick on the straight. Why do they always want more? It's typical BMW behavior, isn't it?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's just a nasty trait that comes with anyone that doesn't drive a front-wheel drive, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's what rear-wheel
Well,
drive
actually, we
does to you.
just saw the only front-wheel drive car without a rear wing.
Yeah, but like, we did need the straight line speed, that's the thing.
True. That's... He goes really sideways through the corners, Fuzzy.
I've not driven that Alpine many times, and I've definitely not in quite a long time, but
Yeah, last time
if I remember right...
it got quicker when it got damaged.
Yeah, it was LFM last time I drove it, so that's been dead a good while now.
That's the only car where I've purposely lost my rear wing. Because it just got like 20 kph more on the straight. Same with the front splitter, you don't need it in that car.
I honestly think the BTCC cars would be quicker without a rear wing if you set the car up for it. Obviously, if you don't and you just accidentally lose your rear wing, like you need a lot more rear grip than you've got. But if you specifically go out your way to set it up with enough rear grip to cope with it, I think they would actually be quicker.
Yeah, but how are you gonna lose your rear wing?
You know what people are like in this league.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you want to lose your rear wing, you won't lose it.
I know, you got a point.
Then you're just dealing with a car that's hacking on the steering.
No, you got a point. I suppose just turn better. Just turn in more, turn the wheel more, and you'll get around the corner. You'll be fine.
Oh,
That's
Shepard. Please tell him he doesn't have a rear wing.
You found that with Marco Massa earlier on. The McLaren tried to limp around without a rear wing. It is hard to tell how much rear grip you've got because it's so little.
Yeah, I know from the GT3 it's really tricky because you have the traction control kicking in and you're like, I'm fine. Then you get up to speed and you just give the slightest of input to your steering wheel and the rear is like, hey.
Yeah, I had something to say there, but who knows where it's gone
Not anymore.
Well,
See that? It's gone.
it's gone. Oh, where'd it go?
It's Walker in the pits. I thought it was the leader again.
I've had that panic moment every time I've seen that Rookie Monsters
Yeah,
car.
why do they drive with the same car? So confusing. Come on.
Honestly. Oh, Manning's out.
Oh, the 33 is back on track.
Yeah.
Still in the top 7.
For now.
Did I lose a lap? I think they did.
Well, what lap's that Iris on behind them?
Well, I would be
I don't know,
surprised if
they're
it's the same lap. Yeah.
I'm guessing it's Tenlure, who's a lap down. But I didn't see the number.
Is it Lauer still in the car? Yeah, Lauer is still in the car. Yeah, the other, yes, an Indy DNF. There's only one Iris GT3 left, is it?
No, there was 3 to start with. Where's
Oh,
the
okay,
other?
then it's 2 left.
The other one is 14th overall. Still only
yeah.
one position behind Lauer on track, but
Yeah, the beats to see as well.
yeah. On pace alone.
Yeah, definitely on Basil. There we have him. So it's 2. Oh, that name is interesting.
Yeah. It's because it's like the Spanish N
Yeah.
in the first name, but this game really doesn't do well with accents.
I think this game is underdeveloped, isn't it?
Must be.
Some
again-
would suggest it's underdeveloped.
Some might, yes.
I mean, Studio 397 is based in the Netherlands, so...
It's based
be
on
un- Well, it's based, like... Their base is there. Not based as it is based.
No, it's they do some questionable things, Studio 397. Like, well, Ah!
Ah,
Ah! Oh, there goes that rear wing again. You can't park there, sir.
I should have tried to make a setup for drive without a rear wing.
It would have been the strategy, because we're always going to lose it at some point.
Let me check what happened now then.
That steering looks quite... It's a little bit bent. It's not actually as much as I thought. Funnily enough, he's not got a lot of rear grip now. Pascal has not had a good stint so far.
No,
I will say that. But it's just because the front-wheel drive Astra is such a beast of a car to drive.
what?
It's
How did he lose it there?
difficult to tame. What was it?
The double right-hander, left-hander, sorry.
Oh, okay.
And he just cut the right rear wheel on the grass.
I've done that a few times, yeah.
Somehow the barrier flipped him.
No, he didn't flip when he hit the barrier. The barrier flipped him. It wasn't
Yeah,
his
actually,
fault.
it looks like that. Like he's in the barrier and then he gets flipped, pushed to the like out of the barrier.
I like that
'cause
we're
that's how
cutting-
physics work.
Yeah, I like that we're cutting to Chris Davis now, as if like, oh no, we have to watch out. He might be catching up and being a threat at this point. To be honest, with the amount of damages we've had to fix, he may well be. It's
Well, it
setting me up.
depends on how many times Cully's planning to lose his rear wing. Oh, he was steering so badly because he was driving over his rear wing when he was trying to make a 3-point turn.
Yeah, I saw him get onto the wing. I wasn't sure if it made a big difference.
He's actually just in the rev limiter going towards smooth curve without a rear wing.
Ah, splendid. Anyways, anyone else getting closer together? Mid-pack of GT4 looks to be closing a little bit in some ways. Unfortunately, other cars are getting further apart, but number 87 seems to be catching 17 a bit for P4.
Yep.
I see none of the GT3s have bothered pitting. I think that's just to spite us because we kind of want them to for something interesting to happen.
Yeah, I think they're all fuel saving now just to kind of screw us here.
Yeah. See, that's why the Astra, right, is so
They
much
pit.
better.
The Astra has been pitting like 4 times since we've been here.
Exactly. We don't need to fuel save.
All the entertainment has come from the Astra.
Exactly. It's not a biased stream. It's just we're speaking the truth here. It's just the most entertaining car on track, and also in the pits a lot of the time. On the plus side, we haven't seen too many Iris crashes in a little while. There's been one, and I think I remember seeing Chris Davis cut another corner.
Yeah, I think they're like cutting some corners every lap, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, speaking of. Who's coming here? It's good that we've got that live gap there. It really gets you on your toes wondering if he's going to dive bomb anytime soon.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that
think
was
he's
close.
coming.
I think he should make a move. I think Laura could quite easily make a clean move from there.
I mean, you're not a racing driver if you don't brake 45 seconds later than the car in front.
Exactly. Like if
That's a
there
very,
is a
very
gap
familiar
that
quote.
exists, and so on. As into the pits comes Scarpelli. Well, to be honest, those GT4s, they were kind of closing together a bit, and we wouldn't want them to get too close because it could be a safety risk. So it's good that he's come into the pits there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
we wouldn't want them too close on track. Might be an accident.
Can you imagine accidents?
No, I think all the crashes here have been intentional so far.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh yeah, he's still not got a wing. I really do lack object permanence, I notice. He's Callie's been doing a better job of getting back to the pits this time than last time. I think he's got quite used to driving without
Having no
rear
downforce.
Yeah. So it's good practice, this.
Let me see what his top speed's gonna be like this time around then.
I think last week or something, Loic had said that he was planning to try and push the BTCC car down the straight with one of his GT3s just to figure out what it could possibly reach. We may well beat that.
Yeah, but the thing is, he needs to have a GT3 car still in the race to push the BTCC with.
At the rate they're going, I'm not sure that they will do.
I said I will donate €1 to charity every kilometer per hour they go over 260.
That's actually quite high for the BTCC.
Yeah, I don't want to donate too much money.
Did they know to stick it into neutral? That's the thing.
Yeah, but then still, I think the GT3 does like 285 max.
If only we were allowed to have like one LMP2 in this race for like a wild card, just to test the top speeds of different things. Would have made things interesting.
Scully now safely in the pits.
Yes, you never know if it's safe with him behind the wheel. You've been getting to know the mechanics quite well, though.
It's hard to flip it in the pits.
Hard, but not impossible.
That's true.
Yeah. The thing is, depending on how much damage he has to repair, it could actually be a bit close on pit exit with Chris Davis.
Yeah, but
which
Scully has created himself a race.
Yeah, good. He's going to give me a really interesting stint after him. The leader of GT4's just come into the pits, which, I mean, it's a 300-second gap, but it's a very long pit stop, so he may well lose the lead. You don't know. So, I'd say keep an eye on that, but you might get a bit bored keeping an eye on that after maybe the first 7 minutes or so.
I keep half an eye on it.
Yeah, Chris is getting on a little bit.
Gully's pit
really
stop is done though.
Already?
Yeah, you can see the blue timer stop between the. I don't know what English word for that. But there he is.
Yeah, the time stopped, I suppose.
Yeah, so 1 minute and 5 seconds. So that's like.
Well, when he loses his rear
one more flip and they're right with each other. Because I think it was 120 before he went in.
Yeah, it's all part of the plan, this is.
Yeah, I will hop in the VC and tell him to flip once more so we have some entertainment.
I'll have to be going in about 20 minutes. For,
finally, the GT3 comes in.
Yeah, good. 72-second gap. I think that he'll lose that position by quite a bit.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't 8 minutes he was stopped for, was it?
It's an Alpine, so it shouldn't be.
Oh, yeah. No, because they're still in the lead ahead of Suarez. So it's the... Oh, no, yeah. Why did I think that was a Toyota the whole time? Nah, yeah, the leader has been in Alpine for a good while.
Even Suarez is an Alpine.
Yeah. I don't really have anything to say to that. Oh, it's twitchy. Let's see, will it go sideways through the carousel? Because you did point out earlier, they all seem to be going sideways everywhere. That's a lot of speed he's carrying. Obviously,
he's not really into the carousel either. He's like,
he like fell
half
off.
a wheel out. But still keeping way more speed than I do in the Astra.
Yeah, it was a weird lane he took. Well, it wasn't a weird lane. It was on the right lane, but he carried a lot of speed in. It saw him lock up the rears on the way in too.
Yeah, Paletti's gonna get a burst.
Yeah. Well, there goes our chance of a race. But even if he comes out soon, there's still back markers.
He was 17 seconds behind before the pits cycle, so... One second, not 0.
It can't be long till he's out now.
Oh, that's...
To be expected. Yet still unfortunate. Oh, I thought he was going to take his wing off there.
Yes.
Well, as we're planning, it won't actually be a huge gap between him and Davis now once he pits.
And it's only for the better.
Yeah, exactly. It's for the good of the race. We didn't want to win from the start anyway. That would just be selfish.
Well, we wouldn't have taken the S-Drive if we wanted to win.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Well,
let me see what happened now to Kali.
there was a GC3 involved, but I have a feeling.
Yes, they were just. Kali lost it on the outside on the cross and then was sideways across the track again.
That's... Well, there goes the rear wing now. That is quite unfortunate for him.
Yeah. That's that's the extra flip.
Yeah, that steering looks very bent on the Iris. That was another rear wing. That wasn't our rear wing there. There's another separate car somewhere on track without a rear wing, I think. Is there not? Ooh. I'm just waiting to see a wheel pop off this car, at which point things have gotten quite bad. Told you, I knew there was another car without a wing somewhere. Right, HHR. They're not exactly in contention anyway, being in amongst the GT4 field, but still not really what you like to see.
No.
But alas, we've had some mild
entertainment.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it involved our own car. It's we take one for the team.
Or
we take one to win the team.
Yeah.
Now it's only 5 seconds to Chris, and we still have to fix our car. So
yeah, we're about to have an overtake on track. It's incredible stuff. I don't think we'll actually catch it on the stream, unfortunately.
Depends if auto director will be. I don't know if it's still at or auto director.
I think it's auto.
Oh, it's too late, anyways.
Yeah,
it happened.
Unfortunate. Well, we can keep our fingers crossed that we have another overtake in the next hour.
Yeah.
I do wonder where that GT4 is going to come out pits. I should probably stop wondering, considering the car behind him is 500 seconds off. But Bala should really be going around the pit limiter. Like, it's hard to decide to because you lose so much time. But in the long run, when you're going off and hitting walls that much, you'd actually save more time going on the pit limiter and not getting any extra damage you'll have to repair.
Yeah. It pays off to be patient, but it's very hard to be patient, especially it looks like he has quite a long time to go on the northern loop still.
Yeah, exactly. It's a byproduct of the fact that we're not using code 80s in this race, so you have to make your own way back, which sort of encourages you to push a little bit harder since the race won't get neutralized, but it is what it is. Everyone's in the same boat.
Yeah.
Except for us, we're in a front-wheel drive boat. There is actually a gap quite close in GC4, I see. The 008 is only 8 seconds behind. In fact, he's catching a bit now. Yeah, this car here, the pink Alpine. catching the Toyota. Who knows what the teams are because it doesn't say it, so I'm going to go check the entry list and figure that out for you. It would seem the 008 doesn't exist on the entry list.
Sus.
Who's in it then?
It's Haskell.
Yep. That would be the CRS X-Car Esports. Just really rolls off the tongue, that name.
Aren't they the one that didn't have a livery?
Yeah, I thought that looked like a default livery, but I just hadn't mentioned it yet. They've had a lot of issues so far this race. I've seen them in quite a few incidents, but not recently, so I'm guessing that Haskell has had a lot easier of a time driving that car than whoever was in it before. It's the Bros Racing that they're trying to catch up to. I said they were catching a bit. It seems like the gap's actually staying about the same now, just fluctuating around the 8-second mark.
Cully's really breaking the car. Oof. Thanks to watch, I'm stopping now.
It's on lure without a rear wing. As you brought attention to earlier, name a more iconic Joe. That's not a good place to turn around. Oh, I saw the other M4 approaching. It didn't look good. Can he steer left? It doesn't look like he can. Eggert not really having a great time in that car. I liked the idea. Try and make it a close race for third in BCCC. Unfortunately,
why doesn't he just drive like 5% slower and keep the seat on track?
Yeah. He might have gone a bit far with the letting Chris Davis catch up. There is actually some decently close cars in GT3 as well. The 206 is pretty close to the 33. That 33, if I remember right, has a couple quick drivers in it. I would check who they are. No, I can't find it. Oh no, it is. It's mine has some alright pace, if I remember right.
Yeah, he's alright.
Unfortunately, the other names on the entry list I don't recognise, so...
Yeah, same. I hardly recognise any of them.
Yeah. It's the Boyd car behind them, which... Boyd is a very sort of strange team. They can have the odd, pretty quick drivers, but they also find themselves being very inconsistent, so you never know what you're going to get with them. So they may well be able to catch, but you don't know what's going to happen if they do catch, if they'll manage to keep out of trouble and actually have a good race. I do wonder if Chris Davis ever plans to get out of that car, as we see Callie unfortunately going 2 laps down on the class leader.
He's gonna get 2 laps down on or 1 lap down on Davis probably.
Yeah. that left front wheel must be pointing so far off center because every time it grips up on the tarmac, it just flies off in the distance. It's crabbing a lot as well.
Yeah, he's like 90% turned into the left to go straight.
Is everyone on track now? I don't see anyone on the stream that's in the pits. Yeah, I believe there is no one in the pits at the moment.
Turn Lauer's in the pits, and both Team Irish are in the pits actually.
Oh, it doesn't show on the live timing on my screen. I do have the game open in the background.
Yeah, maybe I'm not live.
I haven't been checking.
Yeah, I am live.
That's that. McLaren off again. Have they got a rear wing this time? They don't seem to. The HHR again, I think. They seem to have about as much damage as the Fine Avalon does.
Those are long laps, getting back to the pits.
Yeah.
I wonder how Cully's ever gonna enter the pits. It seems like he needs the right push from the wall to not miss it.
Yeah. Well, it
Maybe-
was immediately after Fluplatz that Eggert got the damage, so he's had a long way to limp back, and he's only made the car a lot worse. It's going to be a long damage repair. We're going to go down by a few laps. But that other McLaren that we saw for a moment, the HHR, I wonder where they were. I couldn't put my finger on what corner they were at.
I can check. The HHR, they are now almost entering the last double right-hander of the northern loop before the long straight.
Okay.
So they're just behind Eggert.
I wonder if they got involved with each other.
Well, when Eggert lost his rear wing, I don't think it was. I didn't see anyone there, but maybe later on the track they did.
I know those two got involved with each other earlier on, but I don't know if that was this incident or what. It might have just been that, well, Eggert was trying to limp back to the pits. He got collected by the McLaren. Otherwise, it could have just been them losing it on their own.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how the McLaren deals with this. It's... Ah, never mind. I thought we were at a different part of the track. Ah. It's sore to watch.
Yeah, it is.
It really is. This is what we get for coming in with the most biased stream you've ever heard.
Almost there. Come on, Kali. Oh.
No. Is it that he can't?
He better
turn
not
left?
lose a front. No, he can't turn anywhere.
Yeah, how's he gonna get into the pits then?
Yeah. Driving really slowly.
If Milo wasn't, oh god, if Milo wasn't still in the race, then I would have said maybe wait until he comes along and nudge him into the pit lane. But he's got too much to fight for as well.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna get it into the pits.
Yeah.
But he needs to be full lock to the left to go anywhere near straight.
Oh, it's crabbing so much. Do you see the angle it's driving
Yeah.
at? It's ridiculous. Lucky
He's
that
definitely
McLaren-
not gonna
Yeah,
go too quick into the pits.
the HHR has managed to make it back as well.
You see the left front pointing completely to the left, and the car is just going right to the right. Well, we can place a bet on how much time you would be behind Davis before you get in. I think it's over 2 laps.
I kind of think it might be 3 laps by the time I get in. It's pretty much an hour until I get in. In theory, it's exactly 1 stint until I get in, because he just does the full stint now, and I get in at the end of it. But realistically,
This is a scheduled
it's
pit
crash
stop.
again. This is a scheduled pit stop. Yes, yes, indeed. We planned to lose the wing.
Kelly will have a great time rewatching this stream.
It's a shame I'm the one driving afterwards. Otherwise, I'd drag him in for an interview once he gets in the car. You might have to try it, see if you can get him to explain himself.
Race review. My man got a 4-hour night stint coming up as well. Well, that's actually day stint for him. It's still morning, so it's not Kali's prime time usually.
Actually, I was surprised he woke up for the stint.
Yeah, it was online half an hour before he should have.
Oh dear god, that's plenty time.
Must have had a nightmare.
He could have slept in quite a lot more than that. Yes.
There was a good 29 minutes in there still.
Yeah, he must have had a nightmare. He woke up in Ohio. Can't think of much worse.
He woke up in a nightmare.
Who knows who it is, but we got someone in the YouTube chat calling him the GOAT, and I think they do know what they're on about. What's going on here with
It's dice.
the iris? Ah, okay, I see.
Why black flag for Foxhole? What are you on about, Ollie? The Foxhole is never gonna get black flagged.
Exactly. Look. Joshua, I know that there are certain commentators in here, i.e. Edward Hunter, that may make a pun to that level, but we're above that, okay?
What is he on about even?
He's saying he doesn't suck because he's in P1.
I don't care.
Ah, you've killed him. Dead. There's no coming back from that one.
If I don't care, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So that's how the world works.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. There's another car in the pits in GC3. But, unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be anywhere near each other when they come out. We can keep praying for a battle. Might be praying for quite some time. Who knows if anybody's actually hearing us, but, you know, we can pray.
So Kali's back out of the pits. So he asked if you can in after him, so I told him yes.
Is he looking forward to getting out of the car then?
Yeah, it looks like it.
What do you mean? He looks like he's enjoying the stint so much. What a shame.
I'm responding with how many rolls? Kali, yes.
Nice.
Only 482 seconds, that's easily done. I've looked at the pace, I think 2 laps and you'll be on the tail of Chris Davis there.
Oh yeah.
Unless we run out of spare parts before Kali's stint ends.
I think we've got the car held together with tape at this point already, so thank God we've got no mechanical failures. Otherwise, don't think. Well, the grid would be a lot smaller already, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I've seen some questionable impacts with the wall, which easily I think costs you like an engine or maybe more.
Yeah, I don't think.
I think the only way to get taken out is lose your rear wheel in the rear wheel drives or front wheel in the Astra.
See, that's another reason why the Astra's better. The only car on the grid that can survive without a rear wheel.
It probably drives better without a rear wheel.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be better balanced. It'll turn in better. That was close. I was half expecting Tavanari to get taken out by Askel.
Leader.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't have been intentional, but it was a very tight bit of the track. It's just tricky to go side by side down there.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, you can't say it's been a dull hour. It's been quite eventful, actually.
Yeah, it's not been bad.
Yeah. Hope someone else pops up soon in commentary, because I'm going to have to go fairly soon for my stint,
Yeah.
obviously.
Oof. Maybe earlier.
Nice and subtle there. But just don't want to leave you alone. I mean, it's hard
fine.
enough to watch the state that this car's in.
I just hope to not see any more orange cars pointing the wrong way, and I'll be fine. I hope these 5 hours we had now are our worst hours of the race, and then it probably won't be, but we'll see.
Yeah, so I remember Callie had said, if any of us manage to last the entire race without making a single mistake and going off, we'll get a role in the server, right?
A role in the server.
In the team.
Like
yeah, like on Discord.
Oh, you better start thinking which role it is because I'm gonna do it.
That's the thing, yeah. I do think that Callie may be out of contention for that by now.
He is gonna get the role for most flips in the 1 hour.
Awfully close to roll the car.
There was a flipping stint, Kali.
Flipping incredible. Look, you've got to give him credit. I think he's gone about 30 seconds without being on his roof now. That's actually quite good.
Yeah, I think like he rolled 4 times in 60 minutes, so he's on. He needs to be on schedule to roll every 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, I know we haven't ended up running the livery, but when Tice was making the other livery for this car, I did suggest
It
to
had
him...
sponsors on the bottom. Yes, it did have sponsors on the bottom.
I was suggesting that he put the Final Alpha Motorsport logo upside down for when we inevitably end up on a roof. It'll be better TV coverage.
I mean, you're usually on the TV coverage when you're on your roof. So.
Exactly, it's good advertisement. Who knows what we're advertising? We should put your logos upside down for Pesk.
Why don't redesign the whole livery like it's upside down?
Oh, that's a good idea, by the way. I might have to take livery privileges off Tice for the next season of BTCC. Make it entirely upside down car.
I would be all up for it.
Maybe for one round, if we can. This isn't the scheduled pit stop for Lure, is it? I remember he went off earlier. Oh yeah, he lost his rear wing
earlier as well.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he's a while down the order, so I don't think he's far enough down that he's in amongst the GT4s, so I don't think he'll be coming out next to anyone at all. Do you reckon this is dive bomb range? Pearl Tunes us?
Yeah, this is dive bomb range.
Yeah.
67 seconds. If you don't go for it, you never go for it, I think.
Exactly. Did you see the exit he got out of there? Like, by the end of this straight, I think he could dive bomb into Bravery Corner.
Yeah, even though that's not a braking zone, but...
That doesn't matter. Have you seen the drivers? Have you seen who's racing here?
True.
Honestly, the moment Ed leaves, it stops being commentary and just becomes a podcast.
Shit postery.
Exactly.
I mean, if there was like big entertainment on the race, we could have maybe commentated on some pedals, but we haven't seen much more than a certain car flipping it. It's every 15 minutes, so.
Not to point fingers though.
I'm not gonna name anyone, but. If Kali wasn't on his roof all the time, I either had to cry or to laugh at it. So,
like at least we can't take credit for us being out of the race. It was out of our hands. We're out of the race before we even get in the car.
I've been more in surfer than probably I will be in the car at the end of the race.
Oh god, Josh Hamilton's in the chat now. There's no escaping the trash talking we're going to experience now.
Yeah, I mean it's B category Hamilton there.
Obviously, I'm not like B-Tech Brendan Hartley though. He's the B-Tech.
That's even worse. IRL Brendan Hartley isn't that great either.
I don't feel like he could have gotten a second season in that Toro Rosso, but there was also, like, they wanted to give Gasly the full-time seat. No, wait, was he Gasly's teammate? Or was it Kvyat? Was Kvyat that replaced him, wasn't it? Oh, come on, you of all people, Josh, cannot call me a surname merchant.
they call you a surname much? Oh,
Honestly, this guy.
imagine being named Hamilton and calling someone a surname merchant.
Honestly, I would, like, named after Nicholas Hamilton himself.
Yeah.
Of all the people.
Awful BTCC driver.
This guy, honestly.
Did he even win a race?
I don't think he's ever been on the podium.
Oh,
there goes Christian.
There
We're
are
back in the
chances.
race.
We're back in the race.
Let's go.
It's only 484 seconds. Come on, Kali.
Yeah, I'm expecting Callie to come around the corner and like barrel into this side
This
door
is
or
nice
something.
range.
Ah,
This
yeah.
is diving range.
This 37, I can't remember where they qualified. I think they were the car that got taken out in qualifying.
They had a
by the
clear to
Irish.
quali.
Yeah, they did get a lap in. I think they started around P4, which is pretty decent as well. Anyway, they've been a bit faultless through the whole race. They've
Yeah, boring.
not really done it. Well, that's one way of putting it. Yeah. Okay, you got me there.
He says go to BTCC driver.
I think he's.
He must be
talking
talking
Nick
about you
Nolan.
now then.
No, it can't be me. It's you. You're the #1 driver. Remember?
Yeah, but you're the champion.
You beat me in the championship last season.
I didn't do anything for it.
You somehow. Well.
I mean, I show up to a track not having practice. You have practice and you somehow flip in turn 3 or something.
The best one was Saxon Ring because I didn't practice for that race at all. I somehow. No, I didn't. I did like.
But you had a better setup than I did.
From the race before, I think.
I was on Road Atlanta setup.
Yeah, you were on Road Atlanta setup the whole season. Yeah, Cali driver of the day, I reckon so.
If Kali is not driver of the day, this whole league is finished.
If only we had any peril. Oh!
Oh!
That's the leader of
You
BTC.
see, Chris is returning the favor here.
Yeah, that's not even Chris. That's Angus.
Oh, that's
Tom.
the leader.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen them make a mistake. They do still
This-
have the rear wing, so maybe don't get our hopes up yet, but we can still win this.
No, I'm getting my hopes up instantly. We're gonna win this.
I have some messages from Ty, so I might be... Oh no, it's Ty sending me a picture of the bottom of the car, trying to get me to make that delivery. Poor guy, honestly.
It's
No idea.
Bimmer Spinner time.
Yeah, for sim racing. They were fairly quick earlier on, if I remember, but they, I think, got quite a lot of damage at one point.
Yes, that your team is the GOAT BTCC team. I wish I could say it was
Yeah,
something else, but
unfortunately, we can't argue.
can't argue with that.
Honestly, Hunter Birch definitely could have won it in Season 2 as well, if they had more permanent drivers, but unfortunately it was a bit of a revolving door, a different driver for each race, so they never could really keep, or like they could keep the team's battle going quite a while, but unfortunately Gravel Trap just sort of beat them to it. But to be fair, Gravel Trap were pretty quick that season as well. Whoa. Oh, we have another person in commentary.
Thomas,
Hello.
Mr. Checo.
Wonderful, good day.
Hello. How are you?
I did one lap, and I got RFQ, so
What happened? Disconnect.
nope. I didn't have any force feedback.
Who needs it anyways?
Exactly, now you can steer quicker. It's
Yeah.
actually helping you.
Yeah, certainly. But if you're not used to it and you're driving a car that is meant to slide around a bit in the fast corners to make a turn, I don't know if I want no force feedback for that.
Well, what car were you in?
Porsche.
Porsche.
Yeah, I
That's
see.
definitely not the easiest car.
Yeah.
Well, I would argue that it is the easiest GT3 car
What?
from all of them,
No, it's
That's
way too
really
for
slidey.
my liking.
It's way too slidey.
I noticed that Angus Tong has come into the pits, so I wonder if that was a scheduled pit stop and it was a coincidence that it's right after he went off track, or if he has actually got some damage he needed repaired.
You can probably see at the time how
Yeah,
long he
well-
will be in.
We'll see shortly. I think now that there is another commentator in, I will be going somewhat soon because
Yeah,
it's
that's
like less than an
right.
hour till my stint, but I'll stay for another couple minutes or so.
Well, it appears to have a bit of a bent steering,
Mhm.
Angus Tong, so I guess they are coming in for some repairs. The car looks fine, but the steering is a bit bent.
Yeah. Yeah, Tony has just said in chat that they have got damage, so...
Can I just quickly ask, maybe you guys know that, why is that car a Porsche?
Oh, yeah, good question. I have no clue. I've seen.
What?
I saw it as well. It's like Porsche BMW E.
Oh, yes, but...
And it has
you
a
know what?
Porsche badge on.
One of their drivers are in the stream chat at the moment. Could you please explain yourself, Tony? Why are you driving a BMW Porsche?
Yeah,
Yeah,
is that the
and-
reason why you're so quick?
And how did you get the Porsche logo on there above the BMW
Oh, yeah,
logo?
it's there. Yeah, you can see
Yeah,
it
you
now.
can change it in the livery file. Like the BMW logo is just there, so it'll probably have the Porsche logo on the front as well.
This is amazing.
I wonder if it's just as a sort of joke because their other car they're running is a Porsche in GT3.
Does that have the BMW logo on it?
That'd be a good one. We'll have to find out soon. Project 91's still somehow in the race because I thought they've been back in the race for quite a while now, but I did think it was a full DNF at first when they did go out. We've had quite a lot of crashes before they did go out for a while, but maybe it was just a disconnection.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they just disconnected.
I think I
Yeah.
should look at the stream pictures.
Hmm.
Because I'm vibing in the game.
Yeah, commentate on just whatever you feel like. Doesn't matter what's on the stream.
Well, yes, but like, no.
That's what we have been doing for the past hour, Louis.
Yeah, the Astra specifically. Oh, would you look at that? Callie's on his roof again.
I see. We are following that BMW on the straight
Ah.
now. I see.
Speaking of the devil.
Well,
It's good to see him on 4 wheels for once.
Yeah.
I was about to ask, what is happening with that car?
Don't ask. You don't
We
have
don't
to.
know.
It's
We don't
and
know.
I haven't looked in the entry list, but is Joop Lahoven on the car?
No, not anymore.
That makes it even better.
He was originally, so we took his livery from.
No. We took Francisco's livery,
Oh yeah, we did, didn't we?
but then the wrong livery got added. But we don't have neither on the car, so it didn't matter. We just copy pasted the livery from PCC.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
So yeah, every mistake we make is blamed to you, Blaro.
As it should be.
Yes, it should be indeed. You should always blame the people that are not there.
Yeah.
Well, currently it's the quick Bavarian that makes the mistakes. I don't know.
Oh yeah, he's not that
Well,
quick. He's quick on his roof, but
Oh, look at this car, the Race Club Germany Team Porsche, number 48 car.
I see some bias here, funnily enough.
I can smell some German bias.
You're outnumbered here, okay?
Well,
Not for long.
am I? Wait a second. Aren't you both like Final One drivers?
We're
in the
both
same
driving
car.
the Astra.
We're both driving the car that's been upside down the whole time we've been commentating.
Man, that would suck if I was you.
No, we just laugh. We just laugh about it and cry from inside.
Ah,
Yeah. I'll be crying the moment I leave the commentary.
Yeah.
I would start
Well-
crying as soon as you get in. And you see 483 seconds to the car ahead. And I expect you to catch that all up before I get in.
Oh god.
Well, it certainly would be a shame if you weren't. You know.
Yeah, but Milan's just had a good point. The car's always upside down because it's you. It must be.
It's you in the car.
Honestly.
I think is that this Astra is from the Australian market.
Yeah, it's like a Holden or something like that.
Yeah. A Vauxhall. Or do the Aussies have Opel?
I doubt. They drive on the wrong side of the road today, so I guess they have a Vauxhall.
The Commodore was just rebadged Opel in the last version, wasn't it?
You ask me.
Okay, fair enough.
You're the Dutchman, you need to know what Australia is up to.
It appears that we've got...
I know everything.
Okay, I guess we're not allowed to watch that. The Porsche go too wide, that's unfortunate. But, I mean, we've cut to a good car here, of course.
It's one of the quickest cars.
One of them, yeah.
And actually, I'm not lying this time.
How are they second? How has this come to be?
Apparently, I'm just googling it now, and apparently it's a Holden. Could be a Holden over there.
Yeah, that's what it said.
Holden would still exist.
I know that Holden is owned by the same people as Opel, but I just wasn't sure if they were actually just rebadging cars or not. I think they are.
Well, just googled it, and like the Australian Opel Astra would be an Holden.
Oh, that's what it is. That answers all of our questions. Jolar Hoven is driving a Holden Astra.
Yeah.
Explain everything.
That's why it has the tendency to be upside down, because it wants to be in its natural habitat.
I mean, it's good that we've got that figured out. I was actually a bit confused beforehand. I thought that maybe, small chance, but there was definitely a chance there, that Pascal was just washed. But no.
No, he's just in the wrong car.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How's the thing is now in the car? Chris Davis finally got released.
Oh, released from his torture over 5 hours in. Like, he was in that car for 5 hours and 15 minutes.
Amazing.
Poor man. Oh wait, I will actually catch now. I can catch the finding.
Oh my god. You meddling.
Yeah, I mean, I should be in the car in like half an hour, and then I've got a 3 hour stint, so I'll come back and say hello if I'm... Oh no, actually I do need to go straight to sleep after my stint now I think about it, because I finish at 11ish, and I have to be back up at 6:30 for commentary again, so I won't come and say hello, but I'll at least hope that I'm not in last by the end of the stint. What's going on?
You can write hello in the YouTube chat. That would be ideal.
Yeah, on the off chance, which I can't say is out of the question, it may happen that the Duke crashes the car again. I should probably go and make sure I'm ready to take over if it does happen.
Well, would be a smart idea if I was you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yes.
Enjoy the rest of the commentary. Try not to cry too much.
Yeah,
I'll try. And otherwise, Thomas is here to bring me some comfort.
Yeah. I'll just drive to the Netherlands and I don't know.
Well, you're in Bavaria, right?
Yeah.
It's only 8.5 hours.
I could drive to Pascal.
That's a long drive.
He's in Ohio.
But he's also in Bavaria. If I
he's from Bavaria. He's from Bavaria, but he's now in the States.
You could drive if you really wanted to, though. Like,
you have to drive over an ocean.
If we build a really big ramp,
I think the Astra can do it.
Yeah, the Astra could do it. Yeah.
It's good in flying.
Why is Pascal in the States?
That's a question you should ask Pascal.
is he living there, or is he just there for vacation or something?
No one knows.
He's been there for a good few months now.
I think he's living for a vacation there. No, I've no. Yeah, he's there for a couple of months as far as I know.
What an interesting guy.
The few times I talked to him during the BTCC commentary, when I talked to him in German, it was quite. I don't remember. Quite nice because we were both talking the same accent.
Yeah, dialect. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And the Bavarian dialect is interesting to every other German.
Yeah, I know.
It's like you, the Dutchies, and with Friesland.
Yeah.
A bit.
Friesland, yes. But that's actually a different language. I don't understand a word from them if they talk in their own language. But Bavarian is more of a accent, yeah.
Well, if you think about it, there's a reason why New Kids did what they did in the second movie.
Yeah, Friesland is gone now. It's only zombies.
Friesland never existed.
It never existed.
It's all a conspiracy.
Louis doesn't know that movie, so I have no clue where we're
I
talking
don't know.
about.
No, I have no idea.
It's like a Dutch comedy.
Yeah, and
Kinda.
for some reason it is in German as well.
Yeah,
Ah.
it's very popular in Germany as well because we have good humor. No, no, it's I don't know. It's just a good movie, but it's very how do you say it? They're quite rude and hard.
A weird little niche thing.
Okay, I'm gonna actually go this time before I get caught up in Cali crashes. So I'll be back from our commentary in the morning, like 7 a.m. or something like that.
7 a.m. We'll see you again.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
ya.
See ya.
Now it's just us two again.
Yes, and Fabian Ball in the pits. Is there anything interesting going on track right now? As far as I can tell, all the gaps are pretty spread out.
I think we have to do the usual endurance strategy of just talking a lot of bullshit.
It's becoming a podcast.
Yeah, basically. Like I don't know if you saw when did you watch the BTCC streams at some point?
Sorry?
Did you watch the BTCC streams at some point?
Well, I had to watch it. I watched Silverstone.
Yeah.
I had to clip some audio.
Yeah, and well, in Silverstone it was not as bad, but like after it, whenever the breaks between the races were, like it was me, Josh, and Nick, and Pascal, and everyone just having the podcast of our lives for those 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was like in Silverstone it was like a double restart, I think, so there was quite some interval as well.
I don't actually remember.
My game just crashed. I was about to crash. I'm over 5 hours in the session, so it always likes to crash then. I just hope it doesn't crash my PC this time. No, it didn't. Nice.
Oh wow, what a camera angle.
Is the cameraman drunk again?
Yeah, it was a very interesting tent.
I mean, tents can be interesting.
Oh, Montero is out of the race. Was he out of the race the whole time? Yeah, that car. I think it was. Interesting. Well, but as you said, there's not a lot of stuff going on currently on the track.
It's been reasonably dull the last hour, but we had our teammate luckily providing us from some entertainment. We hoped he would close the gap with the 88 because we were in front of the 88 before I got into the commentary booth. It's like the gap we are now behind the 88, so...
But like, he already caught up like 50 seconds. Because there was over 400 seconds when I came in. And now it's 370.
He's now losing again.
374, oh god. Oh god.
Oh, and there's
what is he doing?
I think there's something wrong with Kali right now because he's losing a lot of time.
Maybe he's in the pits actually.
No, he's not. Because I would say he's in the pits, but he's...
Oh, yeah, right.
Well, actually, he's just driving, so... doesn't look like there's something wrong here, but
Maybe it's something on the 888 there.
yeah,
Or R Factor 2 being R Factor 2, you never know.
he's just losing and losing time on the 888, but he's actually gaining on the 888 because the 888 has no rear wing.
Interesting. Again.
Oh wait, yeah, no, it doesn't have a rear wing. This doesn't make sense.
Well, it's the low drag version for the straight. Oh, look at this tent!
And the spectators, aren't they lovely?
Wow.
They've been spectating the whole race as a spectator.
What that's what you're supposed to do as a spectator.
Spectating.
Yeah.
But I think they're double face, so they have the face on the back as well. So they.
Don't they all, like in RF2, have this weird thing that pointing towards the player? And when you somehow end up behind it, then they like turn the head 180 degrees?
Maybe. I haven't checked it, to be honest. I'm wondering what's up with the live timing there. That's probably the overlay that's maybe glitching or something.
I sense an Edward Hunter doing his thing. Hey! I called it. Well, it's still glitching.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know what's up. What's happening there?
Still doing its thing.
Yeah. Maybe he's just losing time, but I wouldn't know why that is. But
I don't know, I can maybe tell you when I have his first sector time in. Oh, look at this Race Club Germany team Porsche number 48 car.
isn't it quick?
Not really, but it's looking good. Thanks to Kieran Evans. Maybe he's looking. And then I get a discount or something.
Okay, so Vigny now made it back to the pits, so...
Interesting. Yeah, he did an 11:27. That lap. Which I don't think is actually fast.
Now it's Eggert back to 175. What's going on in this timing?
It's going up again.
Okay, that's definitely not the overlay, I think. It's just something with the server, I guess.
There's a reason that we say in Bavaria the clocks are running the other way around, but like not in this way.
This clock is broken.
It's
drunk, it's high, it's tired.
And Bavarian in the Dutch car, it's drunk, it sits high. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we used to have a Bavarian flag on our car. When it was just me and Kali driving the LMP2, we had like the shark fin at the back. It was like 50% Dutch flag and then 50% Bavarian flag.
And if for example if I would have come into the team, would have been 2/3 Bavarian and 1/3 Dutch then?
Well, that's what you would think. But I think the year after we just got a complete Dutch flag, even though there was no Dutch driver in the car, so... So Vigny out of the pits again. He's now also a lap down on Tom. Or he was already, I think. Yeah, he was already.
Well, I don't know, it really doesn't surprise me that the Team EERC BMW is doing stuff again. It's been amazing how they have still that one car in the race, with how often they are pitting currently.
Yeah, definitely.
I was throwing it out there because they kind of damaged our car at one point. And I'm still salty.
Still salty about it.
But I have to give them credit, whoever was driving that BMW, they made a very nice bump and run on us. If it would have been NASCAR, it would have been a sweet move, but since it's a GT3 car around in Nordschleife, I don't think it's the right way to go. Well, Pascal did a 4:48 in the first sector,
It's not too bad. But the timing is now back as well. It's now stabilized, at least. So there's still a chance for the number 4. Even though it's a slight chance. A chance is a chance.
Chris Davis, 5 hours of driving down, 10 to go. What a mad lad.
Yeah.
He's
He
living
was,
the dream.
I was wondering if he maybe was stuck on his seat for a while. Like
I don't know. It's usually something I like to do as well, but like
Yeah, but he's
my
doing
team
it.
didn't allow me.
2 people on the car for 24 hours. It's crazy.
Yeah, sounds like something I would do. If I think back to the Abu Dhabi round last year. Oh, there's one car spinning, I just saw in the stream. Okay. Where I drove like 5 hours. Like the maximum drive time of the race. In one stint in the Aston Martin.
Jeez. I had one time, I was the last round of EERC, not last season, but the season before, was 24-hour Bahrain.
Uh-huh.
And I should have driven from 3 a.m. till 7 a.m.
Uh-huh.
But my teammate didn't wake up. So it was like 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. My brakes explode. 10 a.m. Then he showed up. So I had like a 7-hour stint.
Oh!
I was not happy when he got there.
I don't know if I believe that.
He got me kind of tempered there. Yeah. Also that my brake exploded, really. I never experienced something like that. And the thing with brake explosions is you can't repair them. So you have
Oh my god.
Oh, it's not the first time we've seen this Chocolito car
Oh, the 81.
doing donuts on the track.
Oh, steering is bent.
Yeah, he has hit something there.
Take a look at that.
Hey, P6 now.
Yeah, we're doing stuff.
They're gonna
Well,
win.
we were P5, comfortably P5, until I got in the car. And
Yeah, you
then
were
we were
still
P7.
doing rallycross at some places, or
Yeah. The car is currently set up in a way that when I'm braking, or when we're braking, that the car kinda gets a bit loose
oof.
to help it turn into the corner. I think. I don't know what they are thinking about it. So I couldn't feel what the car is doing. And I was braking after the Schwedenkreuz, the hairpin there. And I
Yeah.
didn't feel shit what the car is doing.
Yeah,
Well,
the Aston kind of does the same, but it's not consistent. Like with I don't know if you noticed, Gordon, it's like triple right-hander, and it's like miss, hit, miss, or something.
Yeah.
For me, it's miss, but anyways. And Kali was braking like to the downhill slow corner. It's kind of hairpinish, left-hander afterwards, and the car just goes to the right into the wall without like any sign of why it did that. That's so weird sometimes on the braking, but yeah, gotta deal with it now. He's now catching up to Savigny, so that's looking good. I think he already got a minute out of him, so if we won't flip the car for once, we could have some battle going on maybe.
Oh,
while we're still in the commentary booth.
Major news! We got the server owner on the track right now.
Oh, everyone better watch out before you get server ban.
like in the league I ran before, when you hit an admin car in the race, you were sure to get a penalty.
Oh, Savigny the wall.
Oh, wait a second.
And that looks like a broken car to me.
Oh, wall riding. Ross Chastain.
How long
Currently-
is he now? Yeah,
Huh? Well,
he's almost in the back straight, isn't he? No, he's not.
no, he's before the Niklada
I
corner.
don't know. I don't know all the corners here, man. I know miss. I know Flugplatz. I know carousel 1, carousel 2. That's it.
Well, he's
I knew
between
the corner.
Miss and Carousel.
Okay.
Well, he's driving rallycross with the BMW. So. Wait, isn't that the Porsche actually?
No, the
No,
Porsche
the other car is the
93.
Porsche.
That's why it's so quick. That's Porsche engine. Cheaters.
Well, from the Club Sports Boxster could use it. Like from the GT4 car. I think that engine would actually fit quite well.
Oh, it is so painful. Painful to watch, probably painful to drive, especially if it's your car. I can tell from experience.
Well, with the Porsche being my idea for Race Club Germany, and the fact that I fucked it up so badly.
I mean, yeah, everyone makes mistakes, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. If I switch into the car and then don't have force feedback, I don't really know.
Yeah, it sounds really a mistake, even.
It's like I got R2'd again.
Yeah, we all get RF2'd every once in a while. My teammate that got first in the car couldn't scroll up and down on his pit MFT, so couldn't change his tires or repair his damage.
It's just
It's just someone
cloud
gets
of dust.
power off the track.
This is amazing.
You know these robot lawnmowers. when they hit the wall, they do the same thing.
I see.
To the
Wait,
people.
wait, I'm going in the game now. I'm going in the game and I'm watching it and I'm calling it live. So, Savani is currently in the carousel, whereas my Bavarian friend is
He's
in the hairpin there after miss.
just after the triple miss.
Ah, it's currently shown on the screen. Haha. Television is showing it.
What a lovely
Oh,
tent.
look at this tent!
Where did he get a tent?
I
No
don't
one
know.
have a tent like that.
Oh. It's a lovely little tent, that's for sure.
Did you ever go to the IRL 24 hour?
We wanted to go this year. Me and some friends.
Yeah.
But
It's still quite a drive. I think it's actually closer for me than it's for you.
that's a good question actually.
Yeah,
Well, you're like in the... Didn't you say that you are living somewhat near us?
No, I'm not near. I'm like 1 hour from Zandvoort and like
Ah,
two-
so
two
you're...
2 hours from Assen.
So you're like
But
in
2
the
hours
middle.
out in the Netherlands. That's like crossing the whole country.
Yeah, no. I've done
like-
it.
I've driven to Cali one time, 2 times actually, and the one time we went back to the Nordschleife, and I think I was driving 9 hours towards him, and then I believe 5 hours from his place to the Nordschleife. So it's pretty much in the middle between Bavaria and where I live.
But I think he lives somewhere south in Bavaria, so that's
He lives
like another...
a bit northern of München, a bit north of München. Like I think 1 hour north of München.
Okay. Well, I gotta stop you right there because the overtake is getting closer.
45 seconds. On the stream at least.
No, wait. Yeah, okay, okay, sorry. I teased something that isn't actually happening.
There will be an overtake.
But you have to give Thomas Savani credit, because with his war riding and stuff. Well, oh, he lost the wheel,
I hope for him it's
and
wheel,
he lost his rear wing now. Oh, he's the wrong way around.
use the cross, Thomas. Yeah, that's alright.
Ah, you see it. Oh, now it won't be long.
Yeah, it won't be long from now. I think just 5 more corners or something.
Few corners. Oh, you can see it maybe on stream.
Yeah, maybe.
It's like the stream knows what's happening.
I think Ed is on the camera.
And we're close.
After this,
We're close.
That's it.
We're close. There we see both cars coming up to be side by side.
6 hours into the race and we get an
And
overtake on track.
Overtake them. He made it look easy.
Yeah.
Pascal Egert, the overtake king on the Nordschleife.
Wait, now he actually just made up for his mistakes. The only thing he lost is 1 lap to the leader.
Well, and the leader is in a Porsche anyway. So.
Yeah, so he's cheating.
Yeah.
So actually we're leading the race.
Basically, yeah. You're the quickest EERC BTCC legal car.
Yeah, and the quickest front wheel drive.
Well,
of the whole grid.
it's like both the because we can't use rear wheel drive in BTCC
Anymore now.
this year. That's a good point for for everyone in the YouTube chat. Make sure to be there on the 6th of March when we're doing the season opener for the EERC BTCC Season 4 in Imola.
Oh, I actually overdid it, but Mule says about the driving times in Bahrain, but you were late, so I don't care.
What?
I got criticized in the YouTube chat by Mew. I told he was going in at 9 or something, but apparently he was meant to drive at 5, but he got there at 8. So he was only 3 hours late.
Milan Evers?
Yeah. He was only,
You legend.
He was only 3 hours late for the stint. Can happen to the best, to all of us.
Yeah. What's happening here? James Murray.
Murray in the pits.
Ah, Daniel Ersling.
That sounds German.
Well, could be. So, oh, the Race Club Germany cars in P5 again?
Yeah, P5 I was about to tell you. I was thinking, hey German, let's check your car.
But I have to say, one thing that's actually quite nice, the sound was in the car.
Of the Porsche, yeah, the Porsche is one of the best sounding GT3s for sure.
Yeah, in real life, the VW V10 takes that spot.
Oui.
What is it doing? Do we have an Audi in the race? No, I don't think we have it.
No.
I think that was my car of choice at first because it sounded nice, but then I found out it's undrivable, and then I took the Porsche.
Yeah, it's really sketchy to drive as far as I know.
Now we have the Race Club Germany Team Porsche number 48 car, and he's still driving. But I have to give him credit. Because driving that car like this for a whole lap.
Yeah, especially he lost it so early on the track, so.
Yeah. That takes some patience. Oh.
So close, but yet so far. But luckily for him, it's only the front wheel that's missing, so the team just has to pick it up somewhere on the track and they can put it on again.
The BMW is meant to lose it.
Yeah, that's true.
Meanwhile, the number 46 crew, the championship-winning LMP2 crew from last year, in a BMW this time, running in P4. We just had them on the screen.
Is that it's a Sunset crew or?
No, the
Oh wait, it's the.
the
They were in the
46.
VGA.
Yeah, they took the Ligier and won the championship out of pure consistency.
Yeah, just
They were-
because I think a lot of people were quicker, but they never won like 2 races in a row or DNFs, or they just got away taking the points every single race, and they did a really good job at Le Mans. So, I mean, of course, if you win the championship, you were the quickest over the whole season.
Haas DNF'd? What are they doing?
They're
What the fuck?
I think we have 28 kilometers of track. Let's fight in the pit lane.
Sounds reasonable.
It's the leader and someone who's a couple laps down. I think the leader took a little less risk entering the pit lane because, I mean, he has the gap. Tara's getting out again. Didn't seem to lose too much. Luckily, the rule that you lose 2 laps when you have to be DQ'd and undQ'd is not active on this race, because it would practically mean you lose 20 minutes, which is a bit harsh.
Well, but on the other way around, it would be the same for everyone. So
True, but
argue it that
you
way.
would get a lot of big gaps probably, and it's a track that's, I think, heavy on everyone's hardware and on the server, so yeah. And there he is, the car you were just talking about, but now pointing the wrong way. Luckily no one dared to run into them.
A lot of BMWs in this one.
Yeah, I think it's one of the quickest cars around this track.
But if I'm not mistaken, the beautiful M6 is a bit quicker even.
I have no clue actually. I only drive McLaren.
So we will battle on track and during the endurance season.
I will be in a McLaren, yes. If they end up taking the GT3s, because nothing is confirmed yet.
Well, if not, then you can come into my Porsche if you want.
No,
The more drivers, the better.
I don't want to get killed in a Porsche. I want to have my understeer McLaren.
I was just. There has to be some ad here that listens to us and switches the camera accordingly.
Ed's reading my mind and then just, he's gonna say that now, I take the McLaren.
You know what? He's probably like 5 minutes ahead of us.
Yeah, ahead of what I'm saying.
That was genuinely auto director, he says.
Oh, just out
That's
of the
interesting.
Okay, then it's getting spooky.
Team Iris BMW. Okay, because your car came into the pits, he says.
Yeah.
Interesting that it always switches when someone is coming into the pits.
Maybe it does because it's still in the lead lap or something. I don't know. Because it doesn't do it with every car. As far as I know, maybe it does. It's just not been watching.
Now let's watch him going through the carousel. I found this carousel in RF2 very difficult compared to the other games. Like when I think about Race Room or Assetto Corsa, in this game it's extremely bumpy, like IRL.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, I think it's more realistic in this way, but it's very bumpy.
Well,
Like you're scared that you like get bumped out of it.
well, I never drove the carousel actually, because when I drove there last year, I went around it.
You ballless person. Why didn't you take it? You were scared to break your car?
I think I would have actually tipped over.
Which car are you driving then?
The VW bus with the high roof. Like it's 2 meters 50 tall.
Yeah, I understand that.
And I was scared.
Can you imagine? I was driving.
Oh.
It's
Monk.
there.
That's a lot of monk.
Is the steering wheel still straight?
Yeah,
Yeah. Straight enough.
Thanks, Ed.
Thanks, Ed. But yeah,
That's
I was
the P2 car.
on the Nordschleife in passenger seat with Kali, with
Mhm.
Pascal. So after seeing him flip 4 times in 1 hour, I'm happy to be alive still. Could have been us in IRL.
What car were you driving there?
His car is a BMW Z4.
Ooh. Which is the irony of having the Supra now.
Yeah, but it's the older model, so it's not the one that's like identical. It's the one with it was the convertible. It's yeah.
So Pascal, if you ever hear this, you have a great taste.
Yeah, it's a nice car. I like it.
Oh, there's another car that lost connection, a GT3 car. The one that Alfie drove. And
But it's car.
The FRA Sim Racing 59. FRA still exists? Interesting.
I mean, they wouldn't be here if they didn't exist, would they?
Wow. I'm enlightened. Also, what I find quite interesting, like the top 3 positions are currently inhabited by 3 different cars. If you think about it, I think it's the 3 cars that are, like the 3 manufacturers that are entered in the race, right? You got the Porsche, the McLaren, and then the BMW.
You mean like only GT3?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the only 3 brands we have. Kind of missed the Ferrari.
We would have had a Ferrari. Race Lab Germany, we would have a Ferrari and a Porsche. But we had a bit of trouble with the lineup. Couldn't find drivers. So we just sized down to 1 car.
We started with 6 drivers on both cars, and we ended with almost 3.5 on both cars.
It's quite interesting how that seems to take place at times.
Louis like got his rig like 1.5 days before the race, so we never were sure if he would make it, but he will be. But yeah, it's interesting how. Oh! That's an old place to lose it.
Probably coming out of the chicane.
Yeah, not on 2 fresh tires, I assume.
I can actually quickly look at it in the game.
Well, just looking at when he went in, I think he went in almost an hour ago, so.
Okay, nothing works. Okay. Ah, no, it works.
RF2 moment, isn't it?
Oh.
You click, nothing does anything.
Ah. Ooh. Okay, he lost it on the entry of the chicane. And then had to save it. To not hit any walls. So, if I was the team owner, I would say nice save.
Well, he is the team owner himself. He can say to himself that it was a nice save. I'm just here to talk shit about him. No.
Wait, isn't it your team?
It's some both. Oh. We just made up a team real quick to do some ERC races with each other.
Then you decided to call it Nice like, Evening Motorsport.
No, that was the first name, just because it was kind of a thing to say my friend group to, like, instead of nice, we just said fine avond. I don't know why, but it was just a thing. And so we named the team Fine Avond, and we were thinking to just do one race. And it was 2, and then it was a longer race, so you ask someone extra. Then you have a shorter race again, so you sign up 2 cars with two times 2 people, and then before you know it, you have over 20 drivers.
Yeah.
And then you're in a whole different kind of trouble.
Well, if I wouldn't have been swooped up by Edward when I came into the EERC, maybe I would have been the 21st.
Yeah. Maybe. You could be in the Bavarian car.
Yeah.
Just only need to take a BMW and you're completely Bavarian.
That would be OP.
And Bayern Munich colors with a big Bavarian flag on top.
Nah. No one needs that, because then either we are winning by like way too much and it's boring, or we are losing by way too much and it's boring. So that's why I don't even watch football.
Last time I spoke Kali about football, he said he wanted Bayer Leverkusen to win the league, so I don't think he's that big of a Bayern Munich fan anymore.
The thing is, no matter who you ask, no one is a Munich fan, except those like
Munich
I don't know,
fans.
it would be a bit if you come into Formula 1 now and you'd be a Red Bull fan.
Yeah, no one supports the dominant power. Everyone supports the underdog, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, not me, because I've been a Red Bull fan since forever, so since the Vettel days. So, haha.
I never favored anyone in Formula 1. I still don't.
I don't know.
Every time I'm like, oh, I want this guy to win, they say something cringe or do something cringe. So I'm like, I just stop favoring people when I just want to see a good race.
That's priority priority number 1. To have a good race, to have some fun watching it. But if that race ends up to be a Red Bull win, pre-2022, I would have been happy. But nowadays, where they win every race, it's
Yeah, it's a bit dull.
yeah, it loses its thrill. But when I think about like from like 2014, 15-ish, and then 16 when Verstappen came in.
Yeah, like I like the period more when Verstappen was fighting the Mercedes, which were way too quick.
Yeah.
Like he won in Catalonia, that's when I was like cheering, and kind of in Abu Dhabi as well, because it was such a clutch.
Yeah.
Even though it was probably unfair for all the British people. I say this to be safe. And
the first thing I thought about was Abu Dhabi 20, where he said he come in clutch, where he outbattled the 2 Mercedes to win the last race of the 2020 season. And I didn't even think about Abu Dhabi 21, and I think we shouldn't talk about it.
It never happened, did it? 2021. Never happened.
No, nothing happened. Kyle Larson won 10 races in NASCAR. Let's talk about that.
Yeah. But it's NASCAR, come on. Everyone can win 10 races there. Get me into that car, I'll do it.
Okay.
It's just driving left. With a bent steering.
I think we should talk about Abu Dhabi 21 again.
I'm now pissing off too many Americans.
Well, you're pissing off all the F1 fans and all the NASCAR fans.
What else do we have left? WEC. I love WEC. I love IMSA. And
endurance racing in general.
Yeah, I like endurance. IndyCar I like as well.
Well, but they're also just turning left and sometimes right.
No, but IndyCar is 50% road course.
Is it 50-50 now?
Yeah, pretty much. They don't do much ovals. I think they do 3 ovals.
Well, they have. That's actually interesting. They have Indianapolis, obviously.
Yeah, I think they have
Texas,
and Worldwide Technology Center.
then Gateway. They have, I think, Iowa.
I don't think there's one removed. Maybe it's Texas. Let me check. I'll get
Texas got removed. Yeah, Texas got removed.
Oh yeah, and
They have the
Nashville
Nashville Super Speedway now this year as the season finale.
Yes. What? Oh yeah, we have. Let's see. 4 ovals. It's Indianapolis, of course. Iowa, but 2 races on Iowa. And then Milwaukee and Nashville. So it's... Oh wait, there's Worldwide Technology Raceways there as well. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 ovals. And the rest is street courses or road courses.
Interesting.
Yeah. It starts 10 March, so it's not far away. In the streets of St. Pete. Who do you think is gonna win this IndyCar season then?
Oh, difficult question.
I think it's gonna be Palau again.
I think with Palou dominating last year like he did, that for some reason, in some case, those aren't it, isn't he even driving with Chip Ganassi?
Yeah, he's still
If I'm
driving.
not mistaken?
Yeah.
Okay, I confused it with Andretti for a second. Sorry. I would believe that Chip Ganassi is losing a bit of speed.
Yeah, but they had like a big advantage because they have now new engine parts and stuff like that. New engines, I believe. And they changed the they changed the how's that thing called instead of the halo, what aero screen. And it's Chip Ganassi for Chevy that did the testing and Andretti for Honda. So those teams have way more testing time than all the others, so I think they will have an advantage throughout the season, and those rules will be enforced throughout the season as well. So like they start with a different car than what they end with, which is pretty weird. So it's gonna be an interesting season for sure.
You know what? Team Penske is taking it with their huge momentum, winning like the 2 NASCAR championships last 2 years, winning an IndyCar championship, I think before Palou, if I'm not mistaken, with Newgarden.
Wasn't it Power winning it before Palou?
Will also be
I think
one
it
of the
was
Penske
Power.
cars.
I think it was Power. He's Penske, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I
You
think
had
it was-
them. You had them winning the Daytona 500 in 2022. You had them winning the Coke 600 last year, and also taking the championship. I see them being a big factor just with the momentum the whole organization has.
True.
With the amount of success they found the last years. They have won the Daytona 24 this year. Penske with Porsche.
Yeah, they did actually. Yeah.
So they already started with.
They already start. This week is the Daytona 500, isn't it?
Oh,
It's tonight.
Giuseppe Story.
Tomorrow. Oh, in the wall.
Team Iris losing his rear wing with that BMW.
It's not the first time Iris is without a rear wing.
Don't say anything because we have a few people in the chat that love Team Iris. So.
Oh, but I'm already pissing off people in the chat anyways.
Yeah. Okay.
Just getting
Yeah.
free.
The Daytona 500 is happening tomorrow evening.
I love Team Iris.
Evening for our time.
I'm sorry for Tatsia Hayek.
Oh, and it's in the wall again.
Yeah.
Team
Are you gonna watch
Penske.
it?
Team. No clue. Probably. Team Penske already won the pole for that race, and for everyone in the chat who knows what the procedure for winning the pole is and how more or less prestigious it is to be on pole for the 500.
I have no idea.
It's like a very big thing.
It's like indie
to
pole.
be. Yeah. Oh, Lars Otto's in the pits. On which car am I on?
You are in
Not
full.
live. For fuck's sake.
He's
Oopsie.
fit for me as well.
Yeah, I wasn't live. Sorry, Ed. Because with they have the format like this. They go out for qualifying.
Yeah.
And the front row, first and second, are locked in their positions. If you win the pole, you start on Sunday in first, and if you are second, you start the race in second on Sunday. And the rest of the grid gets set by 60-lap dual races.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
So you have the inside line being formed with dual 1, I think, and the outside lane with dual 2. So if you win the first duel, then you are right behind the leader.
Ooh. Interesting.
And it goes like this all the way towards the back. So it's if you are in the first, like if you are the first 2 positions, then you don't actually need to race in there. You need to start obviously and stuff, but you can just go to the back and like no one cares because you have your position locked in already. But if you are racing for starting position, they are racing. And at some cases, like this year, there are 40 spots available and 42 cars are on the grid. Then 2 cars get bumped out after the duels.
It's like
that's
yeah,
it's like that's not very like a bit complicated now. I won't explain it, but basically there are a few cars that need to race their way in, and if you are the worst finishing of them, then you're out.
I see. Yeah.
No, 8 more laps and then I'm in the car again.
You have to get in.
Yeah, after Lars is finished with his driving. Alfie Bevan is back.
So it's like one more stint.
Yeah, I'm like 8 laps again. Then I will leave you. Usually, like normally I would have been in the car, but like I got RF2, so yeah, we've been through that. They lose a wheel.
10 as
They lost the wheel.
Yeah, they lost the wheel already from the second impact.
The number 43 racing down towards the Grand Prix course with their Alpine. Oh, Alfie Bevan. Oh, and the rear. Oh, that's
Silly rear
unfortunate.
wing loss. Yeah, I don't think he noticed it.
Yeah, I think you will notice it.
Yeah, he will notice it in the first thing that's not straight.
Oh, and you can't see it. That rookie monster Porsche is like on rails with how quick it is.
Yeah, with the pace, yes, but it looks so twitchy. If they're smart in this BMW, they take the shortcut into the pits.
Well, it's Alfie Bevan, so I hope that he. Ooh!
Oh, he was about to lose it again. We get strolled.
What happened? We need to know. I just seen it on the stream as well. It's like the perfect moment. And yellow in as well. Hey, Alfie, you legend.
You officially have IQ plus 100.
Plus 1000. There it is. My car.
Your car. For how long would it be in P7? Are you
Until I get in, and then it's P8.
And then P9.
Then P10, P11.
Depends if you take the miss as a miss.
Well, the only thing I will hit in that corner is the wall.
Hit.
Yeah, I'm allergic to the apexes of those corners.
Who isn't? Let's be real. Hitting apexes is boring.
Hitting apex is kinda dull. Makes you fast.
Everyone does that.
And the thing is, if you...
Just
Whoa!
so it's still
360.
on the back.
And the thing is, if you're fast, then you can enjoy the track like not so long.
Exactly. If you do it like on the pace like Pistori is doing, like 60 kph, you
Yeah.
can see the spectators in their tents.
Yeah.
They're lovely tents.
Those are some serious tents.
Yes.
Look at those two BMWs. Oh, now I can piss off more people as well.
Oh, yeah, you shouldn't piss off too much people. You're getting in soon. If you piss off the wrong people, they can hit you on the track.
Well, with how many people on the Discord server already called this thing a BMW, I don't know if I'm actually pissing off anyone. I've seen that car IRL in the GT4 field, and it's huge. That Supra, compared to the rest.
I mean, it's the same size as a BMW, isn't it? And those are huge as well.
Like, it's like the M8 of the GT4 cars. It's like, it's seriously huge.
The mate.
The speed car with their interesting pink and blue livery that might actually hint towards a water technology.
I think it's the original livery.
Is
Because
it?
the 008 is not on the sign-up list, so I think they hadn't had a livery sent in. Because it's now you see it's like a car under a blanket.
Okay.
With that one it isn't, and the Alpine original liveries are in the skin pack as well. So I think they didn't make that livery themselves, but it's just an original one.
Interesting. Look at this McLaren.
That's a livery.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
it certainly is a livery. Of all the liveries in this race, this is one of them.
This is definitely one of the liveries.
Yeah. Sadly, YouTube chat isn't adding much to talk about.
Nothing much. I haven't checked it in a while.
Just Chris writing something, but that's about it.
Yeah, we can argue about what he means with that emoji.
I haven't actually seen it so much. Is it a laughing emoji?
I can report it.
Report Chris for laughing. That's not a laugh.
Don't laugh at me.
Can I just quickly swoop in and, like, how do you pronounce the name of 4th place in GT4?
Ratzenbeck.
Ratzenberg. What's his full name? Or her? I don't know yet.
I think it's some Austrian name or something.
Certainly is an interesting name. I can't even find it.
He is illegal. Get him out.
Elias Ratzenberg. That's a nice name. Chris, why? Take a look in the YouTube chat.
When you're at Jetswash, you should the bunger go off halfway through the cycle. Or when that heart is in the chip, is in the way, or at the end. I have no clue what he means.
Don't even like I've seen that question on I think it's on his Discord.
I'm just gonna copy paste it and put it in ChatGPT. See what the answer
Ah, that's a good point.
is. So let's open ChatGPT here.
No, Chris,
So-
you're asking the big questions here.
I get an answer from ChatGPT. The decision of when to activate the bunker during jet wash cycle can depend on several factors, including the specific equipment being used, the cleaning process being employed, and personal preference or standard operating procedures of the facility. In some cases, the bunker or alarm may be set to go off halfway through the cycle to indicate to the operator that it's time to perform a certain action, such as adding detergent or adjusting settings. The midpoint notification. Yeah, I have no ideas, Chris. I'll
42.
just copy paste the answer in YouTube chat.
Yeah, that's a great.
Oh,
then I
it's
can read this.
only 1,000 characters too long. Wait, let's try all of them first.
The leader of the PTCC class is in the pits now. Well, it doesn't really change much because he's 2 laps in front, but like. Yes, Chris, he used ChatGPT.
Of course I use ChatGPT. I don't have a brain. I need a computer to do this for me. What do you expect from me?
Yeah. It wouldn't be a finer want if he wasn't using ChatGPT.
I use ChatGPT for everything. Setups.
Really?
Of course not.
Yeah,
would try.
that would have been a idea if it works.
I actually did it one time, and it gave me like settings, but it was awful to run.
I want my car to drive good. That's like putting
my car
maximum
gets-
camber on the front and minimum on the back, and like 1.5 degrees of tow.
Negative rear wing. And people
Well,
have
you
been
need to-
trying it all race negative rear wing here.
Well, Pascal had it for some point.
On the Astra it's not too bad because it's front wheel drive.
Well, but like if the rear wing is negative in Pascal's case, then the wheels aren't touching the ground, so basically no wheel drive at that point.
Well, it's the rear wing that's negative, so it would just lift up the rear. But the fuel tank is in the rear, so it would be fine for like half a stint. And then it gets loosey-woosey.
But you need a light rear to turn better, so maybe it's actually good in a front wheel drive car.
Well, you can try it.
I don't know, my bus is front wheel drive, but I don't have a wing.
Yeah, but you're gonna do the BTC season, aren't you?
Yeah.
I will just make sure you don't have a rear wing, and then you can try it.
Oh, Lars. Oh.
You almost had
Nice
to get in
save.
early.
I don't know, I'm here on standby, so... Oh, he's driving slow.
Is this straight?
From what I know, he is here, but the steering isn't. I'll quickly talk to him.
Yeah. Sure. Oh, someone else in the wall. It's the Iris again. So we're looking at the OSR. The man from France. Still over 17 hours to go in this race. And quite a lot of people still in it. And with the rain predicted towards the end of the race, everything is still possible, I would say. So we look at Robert Strachan,
Hello.
comfortably in the lead for the rookie monsters. Oh, you're back?
Hey, Tug.
Yes.
It's time.
Oh, it's
I need to
time.
get into the car. Oh, what is he doing?
That's
Amazing.
a challenging way to. Oh, and Savani again without a rear wing.
Well, I will
But
come
okay.
back later, that's for
Yes.
sure.
Yeah, I'll
So-
just stay here until someone comes to take over my place, and I wish you good luck.
Yeah,
Keep
you will
it on
see
the,
me.
keep it on the black stuff. It's
I think
quicker.
you will see me.
It's quicker on the black stuff than on the green stuff.
You know,
everyone is going off now.
I'll keep the stream open, and then when I'm on the stream, I will flash you.
Oh yeah, thanks. Don't blind my eyes, please.
Ah, nix. There's nothing I can do anymore. Yeah, like him. Yeah, well, thank you for having me so far. It was great fun with you again.
Yes. No worries.
See you later.
Good luck. So all alone we are. As we just saw, like 4 cars going off in a time span of what felt like 1 minute. We'll see if they change anything on the standing so far. We still have the 37 leading the GT3, the 43 is leading in the GT4 class, and the 93 of Rob Strachan is leading the BTC class. Hey, look who we have there. It's Mr. Nick Homewood. Ah, that's cute. Now we can watch the race together.
Oh, 17 hours, 41 minutes. Get your feet up.
We're going to watch the end, aren't we?
No breaks. This is it.
This is it. It's the best commentary duo you've ever witnessed. Who are Hunter Birch? It's Cornerwood.
There's unbiased, unhinged.
No personal preference.
Yeah.
The good thing is, I haven't seen the BTC car on stream ever since Kali got out.
I've
So,
just been
oh, this is the
flicking
leader.
on
This is the leader. Driving awfully slow. This is the last section of the track though. But there's whoever's coming. And I
Doesn't
think
look healthy.
Letalek has some mending to be done in the workplace. There's Thomas again.
Yes.
So you ended.
I got pranked.
Oh, you got pranked.
And apparently I'm not driving today anymore, so...
Oh, they don't want you?
Apparently not.
Your car is
You know what?
straight.
You know what? I'm not really like angry about it, because I spent the whole day at the forest today, and my body is finished. Cutting trees.
Cutting trees like a lumberjack.
Yeah, it's actually quite fun. And
What?
also, hello.
Cutting trees.
Sounds like a pretty normal German activity.
Yeah, and did you know the Emperor of Germany, Wilhelm? He was like imprisoned in the Netherlands, and while he was there, he cut down over 500 trees.
Yeah, I was about to ask if you cut some trees.
He did cut some trees. Like he cut down a whole freaking forest.
Wow,
So yeah,
that's some serious tree cutting.
yeah. Apparently after digging holes, it's a second hobby of the Germans. Well, they always dig holes on the beach, isn't it?
Well, no further comment.
Yeah. So it's Evers now in the lead. Fijne avond, superiority.
Oh, I just see it, yeah.
Yeah, the leader, I think he crashed or something. because he was driving really slow. And there is your teammate.
Yeah. The thing is, if our car were to win, I
Then.
would be credited with the win because I did one lap.
That's how it works.
That's some
You do one
gentleman
lap and
driver
you take
activity.
100% of the credits. Like, I'm gonna take the credits if the 444 wins, even though I didn't do one lap.
Interesting.
Even if they don't win, I'll take credits.
Ultimately.
Yes.
Isn't Jo Blachhofen this time? No, he's on the PTCC car.
Jublaroven is not driving today, but he's with us. It should have been Francisco, to be honest, but it is what it is.
Francesco Piergolini.
Francisco Perez. Oh, Safagni, this is not the first time we've seen him take this line through the last sector.
I don't know. He learned from Ross Chastain, that's all I'm saying.
I think he does it quicker now than last time.
It's the experience.
He's probably improving on his delta.
God damn it.
The commentary just turns into slander.
Well, we've already talked about Abu Dhabi 21, so...
Yeah, I just first pissed off the whole YouTube stream and then started commentating.
Is he going?
Ooh. Who are you watching?
It was Savigny. He was like, I don't know,
Yeah,
warming his tyres to come into the pit lane or something.
Well, it's always important to have warm tires when swerving into your box.
When you
It's a
can
prank.
change them.
Prank for your pit crew. They
You
go
have,
to
you, have
Birmingham.
to, you have to burn the hands of your pit crew. Make those tires 300 degrees. Come in, let them change it.
All the BMWs parked about as straight as they usually park.
This is how straight you can park a BMW.
It's so straight, some would call it gay.
It won't let you. It's got like autopilot. When you're driving into the space straight, it just cranks on the steering.
You're not correctly inside of your box. It just doesn't pick up if you're straight into your box.
Is it also when you use your indicators that then just like you
engine
can use
explodes.
them on the inside, but it doesn't work?
The engine
Yeah.
explodes, I heard. If you use the indicators.
Yeah, obviously to keep the engine going at high speed, you have to travel within 5mm of the car in front.
That as
You
well.
have to get the
And you have
suck.
to flash them, even though they're on the maximum speed limits.
Yep.
So you're in the BMW, you should be up front.
Well, but how do they do it in the pit lane there? Because there's a Porsche in front of that BMW.
That's just a Volkswagen Beetle, so
Well, yes, but like it's still different.
Getting beaten by Beetle.
The Battle Beetle.
I mean, they're getting beaten by an Astra, so
Yeah. But that's understandable, the Astra is superior.
Well, on the other
Yes.
hand, you have the whole field of Z4s getting beaten by Alpine.
Yeah, well, everyone said the Alpine was trash. And now
And
they just
currently,
absolutely wrecked by
Yeah.
one.
yeah. There you have one of them Z4s.
This is a BMW.
Yeah.
Is that a Supra?
Nah, it's a BMW. Are we losing? No, we don't. There's spectator count is going up as we shit talk.
People watch for Nick. Nick joins instantly. 200% more viewers on the stream.
I got out of bed for this, like serious.
Oh,
Ooh.
was it because I left?
Yes.
Yeah.
You didn't want
Did
to leave
I
me alone.
make you go out of bed?
Well, indirectly, yes.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
your fault, Thomas.
But we will send you a PayPal link where you can pay his wages.
I don't know. I already donated like 10 euros this month
Okay, yeah,
to
then it's
EERC. So.
Then you're fine. Otherwise, we really had to get to your house and get some stuff that's valuable to sell.
Pile of wood.
What?
Yeah, or just get your kidney out.
I don't know. I don't think my kidney would be worth a lot with how much stuff I'm doing.
They don't know. We just say it's from an old German woman.
But luckily, you're not taking my liver because that would be even more interesting.
We'll just keep coming back and taking different bits.
Well, one thing I can tell you, you certainly can't take my car because it's not worth it. It won't really help you. So, you, Peter, will then just send me a angry Pascal Egert when he's not in the States. Because he can't be that far away.
No, we've lost Peter. I think he must be on his way to you now.
God, someone's knocking on my door.
Wow, that was quick.
I don't know if you heard it. Interesting.
Funny there was something to talk about in the race.
Yeah.
Ah, there he is. Apparently he wasn't on his way to me.
Oh.
Oh my god.
That's some wall. That's on the GP loop.
He's only just come out the pits.
That's a good point.
Yeah, there's definitely not a lap between when you got out. But how do you lose it there?
Probably by not having enough control over the car.
Yeah, but it's miles away from the asphalt patch. And it's a pretty slow corner.
BMW on top tires. It's just...
And there he goes again. Can say hello to his crew again.
It's the awesome.
Must
Now
have
we
had
can.
an awesome team
Oh.
pit crew. They don't get any sleep.
Well,
2
it's
the car comes in.
well right now it's not even dark yet in the game, whereas here in real Germany it's dark.
They haven't even finished their high fives after fixing the car, and it's back again.
Didn't we have that same picture? Just
Yeah, that BMW is there. He sees the B2C go, and he's still there in its back.
oh, the 46 is going again.
You just see him in 5 seconds and pull back up behind.
There we have another BMW.
So we get a new overlay. Nice.
If I can ask, what is the 37 doing in the pit so long?
Yeah, it had damage. It
Because-
was yeah, it lost like 7 minutes now, or 8 minutes.
That's how your car ended up in the Williams already, wasn't
No,
it?
that's just pure skill from the
Yeah.
viewers.
Job
no
Hogan
luck
is
at
with
all.
you.
They actually, I think, they don't have any names on the car, but it's my car from last season, so I still take credits.
May Job Hogan be with you guys.
Yeah, Jubler. I wonder what he's doing right now.
Probably watching the stream or something.
No, he had a double appointment. Like, because of him, we took the Astra, and then he ditches us for the race. So now we are here driving the Astra without Jubelaroven, but with Jubelaroven.
Yeah. Jobelhoven is omnipresent. I can't actually remember how we did last season in BTCC. It's like the thing.
He did Jubelaroven-ish.
Ah. Compared
Exactly. There's one image that sums up. I think you know exactly.
Yeah, do you know the image of the Saxon ring?
nope.
Well, I sent you on Discord. This is Nick and Hube kissing, but they're not gay.
I've seen that picture. Where have I seen that picture?
Probably in BTC chat.
No problem.
And I sent it yesterday in Paint Shop of EERC Endurance as well.
Oh.
Everyone was showing off their livery, so I just sent this one for the BTC livery.
Yeah. Right now, that's where I've seen this picture. Yeah, because I started it with showing my Porsche.
It's unique. You know, it shows the livery of many angles of it at the same time.
Which picture do you want? No,
You
your
already-
two cars.
You already see the number 4 is aiming to go upside down already. It really likes to do that.
Pascal is the driver. Pascal, are you somewhere?
He's probably upside down.
In his chair or?
Yeah,
He sleeps like a bat.
yeah. He is a bed. The Astra is the bedmobile.
I have a question. Are we just like talking a lot of stuff, or are you actually commentating a race here?
We're commentating,
Okay.
but then not commentating. We're commentating it.
You know what? The only thing missing now would be a Josh bringing up the interesting topics.
Yeah, or Ed. But Ed is not scheduled in. I think within maybe 20 minutes or something he should be here. Not entirely sure. But Ed and Josh are the stream carriers.
Yeah.
They know what to do.
Yeah.
Now I'm just commentating like I'm driving on a track. I don't know.
Well, then get to know the track.
I just give throttle and steer at certain points and hope it'll all be okay.
Maybe you should brake at some points as well. I don't know. I'm not
braking
an
is
Astra
weird.
driver.
You don't brake.
Okay.
Braking slows you down.
To need to brake.
Yeah.
If you're going with the pit limiter around the track.
It's not fast enough to exceed the pit speed. You just go flat in 6th gear and you do 75 kph.
Oh.
On your roof it goes quicker, especially downhill.
Interesting. Yeah, because you have a bit less of resistance.
Yeah, like you have 4 wheels less to drag.
Yeah.
And also your rear wing is upside down, so you get negative aero.
Yeah. So you're lifting the car.
And then the wheels that spin are kind of works like a aeroplane engine.
Okay.
So it just becomes an aircraft. That's where
So-
the A in Astra stands for.
So Pascal was doing flying laps.
Yeah, literally. He was flying
Oh!
in laps. Oh!
That's a major bomb.
This car looks on rails for the first 6 hours. But now it's derailed.
Well,
It
it's a car
became
with
the
a,
Rayland.
it's a car with a moustache, so it can derail at some point. Maybe I should add it on the PUBG as well for the season.
Maybe you go quicker.
Yeah, mustache. Sponsored by Mumbo Jumbo.
You should be. Do you know the movie A Million Ways to Die in the West?
Yes.
I actually don't.
With a song about the mustache. It's once wait, don't well. If you never have seen it, don't watch the part because it will be forever stuck in your head. But
I wasn't about to Google it, don't worry. What is happening? 36 car.
it's an Alpine going for the pass on the McLaren. The McLaren is driving an Indy setup. I know this has banked corners, but it's definitely not an oval.
I don't know. Could be.
Oh. It looks so scary if they go with way more speed than I take my Astra through that corner.
Or maybe then should just go fast.
Yes, the 444.
The leaders.
What is it would they ever do in leading 24-hour races in GT cars?
He'll turn his headlights off.
Yeah, true. It's Milo, so I wouldn't be surprised. He either turns off his headlights or he needs to take a pee and jumps out of his rig and disconnects his wheel.
Wow. Interesting.
That happened in 24-hour Daytona in Fisk. They drove 4 hours without force heat back there. You only did one lap, Thomas.
Yeah, because I got quickly told that I need to get out of the car.
Any reason, or they just didn't feel like having you driving?
They liked him in
No
commentary
comment.
more.
I should not talk about that because I don't know if they are watching the stream or not.
Well, Otto hopefully isn't. If he is watching the stream, then I don't know how he's doing that while driving on the ring.
Well, maybe he's just hearing it in the background.
Even then,
That's another crash.
but he did. Oh, he has crashed a couple times. Oh,
Oh,
Dexter
Joshua Dexter.
in his BMW. I mean Supra.
His Toyota Z4.
Yeah.
Look at this Alpine. I don't know, it's weird seeing an Alpine with colors. Not just carbon.
Oh yeah, it's the Burger King livery. So this is the original livery, the stock livery.
But this... Didn't even notice that. Didn't even notice that yet.
Burger King on the sides.
It's the Burger King BWT car.
Yeah. Probably they have Otmar Schaffenhauser as the principal.
Probably. Oh, what was their Renault team principal before Schaffner?
Cyril Abitabu.
Yeah, probably that guy.
He's now here for Hyundai in WRC.
Are they winning?
No.
Are they spending loads of money for nothing?
Yesterday in WRC, the stage were won by like the second class.
Okay.
Like Formula 2 wins a Formula 1 race. Because there was so much snow, I think the WRC cars couldn't get the pedal down.
Interesting. Take a look at this car. The number 48 on its merry way towards another pit stop.
Oh, a rookie monster on the grass. some little excursion for Dexter here again. It's not the first time. Probably won't be the last either. So we don't really have any close gaps. I think Ratzenbeck is the only one that's within 100 seconds of the car in front. Rosasa is not far from that either. Especially if Dexter keeps on doing excursions like that.
17 hours to go. So look who's in the pits again.
I was about to say.
Yeah, this time I skipped saying something about it.
And it's
I mean,
another
I'm still yet to drive myself. I don't know how many times I end up in the pits.
Too little.
I hope somewhere between Savigny's and Calix's amount of pit stops. Or preferably less.
Maybe my amount of pit stops.
That's one?
Yeah.
No, I need more. I need to do 4 stints, so I need at least 4 pit stops.
Oh. Well, maybe I can talk Chris to Chris that I can drive for another car, and then I'll drive that Astra as well and crash it.
No, don't do it.
Okay.
Don't crash it. It's my beloved Astra.
Okay. I thought it was Job Lahoven's Astra and you only
No,
took it off.
no. We're just honoring Jublar over with the car. To celebrate his yeah.
It's Larhovenness.
Yes.
Ah.
Carnival. It was Carnival in Brabant where he's from, so let's say we celebrate Carnival.
So it was Job Carnivalhoven.
Yeah.
Ah.
And the bumper cars there.
Simon Kingsbury? That's a name.
So
Oh, look.
Thomas is out of the pits again. And the steering wheel is straight. The wing was on. Two things you can't take for granted anymore.
I think there's just a parking area full of
I wonder how many rear wings the marshals have gathered so far.
A lot.
Maybe they will. At
Just
the,
out of...
at the end of the race, we'll see a plane going over.
Really off of the MW BTCC.
It's like Nick Homewood in the Hockenheim 8 hours.
I think we haven't found that car again. It's gone.
He went back to Britain.
That was the day of Brexit.
sorry guys, I have a plane to catch.
Hence happens 10-second stop-go penalty for the Apex GP number 17 car.
That's 16
That's
class.
Dexter.
So that would mean that Zaza gets closer.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know how to pronounce it, to be honest. I just try make
Well,
it.
maybe try this name, James Murray. Sounds easy enough.
James Murray.
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 In the burger.
He's in my car.
He's in the speed car, to be precise. Number 8.
Please say the zeros as well. The number 008 speed car.
You see a listing on wish.com for the remote control car.
It's like a rip of James Bond. 008.
And that's why it's an Alpine instead of an Aston Martin or...
I mean, from the rear, if you look quickly, it could be an Aston Martin.
It's Murray, James Murray. And he gets to the LP.
I want my car stirred, not shaken.
Start.
Oh, someone crashed there in the
Yes, someone
background.
crashed, yeah.
What was that?
That's
The
another
306?
BMW.
But I quite like the livery of theirs. Reminds of the Castrol Toyota.
Oh yeah, it does.
And this car reminds me of that.
Maybe it is your car.
I don't know.
I mean, you haven't driven it in a while, so I understand
Yeah.
you forget how it
Hey,
looks.
I've done one lap, so whatever this car does, I'm credited with it. Which is quite interesting. I've won a 6-hour race around this track without even driving once. And I won it because I was dead in the driver lineup, but I didn't drive. Then I got credited into it. Was pretty damn stupid.
There he is, Mr. Server. Remco the Server.
I bet he's shaking as he's driving.
Please, please. I need more people to DNF, so it stays online.
He's probably thinking when I'm having a big crash, then maybe the server starts lagging and then I have to fix it, so he's just... It's another motivation to stay on the road.
That did happen. Was it season 1? Le Mans? Chris will remember. Someone crashed so hard it crashed the server.
How did
only,
that happen?
only in RF2.
I think they got stuck inside a wall, and it was like generating a billion. You know, there's a log in the off-entity servers where it's like this person had a crash, this person had a crash, and it was just generating hundreds of those until eventually the file that it was contained within became 100 gigabytes and filled up the hard drive of the server.
Nice.
I think I'm remembering that right.
I mean, this year's Le Mans, someone already crashed before it started.
Yes.
That was an Aztec with 3 wheels on this weekend.
They win though in the end.
I think he did it, yeah. That only happens in EERC as well.
Every...
What a shot.
It's actually mainland seems to be catching up to Shepherd. So the trip before actually started last and is now in first, so they done the job, but they finished it too quickly. Had to be in the last lap they have to overtake P1. Now they can still throw it away.
17 hours. I think that's unlikely.
Wow.
If it was 18 hours, maybe.
17 hours is just not
Oh!
enough time to have a crash.
Thomas Savani just proved it otherwise.
He needs 17 seconds.
Oh! Oh! Ooh! Did you see that save?
Censored.
That was some serious save.
He's really trying to catch up.
Oh!
Oh,
Thomas
this is,
Tima
not,
also proved as well.
this is also not how your steering was supposed to look.
Well, but he's going flat out, though.
Yeah, he's not giving a
Right.
shit.
Oh god. Oh god, he starts
Yeah.
giving a shit.
This looks so scary. I almost filled my pants here only watching it.
I can feel it on my force feedback. And I'm not even having my wheel in the hand.
My hands are sweating.
The palms are sweaty. Mouth spaghetti. And Nick, can you please try to pronounce that name for us?
No.
Alias.
What if he won the first round of the BTCC? How would you pronounce it?
And this is the winner who has won.
This guy here.
This car.
The number 87 won.
Driven by this person.
Someone.
Driven by driver. First name, last name.
We'll just change his name in the Discord. So.
Yeah.
Your name's now Bob.
Yeah.
Ah,
You're now Bob Wood.
Bob, make Bob.
Please Bob. Together with Please Nerve.
There we have James Bond. Oh, that's another James Bond there.
The 8-star esport. And
Oh.
no donuts on the track. Where's Danny when you need him?
But I think that's also on the Grand Prix cars, isn't it?
Yeah, he just did 1 extra for the fans.
Oh look, Tom Savani, will he pit?
Nope.
Wait. Wait.
Yes.
Oh. But he teased us there for a second.
He usually has more damage when he pits.
Maybe I should go into that car and crash it.
I don't think they need too much help with that.
Well, maybe I crashed it so hard that it's finally done. You know.
You can only crash it hard enough, and you need to lose the rear wheel.
You just go for the, like, put them out of their misery.
Yeah.
If you're a sick dog, you know, you just sort of. That's it.
You help it, but not helping it.
You're a sick BMW, so. That's I'm sorry.
Yeah, your BMW is terminal. I'm sorry.
There's nothing we could do anymore for this BMW. May it rest in peace. Look at the leader.
Oh.
The overall leader.
Only
James
the
Bond?
best. James Bond, yeah. James
then-
Murray, 008.
Speed car.
This
You know,
he
if
likes
you-
it feels shaken, not stirred.
It's got the English flag on the door as well. Oh no, that was the one.
Now we get copyrighted.
But speed car also sounds like a. If you download an unlicensed IndyCar game. Just playing the speed car
Speed.
500.
It's
Again,
Jeremy Clarkson made his car. It's speed, power. You only need willpower in this car, and then you will speed and power.
Well, it's speed already, so you know. It is the speed car.
Speed Car, the 1960s buddy cop drama, now in colour. That's
What?
right.
You
You and I
should've-
are undercover detectives on the hot rod circuit. Now let's burn rubber, baby.
You should have switched to the speed car for that one. Amazing.
What an entrance!
So,
always
welcome,
been
Edward
there.
Honda.
No influence, so just hanging around. I had a shower. That was kind of irrelevant.
Oh yeah, there has been more irrelevant things said on the stream ever since you left. So
Well, I noticed you guys must be in a good mood because the 444 is leading.
yeah, and the BTC car is cut off his back and is now back on 4 wheels.
It's definitely positive. Now Louis driving.
Yeah, I haven't seen it since Louis is driving it, so I think it's been going already.
Here he is.
Oh yeah, there he is.
Hey.
Please stay on your wheels.
it would have been that moment he rolled in.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Kali roll it in pretty much every corner, so
The Vauxhall Astra was certainly an interesting choice. Look at the sun going down in the background.
Oh,
it's going through the barrier, the sun.
we're doing some camera play again. Like in Le Mans.
What do you think? You can win GT3 and touring cars, or is the 2-lap gap too big here?
I think we're gonna win overall with the touring car.
Well, considering that they are driving the only legal touring car that is allowed to be used in
The other one is Porsche.
BTCC. They are winning.
The other one is a Porsche. I still
Yeah.
think they're cheating.
If you switch to the 93, you can see it has Porsche badges all over it.
Look, Bidou's caught you go by 7.7 seconds last lap. So, Evers is in trouble.
Evers is in trouble. Yeah, I think he pitted last lap. So I'm not sure how it works on the interval, but he better not be in trouble. But yeah.
I'll let you know when I get through the first sector.
Well, you still have like 4 minutes to go for that.
It's more like 2.
It's definitely closer than it's ever been. It's for the last.
What happened to the 37 Litalic? Did he have to come in for extra
what I
stuff?
saw, it was like a crabbing on the last bit of the track, and then it went
must have
into pit
crashed.
and had like a 7-minute plus pit stop.
Oh, well that's a problem. It's like Spillo's dropped it.
It always looked like he got stuck on the curb there for a bit.
Oh, the steering wheel too good. Well, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's been worse. Yeah, this gap is coming down.
4.6.
Yeah, they were not on the same strategy, I think.
He's certainly pushing a little bit though.
Yeah.
What is which?
Well, it's like one car in between, isn't it? Yeah. So it looks a bit closer than it is.
Why don't we have like the flashing that they have IRL for the top 5?
Oh, I'm so happy they don't have it, because it absolutely gives me epileptic attacks.
I don't know, for the top 3 cars in class, we could have that.
You don't find it completely annoying when watching the IRL watch?
Well, I find it annoying AF, but like it's also
Why don't we have it? It's so only annoying.
that it belongs to that race because no other race has that,
That's a good point, but
and it's weird not seeing it on the Nordschleife.
I mean there are more things not here than are in the IRL version.
Yeah, like
More people outside making fires.
yeah, but we have tent.
We have the tent, that's a good point. The amazing tent. That the cameraman also loves to pick up every now and then.
Gotta look at the tent. "17 hours remaining."
Yes. It's actually time for me to
Been through 7 hours, yeah.
get ready again for my stint. So I have to get off, take a small break, and then I think that's me done for commentating for this race. I haven't checked the schedule actually.
Yeah, well, don't break your voice. Working
Well,
yourself
it's already
out,
can't break something that's already broken it.
That's true. You're done with all your commentating.
I'm just saying, don't work too hard. I mean,
Yeah.
you have done 3 hours. It's fair. I mean, I did 3 hours earlier. I'll do 3 more now.
You're the professional.
So I sometimes get paid to do this, but not today. Only tomorrow. Not for this.
Today you get paid with respect and love.
You get paid to be talking to one of your drivers.
Oh well. I said no. I guess you drive me in touring cars again now, so there's that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make sure that I'm distinguishable over the cars, but I'm not sure if it really shows up in the broadcast.
I don't know.
I saw the livery, it looks cool.
Oh, thank you.
We have a livery already?
I thought
miss
it
these being
I
a bit
thought it was
held
a merge livery, right? In the
Oh
page.
yeah, we have. Oh,
There's
damn.
2 liveries, yeah.
Yeah.
One for the Focus, which is US stars.
The Archetype.
White and
Archetype
green.
is great.
Oh, it's the
Yeah,
one with
they
gold.
insisted on one that didn't look like an apple, so we could went for gold.
It was very, very brief.
It shouldn't look
I like the.
that was the
It
brief.
got a little bit of green in it.
Not
I like the metallic yellow goldish stuff. Like,
we
I
couldn't
like-
go for full gold because Nick said it would destroy people's graphics cards.
I mean, what's your problem with it?
Good point.
You can't see
Oh.
any graphics card will be fine.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like
But
people
I
will
like
protest
it
against
way
this.
better than the other, the gold livery. But
Well,
this
I
one,
guess it's up to the Hyundai guys to do like Hargitai, Louis Hesketh, and Louis Hesketh's friend, other Thomas V.
Svi, yeah.
Oh, it's that Thomas, the Thomas that crashed the 888.
Yeah,
You're in for a good one for this season.
Oh well.
He maybe has done all the crashing for this year in this race.
That's a good point.
I don't
then
think
you-
that's how it works. You guys aren't very good team
I'm
managers.
just trying to be best positive here.
It doesn't sound like it. That's like, oh look, he crashed a lot. Oh, well that means he'll never crash again. Because
Yeah.
people who crash tend not to make a
It's
pattern
like-
of it.
It's like thieves that has done like 20,000 thefts. He will never steal anything again because he has done all the stealing already.
Because he always
That's
has everything he wants from stealing, yes.
That's how it works in court. You say, I will never steal again, I've stolen enough. That's it.
Yeah, but like,
Alright.
when do you know when you reach the limit?
Why do you ask such hard questions?
Yeah, I thought you were leaving, Peter.
Yeah, I'm going. I cannot answer this. So
Maybe you should ask ChatGPT for this one again.
Reminds me of Futurama, where Bender is like stealing things from this planet, and he steals so much, and he's like, "Well, you know what, Fry? I think I've stolen enough for once." And then he finds out, "Snap out of it, Bender. What's wrong with you?" And he's like, "Oh, you're right, Fry. I'll never settle." Oh, speaking of
That's a
Thomas,
big one.
nicely done, Thomas.
Always.
Okay.
Oh, he's got it out of the way. Oh, and he's immediately in front of the pit lane. Let's see if we
That's
can line
a
it up.
smart place to crash.
Did he do like 2 laps
I think
already?
he has one. I think he has one clean lap now.
Hey.
Yeah, it's better than no clean lap.
That's what we say. Thomas, how many clean laps did you do?
Well, the only lapse he had was a lapse in judgment.
No, I did 1 lap. I did 1 lap this event so far. I left the pits, I went around the track, and then I entered the pits. And gave the car to someone else.
But technically, that's not a complete lap, unless you stopped further in the pit box than you started.
We.
Oh.
So he
Counts
got
as
to
an
do like at least
exploration.
1 meter.
Yeah.
He's more of a tourist than a racing driver.
He just turned up to
Yeah.
tourist farm.
Yeah, tourist part, and he paid for that lap.
Yeah, I paid Lars Otto 35 euros or whatever it costs to do that 1 lap in the GT3 car.
That's a good price, though. I think IRL is like 300 plus.
Remember, you can only overtake on the right. Or no,
No one,
Only
no,
take on the left.
yeah, but no one really cared when overtaking me at lap. I did. They overtook me left, right, and center. Huh? I wasn't surprised no one overtook me like above me or beyond me or something. I don't
Should
know.
you filled in some reports overtaking on the right? Make Chris stop being bored. Okay, guys, this is my time to go off.
See ya.
Yeah.
I beat it.
Bye. Now it's just
Right.
us three.
Neil Evers. Is it still Neil or is it Milan?
Meal.
Does it matter? Oh, but you said they were sharing an account, didn't you? Or somebody did. Might have been Louis.
it's in. It's 50-50 chance.
Okay, so Neil and Milan Evers leading by 4.2 seconds in GD3 over OSR online sim races with Mr. Zakira Bidous at the wheel at the moment. In GD4, it's still Patrick Beccarati leading in the Simco number 43. from British Touring Cars Robert Strachan in the Fookie Monsters. And then the next GT4 is Everett Dumont in the number 64, which of course, as we know, Dumont is driving the 8-star eSport number 64 Alpine. So I think the top 3 in GT4 is all Alpines, with the Ratzenbeck in the 87 being the first of the Toyotas that's still running.
The third Alpine being the most important one. The 008 speed car.
Speed car, of course.
And in BTCC it's pretty cleaned up. Because
the speed car is only about 60 seconds ahead of Elias Ratzenbeck. So there could be a fight for the podium, because that Toyota's certainly got the pace to get on it. It just depends if the Bro Racing 87 team can get their act together.
It would be quite interesting to see how the field in GT4 is looking with the pit stops and stuff, because like the Toyota has like extremely long pit stops but can drive like twice the distance. That's also a factor.
One might say the R factor.
The second one.
Because it's a second class. It's R factor too.
There is a speed car speeding along, like a speedy thing. Remco now in the pits in the 71 for the Optimal Esports team.
Server owner, Remco the server.
Is that why they call him Remco Deserver instead of Remco Dizzy? The dude's starting to close in. So let's focus in on that. I say starting to close in, and then the gap went back up to 3.8, so after a couple of tenths the other way.
But it is kind of interesting.
4 seconds faster. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, last lap maybe because of the pit stop.
Ah, right, okay. I didn't realise it hadn't been that long since because that conversation with Peter felt excruciatingly long.
Is it that boring to you?
No. It felt longer than it was as well. Okay, fair enough. We'll wait for Tom, I guess, to show up at midnight or so.
I apologize.
Appreciate
It's all good.
See ya. And now it's just us two.
That's the case. Very much so. Alright, shall we let's get an onboard view from Dubus as the darkness starts to fall across the Nordschleife Nurburgring circuit.
Maybe we should talk our viewers through a lap there.
Okay, you want to stay in the cockpit? Or?
I don't know, for the next lap maybe, yeah, if they aren't pitting.
I don't know that. I'm not really part of the team. Dumont is pitting in second in GD4, but he's got a big gap to Ratzenbeck. And Apache is also pit and come out about 30 seconds behind the 87. He's still being serviced. Looks like Dexter's gotten on board the number 17 as well. Also, Savini has decided to retire from the race as well, which is a shame for the AAA, which means Binavon are now last in the touring car class if they still run.
Well, if we look on the first car, with it being a Porsche and not a BMW, they are basically first.
First of one. Makes this race even more pointless than it already is.
But you still need to finish, you know? So, let's see if they are pitting or not. Then we can take our viewers through a lap around this magnificent exactly. Magnificent. Yeah, I'll stop.
We go then. Another lap then of the Nurburgring Nordschleife. Into the Yokohama S we go.
It's still called Yokohama, eh?
Yeah, it might be. And then or the Mercedes-Benz Arena. I don't think there's any Yokohama sponsorship there. But anyway. Now we go downhill into 4, 5 and 6.
Down to the Dunlop area.
That's what I was going to say. This is hairpin, so we're from one end of the track now. And Bidoo's hits the apex, goes a little wide on exit, and now he's going to go uphill towards the Michael Schumacher S. There's not really too much of an event, it's a flat out corner. Chicane, onto the Warsteiner curve. Then from Warsteiner we go to Ad Van Bogen and Hudson-Back.
First of all, we go through the Vidal chicane. Coming.
NGK chicane, I think as well.
I don't know. They change the name of the chicane every year if needed.
Yeah.
I think.
And a little
But now,
correction at the wheel.
instead of turning right, we turn left, coming onto the Nordschleife.
Yeah.
Coming
Start
down towards the
north.
first turn, Hudson-Bach.
Yeah.
Left it. Whoa, he's turning a lot.
That's what you have to do. See the Ferris wheel on the background as he goes downhill through Okaiken, Kudelbacher Ho, Lugplatz. Coming up. There we go. So we got it lined up well. Now, Schredding Cruise and Arenburg await him. Fuxora, Adenauer forced, so this is really high speed to the flat out sections. And this is where visibility is quite dark, you're relying a lot on your headlights, so those who are quite damaged are at a bit of a disadvantage here. Really tight right-hander, constant radius apex. That's a Fuxora, I believe. Up now to Adenauer forced and Metzgesfeld. First sort of hard braking point to judge. Oh,
Getting your corner next
Talon
is there. So we just went through Schwedenkreuz, now Arenberg going down the Fuchsröhre towards Adenauer Forst.
Okay, I'm at a different part of the... I thought we were further along than we actually were. It's a bit hard to keep track of.
Yeah, that's why I learned it. Or in other words, I have to drag them open on my laptop. Going through Adenauer Forst, very slow chicane, very difficult to hit right, but when you hit it right, it's really nice. Coming down towards Metzgesfeld, going past the rubble tree there. Very difficult corner, nearly flat. Hard braking into this one. It bangs a bit to the inside, so you can let the car roll into it. Coming down to Kallenhardt. Right before the
you can see
Spiegelkurve.
Emil Evers ahead of him as well, 1.7 seconds, so Evers is really struggling and making a mistake somewhere. Now we're approaching towards X-Mule, aren't we? And then Bergwerk.
Yeah, we are, but like it's currently now we're going through Werseifen first of all. The slowest corner on the Nordschleife, that little hairpin. Going right hand. If you look on the right side there, you might spot the houses there. That's the village of Adenau, which is actually quite a nice village. Now we're coming up
around a castle, isn't
X-Mühle.
it?
Yeah, the Nurburgring. I haven't actually been. Yeah. Well, anyways, coming up to the Nicolade Kurve. Now, hard braking for Bergwerk. Important to get a good exit out there for the long straight after.
To the Kesselchen, very long flat out section, even in a GT car.
But then a slight tap of the brakes for the Mutkurve, which we will see in a few seconds there. flashing from me levels there. Just to approach a slower car and say, hello, I'm here. Now, coming up to the mood curve. A slight dab of the brake. Going through there with 220 on a blind corner.
Now, is this the Caracciolo carousel coming up?
Oh, the car's in the wall there.
Oh,
The
that's from the
Alpine.
Alpines. That looks like the 64 Dumont.
Now, the Rudolf Caracciolo carousel. Very difficult in R Vector 2. It's extremely bumpy and it just wants to kill you every second it gets.
Yeah, Bidou's not intimidated though. 1 second between the two then. Next up, Hohacht.
Still a bit to go there. The very technical section of the Nordschleife. It's just one long flowing corner out there. And for Höhe 8, Edwigshöhe. Coming down towards Wippersmann.
Yep.
Which is right here.
Hatchback as well.
First the left-hander. The left-hander which just understeers like a ton. Coming down to Wip Eschbach.
Really being closed in now.
Röntgen now, the YouTube corner, which many might know it by.
Zischauer Punkt.
Coming down, Franzgarten
as well.
From. Did it? Sorry?
Wasn't your hose a bit further on? Franzgarten.
Led towards there until we're right here, the Stefan Bellof S, named after former record holder Stefan Bellof. Coming down towards the Schwalbenschwanz.
Oh, look at this. Evers doesn't get a great exit here.
Oh, I think.
Oh, he's braking early.
Going for das kleine Karussell. Coming down towards the Galgenkopf, very important to get a good exit, and we might just see a bit of overtaking here.
Bidou's a little bit more cautious on entry here.
Evers getting an okay exit. Just a little bit better.
Yeah, this is where we see the BMW straight line speed versus the McLaren.
McLaren is a bit in front there. Not catching that much as expected.
Antonio Spookby and Tiergarten.
Well, first of all, we're still on the Dettinger Höhe. Because it's 2 kilometers long, if you didn't know.
I don't know where we went past that. The bridge that takes the Tiergarten's a turn, isn't it? We've just gone through.
That's Antonius Buche. That's Tiergarten now, and that's Hohenrhein.
Okay.
And that is a lap around the Nordschleife. Plus Grand Prix course. That was fun.
There we go. Battle is that much closer, so Bidou's had a good lap there. Let's see what it was. It was 2.8 seconds faster. There we go, 8:19.3, and he's going to go up the inside at turn 1. Here we go. The 11's
nearly losing the car there.
His line is to get defensive, and he's going to be stranded on the outside here. Bidou's is going to go up the inside and take the lead for the online sim racers team. Number 19 retakes the GD3 lead. Evers, who held on to that lead for quite a while, are going to be left disappointed.
Peter must be
Back
livid.
to the drawing board.
Peter must be livid right now. Well, but the Evers certainly not out of it on this one. In fact, actually no one is out of it as of now. Still 16.5 hours to go for this one.
Yeah, even Shepard, who's 475 seconds behind, and mainline in the 33, will still be a factor. Even the 37 might be able to get back into it.
Might be, yeah.
Well, Bidou's definitely one of the fastest on track if it weren't for Arda Erchan setting 8-minute 10.1s out there.
Oh.
Erchan should catch up to Otto before too long.
Probably, yeah. What have we got here? The Burger King car, the speed car.
Burger King car? Is that what you call it now?
I don't know. And there we have Lars Otto and the Race Club Germany Team
What
Porsche.
was the beer car? Beer 33. Okay. Litalic comes into the pits again. And there's the Race Club Germany car, the beloved Thomas.
And I take great pride in that car. As I should.
Of course. Still a second between Evers and Bidooz, but definitely feels like Bidooz now he's got track position. That was a bold move up the inside, wasn't it? To sort of force Evers' hand, essentially.
Yeah, but it was a great move. He lost the car there on the apex with the huge drop that is there, which actually allowed him to get such a great run coming out of the second part of that corner.
He was able to get up the inside through the exit of the S.
It was a great move, great execution by the driver of the number 19, which handed him the lead. And instead of
calling him Zakira, but it's actually Zakaria. Bidooz. I apologise to online sim races.
I think they'll be fine if they win this one. Then they won't care.
Josh Hamilton says, Chan mentioned let's go Arda. There's Bobby Strachan. 2 laps ahead of the next touring car, which is also the only touring car that he's fighting with in this race. Evers has got the gap down to 9 tenths at the front. At least he did. But I think once more, Evers is just going to have to bide his time a bit here and sort of stay in the wheel tracks of Zakaria Bidooz. Wait for another opportunity to present itself, perhaps in the form of traffic or a mistake.
Always need to keep in mind on which track you're racing. If you think about something, it probably happened on here already.
A lot of track in which things can happen in.
Especially, I don't know if R-Factor 2 also has the weather stuff, but IRL, you have quite a lot of times that half the track is wet and half the track is dry. That
so
leads to the difficult situation. And that's where the good drivers and the good cars then are able to come alive and show what they're doing.
He knows there's traffic up ahead. There's wheel levers. Just trying to get out of the way, and Evers needs to make sure he gets through as well.
No, he's
gets from fast leader in GD4. Baccarati.
I certainly don't want to be the one that defines the race for the leaders. But Evers
doesn't want to get a penalty.
That's
even though there's no points, you could get penalties in this.
Evers being able to keep it just behind the number 19 there. Now with a bit of traffic coming in. Just saw a car in front of the BMW. Make it out which one? It's another. It's a speed car.
Yep. The car going quite slow. Speed car feels like the sort of name that your 6-year-old daughter comes up with when you ask her to come up with Dad. Oh, hey, hello, Penelope. I don't know what to name my team. Call it Speed Car. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. Can't go slow when
I am making you team manager.
Which driver should we hire? Max Verstappen.
Eddie Bear.
Ah.
How much money does he want? Oh, more than you have, Daddy.
He doesn't want money, he wants all your candy.
Look, Erchan has caught the right back up to Lars Otto as well. Let's have a look at that. Here they are. It's the beloved race club Germany under attack. From the nasty Arda Erchan.
I can't look on it. I can't look on it. Well, it's Arda Erkan, so he better be quicker than us. Everything. Sorry. It would be weird if he wasn't quicker than us. Isn't he the defending LMP2 champion actually?
Whoa, look, he's letting him through. There we go.
There it is.
Lights. He chickened out. He played chicken and lost.
I don't know. It's like when you're. Oh, he's in the pits.
No, he's going in the pits anyway. But so is Otto.
Oh, I think he might have been a bit too fast on that. But that's not my problem. Because I got.
Car, it's not my problem. Okay.
Basically. But I don't know. They kind of scared me out of the car already. So what's the point?
So if you only do a small percentage of the race, you feel like it's not. Oh, it doesn't matter anymore. It's not my car anymore if I don't do more than a lap.
I don't know. It's one lap. No? It might just show up on the end screen there. Like they're doing like 33% each, and then there's me with like 0.1%.
Thomas, everyone did a good job, and Thomas tried his best. Oh, and into the pits comes race leader Bidouze as well. This is interesting in terms of the fuel strategy. Ever's able to go a bit longer in this stint. He has been stretching, hasn't he? And extending.
Depends on what you can do with your car. Like the Porsche can do 8 laps, no problem. I don't know what the other cars can do.
Oh, and the 64 is gone. Oh dear, that's bad news for Dumont. Let's hope the 8 star can get back in. Oh, Louis in the wall. Partly with no rear wing.
Well, I think the final one Motorsports pit crew is used to changing the free wing on that car already.
You can see the 59 retired in the background as well. Well, they retired some time ago, of course, but that's a shame.
If you look at it,
now GD4 becomes even more open. Because Van der Pasch could find himself into second place if he can get out before Dumont comes back. Or get someone else in the 64. So Erchan is out in the pits. Otto's still being serviced though. Oh, we had a few bits of excitement there, but now it seems to have settled into the new order. Looks like Egelmont is getting back on board the number 19 OSR machine. 112 seconds then, so just to see if he can undercut Milan Evers.
That's an interesting situation. Maybe it would have been smart to keep the driver in because they were already in a rhythm and stuff. They already showed that they are faster.
I wonder if there'll be protests after this about Evers and the two brothers using the same account, because it means they don't have to spend so much time switching over. They said literally get out of the cockpit, get out of the seat or whatever.
But I think that's Chris needs to decide on that one. Not us two.
Probably because it's a unique situation and it wouldn't normally happen. I think they'll probably let him get away with it.
Probably, yeah.
Van der Pasch now 370 seconds down on Dumont and closing. As the 87 of Elias Ratzenhoek still being serviced, of course. Interested to see if Tizu can get back on the lead lap or the same lap as the Bros Racing. And Tom van der Pasch, this will be a good moment for him, because he will sense opportunity to get another step up on the podium. Speed car, of course. Be good for that team's morale, being a relatively new squad, of course.
They are speeding their way to second place there.
And that's a long way down on these guys, though. They're going to be a lap down once this all shakes out.
But it just shows how quickly it can go.
Oh! And speaking of Remco, he's probably not going to get on the lead lap driving backwards down the track like that. Oh dear. How's it looking on board? Oh, the steering does not look fun here. I think Remco's going to the pit lane before too long.
Oh, I don't think so. The car is still drivable.
Wow, okay. You're a brave man than I am.
Remco, the server, has outserved himself.
I think he just went downhill in the dark, carried way too much speed, and just bounced off the barrier. And completely, to use a technical term, buggered up the steering.
I would just call it bent, but okay.
Okay.
He bent his suspension to a point where the steering is weird. What's also weird, I have to say, is the steering wheel of the Supra. I haven't seen it.
Is it like a butterfly?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Okay, the old Mika Hakkinen McLaren steering wheels. Williams used to have a similar design until this year as well. Is you going very, very slowly down the down towards the Daltingsche Ho on the run into Tiergarten.
Nearly correct.
Geography is not my strong suit, and Nurburgring, you don't have to remember corner names. You got to remember the geography.
I knew someone once who's also sim racing who knew all the corners, like all of them, by name. Oh, Louis Hartley.
Oh, not again. See how Louis' steering looks. Ooh, not great. He's kind of just keeping going in the race rather than fighting for victory as Louis Hartley. But anyway, I'm doing 6 hours of Nurburgring, but I'm assuming that's the Grand Prix circuit for EES on the 24th of February. So I could do commentary for that. Because unlike this, I'm getting paid to do that. So. Not a lot, but the fair wage. Mainline in the 33 is only about 11 seconds behind Shepherd. So 206 Boy Transport could be under threat before too long from the beer team.
Amazing. Yellow flag again? Oh, this time for a bit long. Or not?
Yeah, 71 repairs itself. Well, is repaired, I should say. I think the yellows are probably for Louis, I think it's safe to assume, as he's just about to make it into the pit lane.
Oh.
Louis Hartley in the house.
Race Club Germany Team Porsche.
Race Club Germany. And and Remco immediately out of the pits and straight on into the wall. Look at that nice, lovely wall.
Oh. Amazing. Are we Shepherd?
Yeah, Shepherd kind of under threat, as I said. Dizu could actually find himself overtaken by the 7-Eleven brute if he's not careful here.
Well, they're in the pits right now, so... bit stationary. Oh, still there.
Yeah, no signs of life.
Maybe his steering wheel disconnected or something, and he couldn't brake or something.
Possibly, but already got alt-tabbed out the game. Maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, and Dumont tried to get back in there and then got disconnected again, I think.
Yeah, Remco has trouble with his steering wheel. He just
Oh dear,
wrote that.
really bad luck. I think I've seen that happen to him before as well, where he's had to pull out of races because his wheel wasn't working properly.
That's the reason why I did one lap, because my wheel didn't work.
Oh, no force feedback.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that just didn't feel nice to drive. It wasn't that it was undrivable, it was just much more difficult to drive, whereas if his wheel's not working at all, then of course he's just going to go straight on like that.
He has to escape out of it right now.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, how many GD4s are left in the race now?
2.
One's in the pits. 3, I think, are ahead of him, and then there's at least one behind in the form of Dexter. We've also got Hugo Carrera still going, but I think Joshua Mercurio's been out for a while.
Julian Klaffenberg in the 87?
Yeah, one of the...
Why do they, like the 87, the drivers of that car have amazing names?
Yeah, Klaffenbach competed in GPV in FS1 last year, and he was one of the youngest people to finish in the top 5, I think. He nearly got on the podium, but unfortunately Jack Mayer got past him. And Jack Mayer went on to become the champion as well, so Klaffenbach had actually some good races there. So he was a very good driver, the young German.
Probably.
I mean, not as good as you, Thomas, don't worry, I'm not trying to make you jealous or anything.
Nope. Well, you already told me I'm only in your team to score points when no one else is there, so can't be that good.
Oh, not well. Well, I was trying to get you to fill in for people when they couldn't be there, but I think you're a good driver. Oh, and also I like you. But, it helps when I'm friends with the people who drive for me, rather than just drive for me so I don't have to talk to you.
Oh, that's a good point.
My relationship with Mike Bell has ended. I'm now friends with Thomas Raschke, aka Checo.
I think that's a lie.
So is that Dizu going back to the pits and trying to restart them, or is that him done?
Who? Remy?
Yonko, yes.
Yeah.
Remy is in the rat from Ratatouille. Pixar movie.
Well, maybe if he had that rat in his head, we could have told him what to do in this situation.
Well, I don't think it would really help unless the rat could plug itself into the steering wheel that wasn't working. Oh, there we go. It looks like it is now, eh? Hopefully. Unless he goes immediately into the wall again and he comes out here.
Oh, and he's switching away. There it is. Well, he can shift. He can go on the throttle. He can brake. Would be fine.
Okay. Seems all systems normal then.
Well, he went further than last time. Interesting.
Yeah, my parents have... Oh!
Anthony Walker.
Anthony Walker in the wall. My parents have an Apple TV box that sometimes will just play the first 30 seconds of an episode or something and then it will crash. And then we have to usually take a couple of goes. Oh, it looks like Dumont is going to try and get back in the race. Everett Dumont. So Van der Pasch did catch him. Klaffenbach will probably, because Dumont is going to lose another lap here, it could be quite close actually between Dumont and Dizu. If Dizu hadn't got stuck in the wall, he'd almost certainly be fighting for fourth right now, or for possibly third. This is really unlucky.
Our Discord is going crazy.
Who's going crazy, son?
The Discord of us. Like the EERC Discord.
Oh, okay. See what nonsense is being said here.
It's incredible.
People trying to get that car back in the race, aren't they?
Oh my god. Wait, we'll commentate again tomorrow morning, right?
If you want, I get. Well, I'm not.
Yeah,
gonna-
we will. We will. At like 11 your time.
Yeah, I guess that was the deal.
Well, it is this on the
I was going to do a couple hours.
phone.
I'll probably leave to go do the other commentary that I told you about, the iRacing one.
Well, I won't be there for the end anyways, because as of now, the plan is that I'm driving.
Fair enough. I mean, you'll be there though, but just not here.
I will be your main viewing point when I'm in the wall all the time.
And Dumont still stationary in the box, so Claffenbach is definitely gonna snatch up next time around that place on the podium. And this is getting a bit congested. Oh, making a bit of contact there
What's
with
happening?
the cheetah car there. I think that must be Erchan, is it? Fourth class, so that's mainland actually.
Yeah, and the final one car is leading again, interestingly.
Yeah, it's been leading for a while, since Marchand had to pit, of course. Marchand's not made much inroads, has he? Last lap for them both. Romain Marchand, it's just 10:32 here, whereas Mielev is 8:18, so I think Marchand must have been badly held up. Or that was just the pit lap time.
This Discord sometimes really is amazing. Just a lot of shit.
Okay.
Amazing.
Oh, is this the steward's reports?
Yes. And Dumont's still in the pits. Our car in 7th place again.
Yeah, Shuto still hanging in there. 145 seconds down on Erchan.
Oh, Chris is loading back into the game again.
So mainland is 2.5 behind Shepard.
I got told we should watch number 46 a bit. Because apparently it's doing stuff.
Okay, you mean Erchan?
Yeah. Because I got told they are apparently doing a bit of stuff.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Okay.
It
sounds like they just want attention.
I got a message saying we should watch
Ooh.
Aircon.
Is he gonna try and go for like a fastest lap or something?
It's
As well as nothing else.
no idea. Oh, writing.
He's certainly looks like he's going for it.
Well, truck driving. Isn't it?
His last lap was an 8:10.5, so about 3 seconds off the fastest lap that car's done today.
Well, it's
Isn't too bad.
he's driving extremely fast. That's one thing, but that's what I expect from the defending LMP2 champion.
Yeah, it would be disappointing if he was driving slow.
Yeah.
So Robin Marchand sits at 5:49 in the first sector. Luca Tavanari sits at 4:22. Werner Schito sits at 4:29.
But it certainly is quite interesting to watch how the laps are evolving as of now. Fastest lap still in 8:09, right?
I think so.
Driven by the number 77, which is last.
She's no longer in the race.
Mm-hmm. Team Iris.
That is the typical Team Iris way. Go for pace rather than consistency.
I didn't want to say that. Glad you said it.
Sometimes it works, you never know.
In a
If you're
sprint
quick
race
enough,
situation.
and also you crash less times. But hey, the drivers have got to learn somehow through experience. Fair chance. What time are we looking at here?
Yeah, look at my first sector time, because it looks extremely fast what he's doing there. You can say what you want, but he's fast.
I'm saying what I want. So Egelmont has had to make another stop and he's come out 282 seconds behind Evers then.
Where are they taking the sector time?
There we go, 4:19.
Ah. 5 seconds quicker than Evers.
Clapham set a 4:37. Matthew Williams has gotten aboard the project at 91. Paul Sheedy-Freed that's still in the race. So that could be interesting to see how he gets on, because he's a very, very quick driver. Pretty good racecraft as well.
Interesting.
He was a GPV Superlights champion a few years ago, Matthew Williams.
Oh. Even more interesting. He's really sending that BMW.
This should be pretty good. It might be faster than the 8 minutes 10. Oh, look at that. That's a lovely shot, isn't it? Absolutely just showering us in sparks there. As he goes into the bomb hole.
Oh, he's driving like... Wow.
Certainly using all of the track and a little bit more. is Arda.
So you want to do it, right?
Exactly. Oh, but some traffic coming up.
Oh, that might be enough.
That looks like clapping back as well.
Yeah.
The 87. If he comes upon him at the right moment, as we see yellow in sector 1 that clears quickly.
Remember, the slower cars don't need to make space.
It's true.
They are
Flashing
entitled to
light.
take the line.
Oh, this isn't ideal for Arda. Clapping back sort of gets the braking a little bit wrong there as well. Not the inside goes there, Jan.
Oh,
it wasn't too bad. Could have been a lot worse. And clapping back nearly hits the wall as well, trying to get out of the way.
Sector time. Not in yet.
Nope.
Eva's doing a 3:05 in the second sector as a reference. Now let's see. Whenever that time will drop in.
Yeah, I think
They've
at
lost
the
a
end
few
of the lap, they may
seconds.
have to go to a break. We go 3:01. It says.
Wow! If you think about it, I think he lost at least 2 or 3 seconds with the GT4 car, maybe more.
Yeah, I think 3:00 flat is the best we've seen so far.
Wow, he's really sending it. But we will see when he's coming over the.
One chicane left to negotiate, and then he's just got to point and shoot towards the left. Or he could go into the pits if he doesn't think it's going to be fast enough. Nope, he's staying out.
Oh.
Alright, what time is it going to be then? Crosses the line.
8:11.
8:11 then.
Well, but if you
in the final sector.
If you don't count in what the GT4 cost, then he can get close to his 8:07 he did at some point, which is the fastest lap as of now, I think. 8:07.437.
So we may have to split the stream in the next half hour, but for now we can probably keep going.
Maybe it's better that way.
Well, the only reason I have to split the stream is because of YouTube and not being allowed to stream for more than 12 hours at a time.
Really?
Which doesn't help with 24-hour races.
Didn't even know that.
Well, I think the EERC channel is not allowed. I don't know why.
Well, if I go from the thumbnail, we're streaming the 10 hours of Daytona.
Oh, that's because I have a bug where it goes to the thumbnail from the previous race. Enzo only drive 10 minutes and back to pit to swap with Roman. Must be a hardware problem. There's Ducat 749. Takis Zero says, go Joshua Deck. I love Joshua Dexter. He's the best driver ever. And then 4 exclamation marks.
That's true. How did you see that?
In the YouTube chat. You can just make it up. Look, here's Joshua Dexter now.
Ah. I don't actually see it.
In the Brexit car, the Toyota Supra Apex racing machine. So Carl Gianlatti's got back on board the 33 beer racing car.
Ah, YouTube can only save 12 hours of stream. So you can stream longer, but it won't be saved. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Didn't know that. Already learned something today.
Yes. Heaven forbid you should ever learn something on here. Van der Pasch pits from second in GD4. He has a big gap to Klaffenbach, so should be him comfortably out. Still maintaining second position. Dumont, though, has lost a whole lap, but he's still come out ahead of Remco Dizu, apparently.
Only 43 seconds the gap.
Yeah, but we do have a battle on our hands.
RF2 moment. I've read it a lot today.
Yeah, you're gonna hear it a lot throughout the whole season, I imagine.
Can't wait for a little more Ultimate with the same problems. Apparently, what I've heard that is in Le Mans Ultimate, that you already have the same setup tricks as you have in the normal R Factor 2. Like with the tire brushes, for example. That is already the same problem.
Yeah. It's just the whole run sport thing. And there we go. Looks like Dazoo is actually going to be ahead of Dumont by 471 seconds. So Dumont has lost that lap now.
Ah.
Looks like Chris is doing the thumbnail for part 2 now. So Eaglemont has gone into the pits again from second position in GD3. I suppose, Tom, before you go, we could always talk about something that has very little to do with what's happening on track if you want.
Is there anything interesting happening on track currently?
Nope, not particularly. Versus Fowler's about 38 seconds from Shepard and Gargin-Lati. Just at the moment, but we'll have to see where Eaglemont comes out. If the number 90 keeps going to the pits so regularly, it could be a big lead for the 444, which would be good news for them. You see Avenari just absolutely send it through the chicane as he goes into the Hasenbecks.
Moustache Porsche? If you've noticed that already?
Yeah, from very early on.
That's amazing.
It is.
Well, only thing missing about this Porsche is the moustache. That's true.
I think also they probably like their places back that they had earlier.
At least they can still drive.
That's very true. And fifth isn't too bad. 334 seconds down in the next one.
If you look at it, everyone in this GT3 field can still take the win with some stuff happening. We still haven't had a single code 80.
Oh no, the code 80s are banned for this. There won't be any code 80. That's why there hasn't been any when there's been huge accidents and cars flipping over and stuff. We've tried to stay out of the way. Because it's such a long circuit, code 80s would just be painful.
Yeah.
Unless you're a Le Mans-like system. Sorry about that, I didn't mean to use it. Anyway, I think probably now would be a good point to split the stream then. So, thank you very much for watching. Please make sure you go on the YouTube channel and watch part 2. Because in the interest of not losing the stream later on, we're going to split it now. But at the moment it is Milan Evers leading Roman Marchand by 382 seconds. GD4, it's Bancarati leading Van der Pasch by 2 laps. In British Touring Cars, it's Robert Strachan leading Louis Hartley by 3 laps now. And, I haven't seen too much of Louis Hartley, so we assume he's got things under control at this point. But anyway, we'll see you soon in part 2. And be sure to go on the YouTube channel, you should see a new video. This is live, Andre. Click on that and we'll still be here, still yapping away for part 2 of the race up until about midnight when Tom Dillon comes and takes over from me. But thank you for watching and we'll see you again soon. Bye for now.